What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku became the ice wizard and got a harem. Izuku Fullbuster, formerly known as Izuku Yagi, was a child who had his life crashing down at the age of 4 when he was diagnosed as quirkless, but what he doesn't know is that he has something far greater than any quirk could offer. Izuku will experience pain and hardship over the year. Although many would expect that he would become shy and weak after being bullied and neglected, it only had the opposite effect. Izuku became cold to people he doesn't like. He became calculative over the years, making him more dangerous when he gained ice make magic and will take the world in a storm. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Armored Lord 1115 for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. It has been over 4 decades ever since magic was gone due to a war that happened which destroyed the magic reserve of all mages, except for a few who somehow survived, and some even casted last spells for future purposes to help the future from ever losing magic. People were distraught when magic practice decreased over the years, and guilds started closing by each passing year until there were 0 guilds out there. Despite the disappearance of magic, things did take a change, and a good one at that, since when magic were gone, there were equalities between non-magic user and former magic user. Since magic was gone, most of their daily work was reduced since magic helped fasten their work, but that didn't change anything, since the humans wanted to improve themselves to help make up for the disappearance of magic, and the technology boomed, and it has been improving over the years. Guilds started turning to a regular police station where people who still wanted to fight can fight, but they have to maintain a certain protocol which annoyed some people, but they had to comply. Those who still had magic remained silent, since if word got out that magic user was still out there, they would become lab rat by the government, who would want to bring the magic back. After that, quirks started to appear, and at that moment magic were forgotten and were perceived as a nothing but child stories. So when quirk appeared, some saw it as a disease that infected the people, and a war happened between quirk supporter and non-quirk supporter, and it led to a lot of damage to the world until the government managed to get everything under control and created new laws with the hero profession appearing. Those who were from magic bloodline started showing their power and wrote it off as quirk, hiding the true nature of their power, which did go unnoticed by the government, who were clueless. Doctor Office. Now we return to the main story. We could see 2 children sitting with excitement in their eyes and was staring at the doctor awaiting the result of their quirk. That is correct. Over the years, scientist has discovered how to differentiate between a quirkless and someone with a quirk, and it all depend on the joint in their pinky. If you have 1 joint, then congratulations, but if you have 2 joint, then you are quirkless and is destined to a world of pain, because things have changed over the years. Back then 80% were quirkless, while the other had quirk, and people with quirk were deemed as monsters and were treated harshly, but now 80% have quirk and the other were quirkless, and when the hero profession appeared, many saw how useful quirk can get, and many people started dreaming of getting one to become heroes, like in the old comic book, and quirkless were treated as the lowest life form, while those with quirk were treated as the next evolutionary. Humans. Many people deduce that people with quirk are getting revenge over the quirkless society for the hardship they faced when quirk was still new. The doctor was sitting on his chair, clearly upset with the result that he was shown, and knew very well what might happen, so he takes a deep breath before asking. Mrs. Yagi, we have completed all the tests required to determine your children's quirk, and I came with 2 news, one which is a good one, and the other is sadly a bad one. I would like to hear which one you'd prefer to hear first. Inko clearly worried when she heard the word bad news, and could only hope that it isn't something extremely bad like being quirkless, since her husband was formerly quirkless. She then says, bad news first, Doc. The doctor then takes a deep breath and said, it is with deep regret that I have to inform you that your son is quirkless. Izuku couldn't believe what he is hearing. He have been told that he is quirkless. His dreams shattered like hitting a glass with sledgehammer. Dropping his All Might figurine, his eyes turned lifeless. The doctor could only flinch at the sight of the happy boy reduced to a lifeless kid. Inko and Izumi could only stare at Izuku with sadness and pity, an emotion which Izuku hated so much despite his kind nature. Pity was a form of emotion he despised a lot back in kindergarten, whenever he got pushed around by strong kid like Kitsuki and Todoroki. When they are playing together and he get hurt easily, they would also give him that same look. He never liked to be seen as an ice that could be shattered that easily. He want to become a strong ice, something when facing the fire of hell itself won't melt but would freeze it. That's why Izuku wanted to have quirk more than anything, and if he is lucky, he wanted to have an ice quirk to show the world that ice are powerful than people let on. Izuku always thought he would get an ice quirk due to his abnormal cold resistance. He once walked in snow shirtless and didn't feel anything. People just said that it was just strong genes, since he is related to both pro heroes like his father Toshinori Yagi, who is the #1 hero All Might, and his mother Inko Yagi, who is the #6 hero Magnetic, but now he started to doubt if he will ever became a hero. The doctor seeing this tried to cheer the somber mood in the room by saying. But on other hand Izumi here have telekinesis. The mood of the room changed with Inko holding Izumi into a bear hug and said. Oh. Sweetheart, isn't that great, you will become a great hero. Izumi could only flail her arms in excitement before declaring. I am gonna be the #1 hero. Izuku still haven't lost his lifeless expression as he watched his mother. Instead of comforting him, she is celebrating Izumi. None of them made a move when he was told he was quirkless, they just opted to give him that look. Inko could only hold Izumi before standing up, bowing to the doctor. She said. Thank you for the wonderful news, doc. Izuku could only think. Wonderful news, my ass. The doctor sighed and said. This is my job, Mrs. Yagi. Izuku then stood up and followed behind them while they walked in a fast pace in his own opinion, given that he is 4 years old. Izumi the whole ride was pampered to extreme degree. She was put on the car, strapped carefully in her seat as to not get hurt, and then stopping multiple times in shops so Inko could buy sweets for her precious daughter. Well, I wasn't given a single thing this whole ride. At Yagi household. I returned home after this annoying long ride with mom stopping every damn minute to buy to Izumi whatever she wanted. I really hope my father would be different and would comfort me and tell me everything is alright, that I can become a hero without a quirk, but that was shattered a few moments when I stepped foot in the house. Dad came running towards us asking. How did it go? What quirk did they get? Inko then said excitedly. Izumi has a telekinesis quirk. Toshinori was extremely happy that he lifted her in the air and spin her around. I was honestly pissed and sad, but he asked. What about Izuku? Inko then said. He is quirkless. Dad said. Oh. Before he gave me the same look, pity. I was internally pissed. He then shrugged before leaving to the kitchen to prepare gifts for Izumi. I then left to the room with anger boiling inside me. They just ignored me and acted like it was nothing. They will regret it one day when I prove to them that I am not a breakable ice. I will become a powerful ice that not even All Might punches can't do shit. No one Pav. It has been 6 years now with Izuku hitting the age of 10 years old. Life has been dealing a bad hand to Izuku, with his family slowly leaving the picture and started neglecting him for his sister, who everyone saw as an angel who wouldn't even hurt a fly. But that same person was one of the people who led the bullying. That is correct. Ever since his quirkless status became a knowledge at his kindergarten, his friends left him, not wanting to associate themselves with a quirkless loser who would only bring them down with his failure. The teacher stopped caring and turned blind eye when Izumi, Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto and Shoka started bullying him, even using their quirk on him in public, which is a violation to the law, although they would start getting legally punished at the age of 8, where they would be sent to either juvenile, depending on the act, or pay fees to the victim family, and from the age of 16, he can go to jail and have his future ruined because it will be permanently written in his file. Shoto and Shoka knew that Izuku loved ice and was always his dream to have an ice quirk, which was one main reason why they used ice a lot against him to make jealous, although he was never bothered by the temperature for some odd reason, which is why they started using fire on him. It was also the day where he started building tolerance to fire and explosion. Explosion was the worst quirk Izuku had to deal with in his own opinion, considering that Izumi was always restraining him using her quirk, so the Bakugos could land attacks on him without him retaliating. Since midway Izuku started fighting back. He doesn't want to be looked down, he wanted to prove that he is strong despite his disability, but luck wasn't on his side. The teacher would punish him for hiding back and told him that he should remain a test dummy to help improve the next generation of hero quirks, which he wanted to retaliate, but knew that they are adults and they could get him in trouble, rather than the way around. Even if he is it right, nobody will believe the word of a quirkless child who have no future but to die in an alleyway or be a hindrance to a hero to the very end. That's what everyone thought. Izuku was seen walking in an alleyway. He was frustrated with how his day went so far and knew he needed power to be able to achieve his dream, like Ice Creaty, the number 2 hero in Japan. Her ice was so strong that even Endeavor Fire was nothing against her. Izuku was not really thinking where he was going until suddenly he heard what appeared to be a Soja's breaking, only to reveal a sludge villain rushing towards him saying, "Hey kid. Just stay here, I didn't know the freak was in town." Izuku wasn't able to react fast as he was captured by the sludge, who started suffocating him. The sludge then said, "Thank you kid, I owe you one, you are my hero." Izuku was pissed. He didn't want to go out like this, but suddenly he heard a female voice that said, "Leave the kid alone." The sludge looked up, revealing none other than Ice Creaty. The sludge was terrified seeing her icy glare and said, "If you freeze me, the kid will get hurt." She bit her lips as she knew that he was right, but she can't let the kid die. But Izuku didn't stop squirming in his hold before he fell into deep consciousness, with her shouting to him, trying to keep him awake, but to no avail. What happened next shocked her a lot as she see marking appear in Izuku's body going right to his eye. She could only think, "It can't be." Before anyone could say anything, the kid forcibly removed himself and was panting, but his eyes wasn't the same, with one glowing purple. Her could only think. He isn't conscious. As Izuku inhaled and knew what was going to happen and jumped away from the blast and Izuku shouted. Ice Devil Rage. Izuku then released a large purple blizzard of cold air, ice and, seemingly, snow from his mouth, directing it towards the shocked sludge, and Izuku took a lot of area which were freeze, and the sludge could be seen encased in ice. Izuku then fell to the ground with a marking disappearing from his body. Approached him and said. I never thought that a kid his age could release that much ice power. Poor kid, I should definitely do something regarding hostage situation like this. I am lucky the kid managed to free himself, or I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. After a few minutes of bandaging the kid since she saw a lot of injury and scar which made her frown and could only think. Poor kid. Who could have done this to him? Izuku stirred from his sleep to find the face of his idol. He freaked out a little with her chuckling. Izuku then looked around to see the frozen area and said. Wow, Ice Creaty, did you do this? She was shocked and that confirmed her suspicion that he was unconscious. Izuku then continued. I always wanted to have an ice quirk, but sadly I was born quirkless. Do you think I can become a hero without a quirk? Now understood the injury, and she didn't like how he is treated with her, he had a quirk or not, it was no reason for anyone to inflict much harm to a kid his age, so she then took a deep breath and said. Tell me first, why do you want to become a hero? What is your purpose? Izuku then said without skipping a beat. I always idolized you growing up, people treated me as an ice that could be shattered easily, but I wanted to be strong to show that people like me aren't weak or hindrance to the society. I want to protect everyone with a smile, although with all the shit that has been happening to me over the years, I forgot how to smile anymore. I always hated people pitying me. I don't want to feel weak or be burdened to anyone else. Her hearing his speech smiled, but had also a frown on her face as she thought. Poor kid, just a look from his eye I could see he went through a lot, something a child shouldn't experience. I shouldn't do this, but he need help, and I can guide him. She then inhaled and smiled at Izuku before bringing him into a hug, making him blush a little and said. If that is your dream, then fight for it. I have no right to tell you that it's impossible because you have something far greater than this. You asked me earlier if I am the one who defeated the villain, but no, I wasn't the one who beat him, it was you. Izuku was shocked and said. But how? She smiled and said. You have something that was lost in history, it's magic. Many people think that I have a quirk, but I don't. I am a magic user just like you, and I want to train you. Izuku was shocked for the second time, and part of him wanted to accept, and the other was telling him that he will only waste her time and disappoint her later, but she saw the inner conflict inside him, and knew he wasn't treated kindly or received any positive thing. She then hugged him closer this time and said. Follow your heart, don't think about your past, just think about the present and the future you want. Izuku said without missing a beat. I want to become a great hero like you. She smiled and said. No, I want you to aim higher, and you have the power to do so. Now tell me, what is your name? Izuku blushed in embarrassment and said. Izuku Yagi, but just call me Izuku since I don't like family. She then frowned and could only ask. Izuku, tell me, do they abuse you at home? Izuku then said. No, they just forgot that I existed mainly because my sister had a quirk making her the center of attention. I wouldn't be surprised if they see her as an only child, since we haven't talked in years despite living in the same house, and my sister bullies me along with her friends at school. The staff and principal at my school doesn't bother to help me and told me that my only worth is being a quirk target to help the kid grow their quirk. She could only frown deeply, trying to contain her anger when hearing the story, and decided to dig into him, but now she could only give him support right now. She then handed a paper which had an address and a phone number and said. This is my home address and personal phone number. If you ever want to come to me to talk about anything, then I am here for you. We magic users should stick together, and I am sure you would get along well with my daughter. Izuku nodded and looked at the paper and asked. Is your house in the forest? She smiles and said. Yeah. Since I want to be alone with no disturbance and because that area has snow and I like the cold. Izuku nodded and she then said. Also, when we are alone you can call me Izuku nodded and smiled a little, but it was a little broken, which broke her heart. She then gave him one last hug and a kiss on the forehead before she left with one of her ice magic creation and grabbed the encased villain. Izuku could only tear up as he had met the first person to ever believe in his dreams besides his uncles. He could only steel himself as he is determined to show her that she didn't make a mistake, and he could only hold the area she hugged him and the area she kissed him before he blushed a lot. It was at this moment he felt warm. He felt the love of a mother. He could only ask himself. Is that what a hug from a mother is? It feels nice. It at this moment that Izuku realized that he felt safe in her arms. When she hugged him he forgot everything, his pain, anger and sadness. No one Pav. Izuku had the best day he could ever ask for. Just today he met the number 2 pro hero Ice Creaty, who told him that he could become a hero, something he always wanted to be told. But that was not all. He also found comfort in her, despite the small moments she felt like his own mother, that he never got to have. Izuku also got to learn that he possessed an amazing power that was lost to history, magic. When he looked at the sight of destruction he caused when awakening his magic, he was in awe and was extremely excited to train it and become strong. He was at first wondering how he is going to train it, since he have no idea how he pulled it off, but when she offered to train him he accepted in a heartbeat. You would be an idiot if you decline an offer from someone who knows about your magic more than anyone. Izuku was walking for the first time with a smile on his face. Despite being small it still count as one. He got inside the house to see Toshinori, Inko and Izumi eating without Izuku, but this time he wasn't sad or angry. He just didn't feel the same towards them like he did back then. He only saw them as people who gave him only roof on top of him for the past 6 years, but they were never his parents. Izuku was pretty sure that Izumi wouldn't have gotten all this attention from her parents if she didn't have a quirk. She was only seen for her quirk. Such a shame that she doesn't realize it. There is also a reason why her was Izuku's favorite hero. She, unlike the rest of the heroes, prioritized the citizen health above anything else, which was shown when she went out of her way to bandage him from his injury that would have gotten infected if not treated quickly, and she didn't neglect it. She took care and time to bandage him and put alcohol to disinfect it. It's at this point that Izuku realized something. Toshinori and Inko might have been his parents, but they will never have a place in his heart like Howard did. She is the first from outside that bothered to help him, even comforting him, which was something heroes neglect to this day. Even All Might, despite the fact that people feel safe when around him, he was always on the move and would never take his time to deal with a victim. And there is also the fact that not all people getting comforted with just smile. Sometimes physical contact like her hugging them could make a difference than anyone would give credit for. Izuku walked to his room and sat on his bed. He brought the paper that she gave him and looked at the number and address. He was hesitant at first, but he made sure to type it on his phone, including her address in his contact. He then thought if he should send something or not, but he didn't want to bother her, given that she might be working right now, so he decided to do it tomorrow. Izuku then slept after being exhausted all day until he woke up at midnight groaning. He stood up and was thirsty and felt like he would need to eat as well. He walked outside as to not wake his parents, but was met with a light that hit his face. He adjusted his eyes in the dark to see his parents' room door slightly open, with whispers coming. Being the curious child he is, he went and peeked inside to see Izumi and Toshinori and Inko. Izuku could hear them talking, but what shocked him was suddenly his father buffed up and turned to be All Might. Izumi made sure to cover his mouth as to not give his location and kept listening. What he heard drove him to anger. All Might. Izumi, I have an offer for you. Izumi then said. Anything for you, Dad. All Might smiles and said. I want to give you my quirk One for All. It has been passed down from generation to another, and I think you are ready to take on the mantle of becoming the 9th user of One for All. What do you say? Izumi gained a thoughtful look and asked. But what about Izuku? He is quirkless after all. Izuku was surprised that she even considered him and didn't outright accept it. It's not every day you get to be asked to inherit the symbol of peace quirk, but what his father said next hurt him more than once. He said. Izuku haven't showed any hero quality so far, and besides he was never my biological son. I'd rather have my daughter inherit it after all. Izuku was shocked. He was just told that he is not related to All Might, which made him relieved but sad at the same time. Izumi was shocked as well and asked. What? Then where is Izuku's father? All Might sighed and said. He is dead. Izumi then take a deep breath and say. I accept your offer, Dad. All Might smiles and said. Great, meet me tomorrow at the Gaba beach to start training your body even more so you can handle the backlash of the quirk. Now good night. Izumi then says. Thank you, Dad, for entrusting me with this quirk. All Might then smiles and said. No need to thank me, you earned it yourself. Izuku then walked to his room having lost his appetite and decided that tomorrow will be the day he finally leave that hellhole who didn't appreciate him, but first thing he needed to do was text her beforehand. Fullbuster. Izuku Yagi. 12:15 a.m. Hello, it's Izuku Yagi. I am sorry to send a message at such an unreasonable hour, but I wanted to see if you are available tomorrow. Fullbuster. 12:22 a.m. Hello Izuku, no need to worry, I don't sleep much. I thought you would decline my offer, but yes, you can come tomorrow early morning. I already told my daughter and she is excited to meet someone her age. Just make sure you come before 10 a.m. because I will be out doing my hero work. Izuku Yagi. 12:25 a.m. Thank you so much. Fullbuster. 12:30 a.m. No problem Izuku, but did something happen? I don't think you would text me at night for this. Izuku Yagi. 12:32 a.m. The day was very confusing. I learned something that my parents hid from me for 6 years and learned that my supposed father could have helped me in my dreams, but he instead chose my sister who bullied me. Fullbuster. 12:35 a.m. That sucks. If you want to tell me, then don't hesitate. Izuku Yagi. 12:37 a.m. I'd prefer we do this tomorrow since it's kind of a long story. Fullbuster. 12:40 a.m. I see. Well, good night Izuku, make sure to sleep well. Izuku Yagi. 12:42 a.m. Good night San. Fullbuster Pav. Was happy when Izuku sent her a message. She considered this a test to see his will, if he is going to take the offer or not, but she expected no less from him. She didn't understand why she felt attached to this kid like she should protect him, and could only sigh as she looked towards a picture of a tall, well-built man. His eyes are black and so is his hair, which is kept short and styled into a number of spiky strands pointing backwards with some prominent spikes topping his forehead. His thin sideburns reach down to the stubble covering the majority of his chin. He has a sharp face, marked facial features and slight wrinkles below his eyes, as well as a long scar extending from his hairline to his lower left ear. Both of his ears are adorned by silver-colored earrings, consisting of a ring with a little chain ending in a cross pendant. She then said, "Big brother, why does that kid remind me of you? Could he be your son? Maybe tomorrow we will get to see if this holds true." Silver Fullbuster. The only thing I consume are the souls of demons. No one Pav. Izuku woke up really early the next day to see his sister gone, including his parents. He assumed they left to do their thing, with Izumi going to meet with her friends, while Toshinori and Inko would go do their hero work. Since I connected the dot and knew that if Toshinori is All Might then Inko is the number 10 hero magnetic. I then remembered last night conversation between both Izumi and All Might, so I went to their room to find answers. I don't understand why hide this from me. I looked at every corner of the room, but there were nothing out of the ordinary, but there was one last place I never checked. I moved their bed to see a carpet, which was odd for someone to place. I removed it to see a hidden compartment, which I smirked in victory and opened it. The compartment was deep, and I found a lot of things. First was a letter, armor, book and photos and a necklace. I took the letter and surprisingly it had my name on it, which was Izuku Fullbuster, and I opened it to see the following. Dear son. I don't know if you heard about me or not, but my name is Silver Fullbuster, and I am your father. If you are reading this letter, then that means I either died or had to go away to keep you safe from my enemies that I have accumulated over the years because of my magic ice devil slayer, but I will probably be dead. It's not that I want to leave you, but I have been getting old and my skills have gone rusty over the years. I was with your mother Inko Midoriya because I wanted to make her happy and mainly to hide about my magic for her safety and for yours. There is a lot I want to tell you, and that is I am extremely sorry for being away from you and not able to provide the love of a father you deserve. I hope if Inko were to ever fall in love again, that your stepfather would provide you that love. I also wanted to name you Grey Fullbuster, since Grey was once a name of my ancestors who made quite a name for himself, and since Grey was uncommon name and kind of unique, but your mother was persistent on naming you Izuku, so I gave up in her demands. I told Inko to show you this letter when you are at least 8 years old, where you are older and can read, and I hope she show you this letter and not hide it, since we did have a small fight when I had to go away to keep both of you safe, and she didn't understand what she want to get herself and yourself into. As you may know from the name of my magic, I slayed demon, which means I dealt with demons a lot who were created, so we separated. I hope she understand that I only cared about her. I have a little sister called her Fullbuster. She doesn't know yet about you because I kept it that way. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate her, but she just recently lost her daughter, and I didn't feel like rubbing the fact that I have a son in her face when she lost one. Inside this compartment I placed magic seals to protect it from getting destroyed or falling on the wrong hand. Only you can access everything I owned, including my fortune that I've accumulated over the years, and how to awaken your magic. Keep in mind magic users are quirkless, but don't give up, and always know that I am here for you. I am sure you possess the Ice Devil Slayer and Ice Make magic. If you train them enough, you can even make everything snow or freeze, and nothing can stop you. Inside the compartment there is a book on how to activate your magic, and how to use my magic in case if my sister were to die or you couldn't meet her, but if you met her then show her the second letter and don't read it, because there are a lot of things that only a sibling can talk about that you are not old enough to know, unless she allows it. Also there is my armor where I used to wear back when I was a hero called Absolute Zero. I was the former number 1 hero before All Might debuted. You can have it for your hero costume if you ever decide to become a hero. There is also my necklace that I love to wear a lot. I want you to wear it. It is a lucky charm. There is also an album where there is pictures of both of us together and photos of me and my sister. I want you to have them as a reminder of who you are. You are Fullbuster and we never give up no matter what hardship we face, so raise your head high and always know that I will always be proud of you. Your loving father. Silver Fullbuster. Izuku reading the letter couldn't stop the tear streaming from his face, but it was quickly contorted in anger that his mother hid this from him because of a quarrel between both of them. She not only neglected him, but took away the one thing that could have helped him years ago. But now he calmed down and opened the album to see baby pictures of him with his father. His father with some friends and his father with her. He couldn't stop the smile on his face as he watched each photo. Izuku then took everything to his room and made sure to lock the door. He brought the biggest duffel bag he have and placed everything that belonged to his father inside, but not before wearing the armor which was big for him currently, but he found it cool and removed it once more, placing it in the duffel bag and left her location. 20 minutes walking he arrived at the location and found a house with her sitting outside the place, had a lot of snow and was still snowing. Izuku then said, "Hi san." Her looked at Izuku before smiling towards him and said, "Hello Izuku, how are you doing? Glad you can make it, come sit down with me unless you want it inside." Izuku shakes his head and said, "I don't mind the cold and please I'd like you to start calling me Gray, that was the name my father always wanted me to have." Was wide-eyed at the name which I noticed. I then placed my hand inside the duffel bag and brought a letter and handed to her. When she saw the handwriting she almost fainted. She then asked, "That handwriting?" Izuku then says, "Read the letter and you will understand. I don't know what's written inside since I found them today and since he told me not to read them since it has to do with siblings." Started reading the letter before she broke into tears and grabbed Izuku into a hug and started placing kisses on his face and said, "I am very sorry that I wasn't here for you years ago." Izuku then said, "It's okay, you didn't know that I even existed." Then calmed down and said, "Please tell me everything about yourself." Izuku started explaining everything from before he was diagnosed as quirkless to after he was diagnosed as quirkless. If was angry before, now she is full-blown pissed, mainly because it's her nephew that got hurt because of Inko, who she saw as a sweet woman, but she was a stupid woman who got too full of herself. Izuku also told her about what he heard last night about One for All, and she laughed and said, "You have even something far better than this so-called One for All. You could freeze All Might and shatter him on the ground, but I don't recommend that." Then held Izuku's hand and said, "Now come inside, I believe I have to introduce you to my youngest daughter." Izuku nodded excitedly and said, "Yes. No one Pav." Izuku last time was revealed to be the son of Silver Fullbuster, a former #1 hero who was quite well known, despite being not too much active, due to his side job of hunting a Therius demon. For the sake of his family, he had to leave with his status being unknown whether alive or not. Izuku learned that the #2 hero, the woman that accepted him, was his aunt. Going to her, he revealed the letter, getting a tearful reunion from both, with Izuku being showered with affection by his soon-to-be mother figure. Izuku is seen walking inside the house to show a comfortable place with a chimney sitting, which Izuku understood given the place they are in. She then said, "Let me give you a tour of the house, Gray." Izuku nodded his head as he was shown the living room, which she said, "This is the living room, I hope you feel comfortable." Izuku then said, "Don't worry, I am not into too expensive stuff." Nodded happily as she dragged Izuku to her next stop. Arriving, she then said, "This is the kitchen, so if you ever want to make food when we aren't around then suit yourself." Izuku nodded his head in agreement and said, "Thank you." Then said, "Usually I am the one who cooks, so you don't need to cook yourself like last time. I want you to enjoy what little childhood left." Izuku nodded with a smile stronger than last time before hugging her, making her smile as she hugged Izuku back, happy that he is smiling more and hope that he would one day get him to smile fully, although she wants to tell him that he will have to return to his tormentor house for brief so she can gather enough evidence to have full custody of Izuku. Then brought Izuku to a room. Opening it, he was amazed by the interior. She then said, "This is your new room along with your dressing room. It was previously a guest room, but I hope that will be enough." Izuku smiled and hugged her once more and said, "No, it's much better than my old room, so you have nothing to worry about." Smiled as she hugged Izuku back and said, "You can rest in the room later since we have things to talk about later." Izuku nodded his head in understanding before closing the door of the room and walking with her once more. She then brought Izuku to a room and opened, revealing to what looked like to be a study room. She then said, "Since I am not the type to like to stay much at my agency, I stay here at my study room filing reports and making calls to my sidekicks." Izuku nodded and said, "Is it to be around your daughter more?" Nodded her head and said, "Yeah, she is homeschooled, although I would love that she would explore the world herself, but I am still worried about her. I might be overprotective, but it's for her own safety." Izuku nodded as he hugged her once more and said, "I am sure you have other reasons for homeschooling her, and I won't push it." Patted his head and said, "Don't worry, I got over her death, so you don't need to be afraid of mentioning her name." Izuku was shocked but said, "Okay." She then brought him to another room. Opening it, reveals a master bedroom and said, This is my room, so you will usually find me here when I am not doing my hero work or not with my daughter, who is usually studying. She is a very understanding girl. I hope both of you become friends, maybe even love will blossom between the both of you." She teases Izuku blush, and she found it cute before hugging the blushing mess Izuku and said, "No need to be shy." Izuku nodded and hugged back. Izuku was soon dragged somewhere and found himself in the bathroom. She then said, "This is the bathroom, I hope it's comfortable and don't worry about someone coming inside, since when you enter and press button inside it, add a foam on the glass, making it difficult for everyone to see anything." Izuku nodded, although he blushed a little. Soon he was dragged to the final room in the house and found it was a laundry room. She then said, "This is the laundry room where me and my daughter clean our clothes, but we just separated into 2 categories." Izuku nodded his head and she said, "So how do you like everything so far?" Izuku smiled and said, "It's lovely." She hugged him and said, "Well, I am glad. Now let's return to the living room and wait for my daughter to show up." Izuku nodded his head, although he was nervous. She noticed and said, "Don't worry, my daughter is quite a nice person. I made sure to teach her manners and how to interact with others, so she won't be like those at your middle school or home." Izuku, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulder, he accompanied her to the living room. Izuku sat down and said, "Thank you for taking me in." She then said, "It's no problem, Gray, this is the least I could do. The fact that you are my brother's son just increased my care for you." Izuku smiled happily as she brought his head to her lap, caressing his hair, and said, "Don't worry, Gray, I will take care of you, but sadly you will have to return to them temporarily." Izuku was shocked and said, "What? Why?" Her then said, "I hope you don't feel like I am abandoning you, but your mother made sure that any of your father family side won't gain custody of you, which makes me unable to gain custody." Izuku was disgusted and said, "She is not my mother. She hid my father letter over some argument that is extremely selfish. Can't I just go and say that they neglected me and be over with it?" sighed and said, "As much as I would like it to be that simple, it won't. Both of them are pro-heroes, not to mention that Big Buffin is the symbol of peace, so who would they believe, a 10-year-old kid or the symbol of peace who saved thousands of people in his career? That's why I want you to record everything that happened, since Aldera have been erasing everything related to bullying." Izuku grumbled, a little frustrated that he had to return there. She then said, "You can come here anytime you want, just make sure they don't know you come here, not that I am afraid of them, but just to increase the chances of having custody of you." Izuku then pouted and said, "Fine, I will do it just because you ask me to, nothing else." She chuckled at his antics as she kissed him on his forehead and said, "Thank you for agreeing, Gray. I am sorry once more that I have to send you back like this." Izuku was going to respond until it was interrupted by another female voice. "Mom. Who's the kid?" Izuku looked at the unknown voice to see a carbon copy of his answer, then said, "Honey, this is Izuku I talked to you about yesterday." Yukiko got excited and said, "Really? I hope we got along together." Izuku nodded his head, a little embarrassed, then said, "But that's not all, my dear. It turns out he is your cousin, meaning he is the son of my older brother I talked to you about." Yukiko had now star eye and said, "Yay. I have a cute cousin." Izuku blushed at being complimented, and Izuku said, "Please call me Gray Fullbuster. It was the name my father wanted me to have." Yukiko nodded excitedly and said, "Gray. Are you gonna stay here?" Izuku said, "Well, I will have to return to them so I can get enough evidence so Auntie could get custody over me." She was upset and said, "No. Can't you just tell the police that they abused you and be over with it?" Her then answered, "That's not easy, sweetheart. His stepfather is All Might, so it will be hard considering he have a lot of supporters, and his mother made sure any person from his father family side can't get custody of him." Yukiko pouted and said, "Fine. But make sure to visit every day." Izuku nodded and smiled. "I will." Izuku did notice her blush, but noticed and was smirking and thought they will make such a great couple. "I hope you are watching over him, big brother Silver." She then brought her hand to both children, hugging them and said, "Just know I love you both unconditionally." Izuku blushed but felt warm and just found himself drifting to sleep in his soon-to-be mother arm. Yukiko and seeing this smiled but felt pity, knowing that he was deprived of love, and she felt that she accomplished something by making him feel safe, but she felt unbridled rage towards All Might and Magnetic and thought, "You will get what you deserve, Inko and All Might. You will understand why they call me Winter Queen." No one Pav. After Izuku meeting with his Aunt and was forced to return to his tormentor house, he started gathering evidence for the next 5 years, both home and school, and editing it at the end of the day to highlight the important event. It was worth mentioning that the school was so crappy that they didn't notice the camera that was in class and cafeteria, including outside. This caught them doing their act, including their confession about the reason behind the bullying, which found it very disgusting reason to bully someone. Izuku also learned about the girl's crush on him, but now he felt nothing, especially when he was around Yukiko, who was a major support to him, and his feelings that he developed towards her, which they ended up confessing after 3 years of being pushed by her their mother. That is correct. Izuku after a few weeks has started to call her mom, which she didn't mind, and was extremely happy to see that Izuku saw her as a mother figure instead of an aunt. She also started training Izuku after she managed to feed him nutritious food for the next month to build some weight so he can endure the training that she will put him through, which Izuku didn't mind much considering that he was frail for his age. Izuku did have some moment where he had nightmares whenever he went to sleep at her place, whenever his family left him for a day or two to travel or have fun without him, so he spent those times sleeping with her, which managed to put him to sleep instantly while she watched over him. Izuku also started his training after his body was strong enough, and the training was something he never expected. The first time he found her and Yukiko stripping in front of him, leaving them in their underwear, making him blush heavily. They laughed at his reaction with her saying, "The control magic, you need to be one with your element, that's why you have to build immunity against your magic type, so you can use high tier technique." Izuku understood and said, "Is that why I don't feel cold?" Her smiled and said, "That is correct, Gray. Due to your magic you already have tolerance, but you can strengthen it in being in a harsher area like here for example. Besides, ice make magic is a very unique magic, which gives us the freedom to create what we want. We have 2 type of ice make magic. The first one being static ice make. This type of ice make is characterized by the creation of inanimate objects, such as weapons, or by affecting the environment around them. Second, we have dynamic ice make. This type of ice make focuses on creating animated ice sculptures, usually in the form of animals. It is also said to be quicker to cast than static ice make." Izuku nodded once more with him finally removing his clothes, leaving him only his boxers, making Yukiko blush, but she hid it, but not from her. Izuku felt a lot of cold and started shivering while she said, "Now then, let's run a few laps around the house." Izuku was shocked, but knew he had to comply if he wanted to become strong. He then started doing laps. She also taught him some basic ice make stance by having both hand together, since she forbid both of them of using one hand, since she said that it's unstable when done in one hand, which Yukiko used to do often before she got bonked in her head by her mother. Izuku was also brought into bathtubs which had a lot of ice, and had to sit along with her and Yukiko for hours, until he get used to the cold. He was shivering a lot, while Yukiko was much better than him, but had slight shiver, while wasn't bothered in the slightest. Then said, "Once you 2 build tolerance to ice we will move to building tolerance to fire." Izuku already had compared to Yukiko considering the amount of fire he was exposed to thanks to Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto and Shoka. Izuku also started building a slight habit of taking his cloth off, but it was controlled thanks to Yukiko, who didn't want to advertise her boyfriend body, even if she is willing to share him, and he started taking his clothes off when around her, Yukiko or alone. Izuku also started noticing that he was being stalked by someone, which was noticed by her and Yukiko, and at some point they managed to caught the culprit, which turned out to be another magic user, but turns out to be a water mage. She was confronted by her, which they learned that she kept her distance because wherever she go it rain, which Izuku made a comment about him loving rain, which made her fall unconscious with heart-shape eye, which creeped Izuku out and made both Yukiko and her smirk at him. She was of course welcome and was helped to control the rain including her magic, but that girl didn't know much about privacy and made Izuku feel comfortable, but Yukiko told her that she is willing to share with her, which made Juvia extremely happy and was taught to give Izuku personal space, but she can sometimes be overprotective, which made her chuckle while remembering Silver running from his female stalkers and said, "You have your father luck. I remember he was also running from his female admirer, one of them was your mother." Which Izuku was happy to have something in common with his father, but was creeped out to know that his former mother was a stalker. Izuku at some point had a decent control over static ice make magic and started building resistance over fire, which thanks to his magic, he was able to overcome it quickly, although the change of body heat was different since his body was always cold, so transitioning to fire immediately was a little much to him at the beginning, but he got used to it, including freezing fire or creating ice strong enough to withstand Endeavor fire, which is a great feat in itself, considering how hot Endeavor attack is. Izuku life at school has took a lot of change with him growing stronger, thanks to her feeding him well. He was able to fill his school uniform, making him look well built, catching the attention of the girl including the teacher that at some point, if you open one of the girl galleries, it will be filled with Izuku pictures, which enraged both Kitsumi and Shoka, that what they call sluts have their eyes on their man, which was laughable when Izuku, Yukiko watched the CCTV, but for Juvia she would threaten to march there and beat romantic rivals, which she was restrained by Izuku because he knew she could become extreme at some point. Izuku bullying didn't stop despite him earning the title of hottest kid at middle school, because some kid were jealous of him, including Kitsuki and Shoto, who were pissed that Izuku was the center of attention. But Izuku wasn't bothered anymore with their attack, since their quirk didn't have any effect on him anymore, despite how hard they hit, although he did receive some damage then and there, but it was much better than last time. They of course knew they can't beat him any harder, or it will be noticeable since so far they have been targeting body part where it was covered by the shirt. Izuku also at some point would spend days in Er's place, while his family never noticed his absence, which was recorded of course, and showed that none of them noticed he was gone for days, which was enough for Er to finally gain custody of Izuku, and had Izuku pack anything he find valuable at his former home, while she will come later to bring the paper to gain his custody, which will be signed by Inko and Toshinori whether they like it or not. The reason they chose the next day was because tomorrow was considered a joint birthday between Izuku and Izumi, since the parents were too lazy to make separate birthday parties, and that Izumi was always the most celebrated out of the two, but tomorrow is different since a lot of families will be there which are the tormentors. Izuku was definitely excited for tomorrow, including Yukiko, since he will be permanently around her and won't feel lonely if her mother were to ever go out of house for hero work. Izuku was smirking knowing that tomorrow Izumi's birthday will be ruined and will be a day to not only celebrate her birth, but also to remind them of their failure as a parents and a sister. No one pav. The day was just like any other day for Fullbuster, formerly known as Izuku Yagi. He was walking to the school like every day, but this day was different. He not only will be gaining custody by his mother, but he will also be leaving this trash of a middle school that allowed him to be discriminated and bullied for being quirkless, which is something he won't tolerate this day since he will be showing his supposed quirk and by beating the so-called Big Five, which consistent of his stepsister Izumi Yagi daddy and mommy little girl, Shoto Todoroki, Shoka Todoroki, Kitsuki Bakugo and Kitsumi Bakugo. Izuku was extremely excited and wasn't worried in the slightest of missing his study since he was already advanced academically. Izuku is now 15 years old. His most prominent feature is his spiky black colored hair. He has dark blue eyes and his body is toned and muscular, which is something that gained him extreme lust from all girls at school. His most consistent pieces of clothing are his necklace, which resembles a sword with a stone in it, a metal bracelet, and a chain which is attached to the belt loops on the right side of his pants. Izuku also gains a tattoo symbolizing the Devil Slayer magic on his right arm. Izuku days so far was the usual, which was stares of lust from the girls, who none of them have the guts to approach him to ask him out because of both Shoka and Kitsumi jealousy, which Izuku find extremely hilarious to watch when girls pretend to fall at him just to get to feel his upper body. Some felt bouncy and tried to go for his lower part to check his package, which Izuku would remove there. And before they make contact, Izuku has started his cold persona where he would shut the girls off, which despite his effort only made them hornier because they liked him being rough with them. Izuku was sitting in the class not caring anymore. He have stopped taking notes on other heroes a long time ago, knowing the result, which was a destroyed notebook. Last time he was extremely frustrated when they burned one of his hero notebook that he took around 2 years to write in so far, but luckily he had already memorized everything in the book like his name, so he didn't need to write anymore. That's one of the reason why Izuku studied at home advanced stuff, so he doesn't bring anything with him except water, pen and other necessities if there is an exam, even though they will just sabotage his exam. The teacher just walked to the podium of the class, making everyone quiet down. The teacher was an average man who looked to be around his 30s or 40s. He had yellow hair and brown suit. He stood looking at all the bored student with both Kitsuki and Kitsumi had their legs on the desk swinging the chair, but Kitsumi would often sneak looks at Izuku, who was not really caring much, which surprised her. While Shoto was looking at the window not really bothered with the teacher's speech, Shoka was also pretending to not really care, but she was sneaking glances at Izuku rubbing her legs, seeing his cool and nonchalant demeanor, and Izumi was sitting looking at the teacher bored. The teacher then started speaking. As third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some career aptitude test, but why bother? He then snatched the career aptitude test from the table with a smirk on his face, with some student already activating their quirk. He then stayed for a little suspense before throwing the paper in the air, while everyone had already activated their quirk with only Izuku. The Big Five haven't used their quirk yet, with the teacher saying, "Ha. No, you all want to go the hero track." This led to everyone to cheer loudly. Yeah, the teacher then continues. Yes, you got some very impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourself. Kitsuki, being the loud mouth he is, spoke. Hey teach. Don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I am the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up a sidekick to some busted D-listers. Ha. This comment sent everyone in the room except the Big Five and me into anger, with some of them shouting, "You think you are better than us, Kitsuki? Kitsumi stood up to her brother defense and said. Let's go, I will take you all on. The teacher uninterested that they are fighting each other while I looked at him with a smirk and thought. That loser will lose his job and will be kissing his new prison cell in the next few days. You know what they say, revenge is a dish best eaten cold, and there is no sweeter dish than outliving an enemy. The teacher then looked at the paper and said. Huh. The Big Five got impressive test results, maybe they will get into UA High. Izuku thought. You mean me, you fatso? Oh, I am so looking forwards to seeing all you losers walk out of the school with cuffs on your wrist, with ice shards shoved deep up your ass. The student hearing the teacher comment were in disbelief, given that UA is a prestigious high school, with one girl commenting. They are gonna try for the national school. With another male student commenting. That school has 0.2% acceptance rate. With another one saying. It's impossible to get into. I groaned, which did go unnoticed by everyone due to the loud commotion, since I knew those comments are the reason those idiots have so much ego in them that Izuku felt at some point they will build them a statue. Izumi spoke after being quiet for quite a long while and said. This is exactly why it's the only place worthy of us. Katsuki jumped on the desk and said. We aced all the mocks test, we are the only one at this school who stands a chance of getting in. I will end up more popular than All Might himself, and we will be the richest heroes of all time. People across the world will know who we are, and it all start with UA High. Izuku chuckled and thought. Richest of all time, huh, I'd like to see that. The teacher, still keeping his uninterested look, said. Oh yeah, Yagi, don't you want to go to UA too? Izuku thought. That fat bastard revealing something like that because he knew that would tick those idiot off. Some people started laughing at Izuku, which annoyed him a lot, with Izuku noticing Katsuki charging with his quirk towards him, and he wouldn't let him hurt him today. Izuku then said. Ice make. Wall. Which erupted an ice wall from the ground, making Katsuki hit his head on the ice really hard at how he charged with his explosion, knocking him out. This shocked everyone, including the Big Five. Izuku then said. First thing, my name is not Izuku Yagi, I'd prefer you'd call me Grey Fullbuster. It's the name my biological father wanted me to have, and yes, I am going to UA. Anyone have a problem with that? Izumi was shocked and said. What do you mean, you are a Yagi? Izuku then looked at her and said. Don't pretend, Yagi, I heard everything that night, and I found my father's letter that the whore you call a mother tried to hide from me. Shoka then said. Why would you call your mother a whore, and since when did you have a quirk? Izuku glared at her, making her shrink, and said. This is my last day at this crappy middle school, who did nothing but sabotage my grade to make you lazy quirkist bastard feel better about yourself, and allowed me to get bullied and beaten every day. I am better off myself, since I am advanced academically compared to all of you, so my grades are my least of my concern. Shoto then said. So what, just because you got a quirk doesn't make you hot stuff? I have ice and fire. Izuku smirks and said. Your ice quirk is weak compared to mine. All you can do is freeze things. Well, I can do a lot more than freeze thing, you loser, and beside I've built resistance to fire to the likes of your father, so get off that high horse, you half and half. I feel bad for the people who will be saved by you in the future, that if they allowed you in the first place at UA. Izuku then stood up and said. I came here to say that I have no reason to stay here. I have a lot of things to deal with. The teacher then said. Wait. Homeroom hasn't ended. Izuku then looked at the teacher and said. If that is what you call homeroom, then it seems your teaching license should be revoked. I don't want to sit here to listen to you boosting those losers' ego. Well, you discard people like me or those with weak quirk, but I am not anybody. I don't settle for anything less than UA. Izuku then left, not giving anyone a care, although the girl were fangirling, and said. Izuku is so cool. Izuku returned to her and she said. So how is your day at school? I thought you would come late. Izuku then said. The teacher was the usual, boosting their egos, calling me out for wanting to joining UA, making an idiot charge at me with his quirk, which ended with his face implanted into my ice wall. Her then looked at me and said. So you finally decided to use your magic. Well, good thing you did. That will show them that you aren't weak. Now we have to deal with your former parents. Izuku nodded before hugging her and said. Thank you, Mom, for everything you've done for me so far. Her smiled a lot and said. Idiot, of course I will love you no matter what. Izuku nodded before leaving to his room to rest for the day, before having to return to get his things. No one pav. It has been a few hours since Izuku left the school in the middle of the day, not really caring. Izumi was seen walking along with the Todorokis and Bakugos. All of them were in a daze at what happened today. No, everyone at school was in a daze, except the girls, who were fangirling and were upset that Izuku will be leaving. Izumi couldn't believe what she heard. Izuku called their mother a whore, something she didn't expect her sweet and innocent brother to say, not to mention he is calling himself Grey Fullbuster, not to mention the quirk he demonstrated, which is remind her of a certain pro her quirk, but she can't remember who it was, but all she can think right now was how much she hurt Izuku. He was kind towards them, but they ended up beating him up for years, all just to make him give up on his dream. Shoka and Kitsumi were having similar thought, but they were trying to assure themselves that he will forgive them since it's his nature, but they were in for a big surprise. Shoto was pissed that Izuku had a quirk and hid it, not to mention he claimed that his ice quirk is more powerful than his ice, which he has hard time to admit that it's true. Kitsuki was another different case. He was filled with unbridled rage towards Izuku, since he was humiliated in front of everyone and became the laughing stock of everyone at school, something he was never used to. Shoka was the first to speak. "Do you think he will forgive us?" Kitsuki said. "Of course he will, he is a pussy." Kitsumi then said. "Pussy? Kitsuki, he just wrecked you with just one attack." Kitsuki shouted. "It was a lucky one and it will never happen." Izumi then says. "I can't help but feel that his quirk is similar to someone." Shoto then says. "You are talking about the number 2 hero Ice Creati." Shoka I widen and said. "But how?" Izumi then says. "How about we tell dad and mom today?" The other 4 nod their head in agreement as they went to Izumi house since today is their joint birthday, something they celebrate a birthday instead of Izuku. Walking to the house, they open the door of the house to be met with the guests, which was Shota Izawa, Eraserhead, Sorahiko Torino, Gran Torino, Principal Nezu, Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, Rei Todoroki, Snowflake, Mitsuki Bakugo, Masaru Bakugo. Izumi was greeted by her father and mother, who hugged her affectionately and brought her to the table. After everyone settled down, some wondered that a member of the family is missing, but it was answered by the door opening, and walking in the hallway was Izuku, who casually walked without a shirt on, and everyone was looking at him, and suddenly his pants fell off by itself, making Shoka and Kitsumi have a nosebleed, while everyone watched surprised at what was happening in front of their eyes. Not 5 minutes later and we see Izuku with a new set of clothes, and he looked at the ground and said, "When did that get here?" Everyone sweat drop at Izuku antics as he picked the clothes, shoving it in a duffel bag, with Izawa asking. "Izuku, where are you going? Today is your birthday." Izuku looked at Izawa and said. "Hey uncle, what birthday? Nobody has celebrated my birthday 10 to 11 years until now." It was all Izumi. "Speaking of which, Inko and Toshinori, I want you to sign this paper." Izuku places a paper with Inko asking. "What is this paper, Izuku?" Izuku said. "First thing, my name is Grey Fullbuster, and that would be a paper that say that you disown me and move my custody over to my aunt Fullbuster." Izuku finished letting the words sink, and not later chaos ensued, with Toshinori standing up and said. "Why?" Inko then said. "I am not signing this, you are our son." Gran Torino shouted. "Shut up." Everyone quiet down, with Gran Torino asking. "What happened, Izuku? I don't think you would just out of nowhere come here asking to have your custody to be transferred." Izuku then said. "Bingo." Izuku then threw a flash drive towards Principal Nezu and said. "This 5 years worth of bullying, neglect, suicide baiting and many more. Don't worry, I highlighted the important stuff." The kids were horrified, with Izumi saying. "You didn't do what I think you did." Izuku then smirked and said. "Of course, 5 years I placed camera everywhere in the house, including the school, which caught everything, which would have you 5 blacklisted from any hero school forever, not to mention All Might big secret, which I intend to reveal if the big buffin doesn't sign the paper and transfer my custody over to my mother." Aizawa then said. "What is going on?" Izuku then said. "Well, you see, 11 years ago, at the age of 4, when I was diagnosed as quirkless, I was pushed away from any family activity to the point that my supposed mother stopped cooking for me, that I had to start cooking for myself just to survive, not to mention those 5 angels has bullied me using their quirks, and the school didn't do anything, but they did the opposite. They encouraged them, and even sabotaged my grades to make them feel better about themselves. Later, I found an interesting thing under Inko and Toshinori bed. What do you think it was? It was my father letter that she hid from me just because of a quarrel between her and my father, who only wanted her safety. Later I met her, my aunt aka Ice Creati, who we didn't know about each other, and she was the only one who didn't laugh at my dream of wanting to become a hero, but encouraged me. But when she learned that I was her brother's son, she asked me to gather as much evidence so she can gain custody over me. She have treated me far more better in 5 years than my own biological mother. That's why you will transfer my custody to her, or I will release this on the media, including one for all secret, the one you said that you want someone from your family to inherit. Actually, All Might, you were the one who confirmed to me that I am not your son and made me dig into information." Everyone by now was shocked, but All Might was not happy and said, "Who told you to get in our room?" He was met by a kick to the face by Gran Torino, who started stomping on his face and said, "Is that all you have to say? You are a disgrace to Nana teaching. I bet she is rolling in her grave right now, you disappointment." Aizawa glared at Inko and said, "Is that really true?" Inko had her face down with tear rolling down her face. Rei stood up before slapping Inko in the face and said, "Is that how you treat your son, Inko? I saw you as a sweet and caring mother." Inko, who was sobbing, said, "I just didn't think I was hurting him. I thought he needed space, not to mention he reminded of my ex-husband." Izuku then said, Actually, you didn't divorce, you just got remarried behind his back, something he predicted and mentioned in the letter. I heard that you stalked him a lot back when you were teenagers, even in Bath. Everyone stopped when they heard the last part with Inko. Instead of tearing up, she remembered an image of Silver naked while smiling. She fell on the ground with a heavy nosebleed and heart-shaped eye. Gran Torino and Principal Nezu and Endeavor and Masaru were laughing hysterically at the scene, clutching their stomach in pain. All Might was angry, and Izumi was terrified and thought, "No. That can't be true now, Dad might divorce Mom." After everyone recomposed themselves, Izuku said, "I didn't come here to watch drama, so I just want the papers signed and get this over with. I have a birthday to celebrate with my 2 girlfriend and Mom." Shoka and Kitsumi heart broke when they heard the word girlfriend with Shoka, then said, "No, tell me it's not true." Kitsumi then said, "Please Izuku, forgive us, I just wanted you to be safe, I didn't want you to die pursuing her own career." Principal Nezu spoke. "No, I had a look at the content of the flash drive, and I am extremely disappointed in all of you. Kitsuki, what possessed you to tell Izuku to take a swan dive of the roof of the building?" Both Masaru and Mitsuki gasped in shock, with Principal Nezu raising the volume of the video which recorded the bullying and the suicide baiting. Principal Nezu then said, "Just from that video I am having second thoughts about accepting you 5 to UA. Kitsuki then shouted, "Wait, what?" He received a slap to the head by his mother, who was gripping her fist, and said, "Shut up, Kitsuki, you should be ashamed of yourself telling Izuku to take a swan dive. Are you out of your mind? And you young lady, you said you loved him, but I see the opposite." Endeavor looked at his kid in disappointment and said, "I guess we gave you too much freedom to act and didn't discipline you enough. When we get home there will be new and strict rules that you will follow. Failure to do so will result in consequences." All Might and Inko were reluctant to sign the paper, but a female voice was heard. "Sign the paper, Inko, you have disappointed me greatly." Everyone looked at the door to see the number 2 hero. Everyone was shocked, with Inko yelling, "You stole my son." Her then said, "I didn't steal anything, you were the reason why he wanted me to take him in. You neglected him just because he was quirkless. Do you know that Izuku is suffering from PTSD even until no? Did you know that he was malnourished to some extent, that his bone was visible from his chest because they would constantly burn his food that he made at school? But I treated him all because you would leave him the house for days to have your little vacation without him." Everyone by now was shocked by this new revelation, with Gran Torino yelling, "What the hell, do you want to tell me that you didn't notice your son suffering from PTSD and is malnourished? What the hell is wrong with you two? All Might, you told me that you would support quirkless people because you were once there, but you neglected the one person that needed your help more than anything." Inko, seeing the situation she is in, could only beg, "Please give me chance to redeem myself to Izuku." Izuku then said, "You're too late for that. I don't feel safe around you anymore. Just sign the paper and get this over with, or we will have this aired at TV, and your career will come flushing down the drain, and those 5 will lose any chance of joining any hero school, because I am sure that Principal Nezu will allow them at UA under thin ice." Izawa then said, "No, they should be blacklisted, Nezu, not to mention Aldera Jr. must be dealt with immediately." Nezu sighs and said, "I will think about my decision once I review everything in the folder." Her then said, "I am gonna take part in arresting the people that hurt my son." Izuku smiled before hugging her and said, "Thank you, Mom." Her smiled and hugged Izuku back, saying, "Anything for you, son." Inko heart shattered, but she could only sign the paper, knowing that if she didn't, her daughter and friend will lose their chance of ever becoming heroes. Izuku then said, "Good, that wasn't hard at all, isn't it?" Inko could only tear up as she have lost her rights to ever gaining custody over Izuku. Izuku then said, "Me and Mom are leaving since we have full day. Today is the best birthday gift ever." Izumi only thought, "This is the worst birthday ever." Her then grabbed Izuku's hand as they left, smiling, shutting the door behind them, making Inko crying a lot with Toshinori. Despite being jealous of Silver, he wanted to console his wife, while Izumi did the same. Ray, Mitsuki and Masaru and the kids felt bad for Inko, but Izawa, Principal Nezu and Endeavor weren't bothered by her tears because they knew she and All Might drove their son away. Izawa then said, "That's what happened when you neglect him for years. You can't expect him to stay when you beg him for forgiveness." Principal Nezu then said, "The damage is done. We will be communicating later about what we will do with the 5 of you, including your teaching license, All Might and Inko." Gran Torino was already walking out of the door and said, "Don't ever ask me to help your daughter at training her at One for All, because I won't do it." All Might tried to argue. "But sir." He was cut off with Gran Torino saying, "I don't care." He then left the door, followed by everyone else, leaving the destroyed family to mend what little left of their relationship. No one Pav. It has been a month ever since Ur gained custody of Izuku by threatening Toshinori and Inko with releasing secret information which didn't give them any room to argue, and the process of custody transfer was a success. Izuku couldn't be any more happier to be around his mother and two amazing girlfriends who supported him, although one of them took her stalking to new levels, but she was tamed. Eldera was now history as it was shut down, and the teacher who took part in bullying were quickly arrested, and those who watched and didn't do anything had their teaching license revoked and had to take another classes to regain it. Izuku could remember the day it all went down. His mother, Principal Nezuha Nozawa and Gran Torino, went inside the school, and screams was the only sound that could be heard from school before the teacher were found transported to the hospital with severe frostbites and broken bones. Izuku could be now seen walking deep in the forest one morning trying not to wake up anyone, but he did leave a note in case someone looked for him. He was walking until he noticed that there was a girl who looked to be older than him by a year or two. She was a pale-skinned woman with dark purple hair and brown eyes, and shared a lot of similarities towards his mother. Izuku could see her glaring towards his house and had a bad feeling, so he asked, "Hey." The girl looked towards him and was shocked that she was found out. Izuku asked, "Can I help you?" The girl then said, "Nothing, I don't need your help." Izuku asked, "If you want shelter, I don't think mother will have any problem with that." The girl seemed to be angry and asked, "Mother?" Izuku said, "She isn't biologically my mother since she is only my aunt, but she treated me more better than my own biological mother." She seemed to calm down a little, so I said, "But if I have to say something, you do look familiar to her. Your resemblance are uncanny. It reminds me of her deceased older daughter." The girl was shocked and said, "What do you mean deceased daughter?" Izuku said, "I don't usually tell this to anyone, but I feel like I can trust you, but she told me her daughter was born with a lot of power inside her, that her body couldn't handle it properly, so a friend of her suggested a place that specializes in this type of problem, but later they told her that her daughter was dead and that there were no remains. She used to cry every night while holding her daughter clothes." The girl was silently crying as she said, "But how? They told me that she abandoned me." Izuku said, "Say what now?" The girl took a deep breath and said, "My name is Yultir Milkovich, and they told me that my mother abandoned me because I was a disappointment to her." Izuku was honestly shocked before he smiled brightly and hugged Yultir and said, "Mother have been crying every night to sleep because she thought she failed you, but now that you are alive, maybe you can bring her to smile more again." Yultir started crying harder as she realized that she was never hated and was never abandoned, so Izuku held her in his arm and walked towards the house. Yultir said, "Wait, what are you doing?" Izuku smiled. "Bringing you back to home." Yultir said, "But I don't know if I am ready." Izuku said, "Trust me." 10 minutes walking they found the house. Opening the door he was greeted by a worried who said, "Gray, where have you been?" Izuku said, "Sorry mom, I went to train outside but found something you might like." Izuku places Yultir down, and when saw her she started tearing up and said, "Yultir?" Yultir looked down with tear in her eyes and said, "Yes mom." Pounced on her older daughter and started crying as she took her daughter's scent and said, "Yultir, it really is you, but how they told me you died." Izuku said, "They lied to you mom, they were interested in her high-level magic and wanted to use her, so they lied to her and told her that you abandoned her." Was enraged and said, "They did what?" Yultir started crying and said, "I am sorry mom for thinking that you would ever abandon me." Calmed down and went to calm her distressed daughter. By this time Yukiko came down and saw the scene of her mother hugging an unknown girl that looked like another version of her mother, so she asked, "Gray, what's going on?" Izuku sighed and said, "I found her while walking outside to train and turned out to be your older sister Yultir Fullbuster." Yukiko was shocked and said, "What? How?" Izuku said, "They lied about her death just like they told her that she was abandoned." Yukiko was enraged but calmed down and then forwards and said, "Hello, my name is Yukiko Fullbuster. I've always wanted to meet you big sister." Yultir looked up and opened one of her arm, gesturing her to come into the hug, which Yukiko ran towards her older sister for a hug. Izuku smiled at the beautiful reunion and took a picture while they were oblivious. Wiped her tears and said, "Gray, are you going to stand there watching us? Come join us." Izuku smiled and joined the family hug. They stayed like this for a half an hour before Izuku said, "Mother, how about you and big sister go sleep together? I am sure you have a lot to talk about." Said, "Good idea Gray." Then dragged Yultir through the house towards her room and she hugged her daughter to her chest the whole day. No one pav. It has been 2 months so far with only 6 months remaining before the entrance exam. This 2 months were by far the best for both and Yultir and Yukiko, although Yukiko was less excited than since she didn't know much about Yultir except the stories, so she didn't know how to react, although she did welcome her older sister warmly. Was extremely grateful for Izuku finding her missing older daughter, although Izuku denied the credit of finding her, since she was actually spying on them, and she confessed that she was her missing daughter, but still thanked Izuku, and rewarded him by teaching him new spells, as a way of thanking him, since she knew Izuku liked to be knowledgeable. At the beginning Yule was somewhat locked in the house and monitored, although it annoyed Yule she understood where her mother coming from since she was missing from the age of 4, and she returns at the age of 16 all well, so she'd obviously start being paranoid to lose her again. And Izuku didn't take it nicely when they first heard about Brain, the one who gave Yule to hoping that he'd be able to cure the crazy amount of magic residing inside her tiny body, so when Yule relayed the whole story. And Izuku found themselves marching towards the Bureau of Magical Development, but they found it destroyed. Apparently Yule unconsciously destroyed the lab in their little experiment. Yule has started to develop feelings for Izuku along the way. She admired his dedication, his compassion and love for other. He was caring towards her, even when her mother was away at work of course. She also felt close towards him, due to the terrible childhood they both suffered. Noticed the sign, and she could only sigh and smile as she thought. He takes more from his father than I imagined. I guess all I could do is support them and whatever they choose. Then supported Yule in her confession and approved of Izuku since she knew how he treated Yukiko and Juvia and how loyal he could be, since she did see the girls who attempted to get with him, but he rejected them, although he could have worked on how he rephrase it, since sometimes he can come out as rude, but the girls would always love the tough guy act, so it's only added fire on the already raging fire. Yule of course started training as well along with Izuku and Yukiko, and they were extremely surprised to see her able to do ice make magic, with her capable of performing her spell, although it wasn't at the same caliber. Was overjoyed that she can pass her type of magic, which was static magic, onto Yule, while Yukiko specialized into dynamic ice make magic and Izuku specialized into static ice magic and slight dynamic ice make magic. Yule of course introduced her new magic that she learned, which was Arc of Time, and explained why she learned it, which was that she wanted to rewind time to before she supposedly been abandoned, and that she felt jealousy towards both Izuku and Yukiko, because she thought she got abandoned for being weak. That of course broke everyone's heart, but the one most affected by this was since she hugged her daughter even more and cried a lot and swore painful death to Brain when she find him. Has improved quite a lot mentally, and she became quite happy. She of course didn't forget about Izuku and Yukiko, since she didn't want to be a version of Inko, where she neglect her son and youngest daughter over the oldest, although she had a pretty good reason. She of course spent time with her children equally, and would take them out to enjoy movies, dinner and other fun stuff, although had to pretty much cover her hair, since she was the number 2 pro hero, and didn't want to be swarmed by fans. Same could be said for Yukiko, since she had a lot of resemblance towards her mother. Izuku of course had run-ins with the Yagis who tried to convince him to return to them and forgive them, but they were rudely rejected. Since Izuku wasn't kind towards people he didn't like, he could also be stoic to any random person, unless they proved to be trustworthy of seeing his other face, which is cheerful, smiley CT. Yule and Yukiko and Juvia were pretty much protective of him, and that made Kitsumi and Shoka quite angry, and even outright claimed Izuku as their man, which got them planted 6 feet underground by an enraged Juvia, Yule and Yukiko. Izuku has spent the rest of the day laughing at the scene that he even took a picture of it to humiliate them later if they didn't get the gist. One day Izuku woke up with his usual stripping, where he was only in his short and was training outside until the Demon Slayer mark appeared on his body. It was at this time that the rest of the family walked out to see Izuku. Juvia was worried and asked, "Grey dear, what happened?" Izuku said, "Don't know, but I am okay." sighed and said, "That's Devil Slayer magic, it's something you inherited from your father." Izuku said, "Yeah. Come to think of it, he did mention it in his letter, so what now?" Then said, "We will have to train it obviously, but I recommend to not use it for a long period, since from what I heard it rip the user's humanity, since it drive them to insanity for those who are more or less amateur, but when you train it, you won't have that problem." Izuku nodded his head as he think about retracting the black marking, and it worked. Izuku then said, "I will read my father book, since he seemed to be more or less the only user of it right now." Nodded and said, "I will help you with your training, but don't overwork yourself, okay Grey?" Izuku said, "Yes mother." Izuku was then taken to the summit of the mountain where the cold is concentrated up there, and he had to get used to that amount of cold, and for the first time Izuku felt cold. He of course complied with his mother order and stayed at the summit. He was then later dragged to home, since he was encased in ice and had to sit in front of the chimney for the rest of the night and the next half day to cool off before he returned to complete his training. This went on for a month before he was able to sit on top for a day and a half. That was enough to have Izuku step up to the next level in his Demon Slayer form, as now the mark cover his right eye and his right chest. His hair would go upward showing his forehead, although he looked quite handsome for the females. Izuku this time was told to stay at the summit, but there was a new trick. He have to use his demon slayer magic to control the weather from up there to either increase or decrease the cold from up there. That should be enough to give him idea on how to control his magic, with him being far away from any city. Izuku of course came close to destroying the mountain multiple times, and Mount Hakab made the news at TV, because the meteorologist couldn't even understand what is going on. Of course, some people went there to check on the source, but they couldn't come close because of the intense cold, but they managed to capture the silhouette of a person, and Izuku pretty much became a trend, although he had his back to the camera. Izuku was ecstatic when he learned he could eat other ice to replenish his magic and found it extremely useful, and was happy when he learned he could freeze an entire land with just the flick of a finger, and they can't be destroyed easily, not even by endeavor. Izuku managed to learn 5 techniques his father enlisted in the book, which were Ice Devil Shiver, which allows him to pretty much creates an ice shard funnel that form a straight line heading for its target. The second technique is Ice Devil Laughter, which he creates medium to large shards of ice and releases it onto their target in a flurry. The third technique is Ice Devil Rage. It's where after inhaling, Izuku releases a large purple blizzard of cold air, ice and, seemingly, snow from their mouth, directing it towards an area of their choosing. The blizzard inflicts great damage upon those it contacts, causing everyone unable to resist it to be sent flying away with great force, as well as leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake, heavily damaging the area it passes through. The fourth technique is Ice Devil's Fang, which Izuku jumps up and clads his arms in ice and lands a hit on the enemy, followed by consecutive punches. His final technique is considered to be defensive, and it's called Ice Devil's Resentment. It's where Izuku boosts his own magic by laughing. Izuku, after finishing learning to use his father technique, he started creating his own technique based on his ice make magic static. The first technique he created was Ice Devil's Zerath Long Sword. He covers his right fist with his left palm and separates them, creating an ethereal sword in between his two hands, then delivers a swift cut to the target while encasing them in solid ice. His second technique was Ice Devil's Zerath Destruction Bow. He creates an intricate bow made of ice and charges it with an ice arrow that is fired at the target at high speeds. Once the arrow makes contact with its target, it turns into a spiky array of ice. His third technique was Ice Devil's Zerath Destruction Fist. He, after using ice make to mold and shape the ice from Devil Slayer magic or any type of ice make spell, he then creates a pair of destructively powerful gauntlets with the same properties as the aforementioned spell and punches their desired target. His fourth technique is Ice Devil Burial. He creates a circular barrier of ice, followed up with an ice shard attack in the middle of it. Izuku by the end of the 6th month had good control over his Ice Devil Slayer form and could tap into it whenever he want, and is just refining his technique. No one pav. 9 months have finally passed with a lot of things happening in Grey life, with him finally getting free from his ex-middle school that allowed him to be tormented, to him having his custody moved to his aunt Fullbuster, who he started to call her mother, and to finding her missing older daughter Yultir and having them reconcile after 12 years of being separated, and finally he got a grip on his Demon Slayer form, as he can tap into it willingly, but he rarely used it. Now we could see Grey walking in casual clothes along with Yukiko and Yultir and Juvia, who held one arm. Most guys were glaring daggers at Grey, as they were jealous that a guy like him have 3 hot girls. It also didn't help that Yukiko was the spiting image of her mother, that some fan mistook her for her mother. Finally arriving at the gates of UA, they walked inside and were met with other students from different middle school. Grey then saw his tormentors walking in front of him as he sighs. Grey. Can't this day get any worse? Yukiko? You know they are on thin ice right now, so if they do something extreme they will lose their place here or any hero school in general. Grey. Glad they are, at least it will hold them back from doing something stupid unless they want to get blacklisted. Juvia. I will beat those romantic rivals. Grey sigh. Juvia, you know that we are dating, right, so why would you even call them rivals to begin with? Yultir. She is just worried that they will try something on you to take you from us. Grey smile as he brought the 3 into a hug and kiss on their lips. Grey. No worries, like I would ever fall in love with my tormentors. The 3 girls smiled happily as they all marched to the auditorium where they will take their entrance exam. Inside auditorium, Grey could be seen accompanied by his 3 hot girlfriends and sat in 4 seats far away from his tormentors, as he didn't want to get angry and kill them, since he hated them a lot for claiming that he is their property months ago. They sat in silence as they observed each and every student out there, and none of them had really much presence to them. After a few minutes of everyone settling in their seat, the light shut down as Present Mick walked out with a big smile, and I knew he will be a major pain in the ass. Present Mick. Hello everybody, can I get a hey? Everyone remained silent, making Present Mick sigh. Present Mick. Tough crowd. Now today you rocking boys and girl will be doing the practical test, where you will have to destroy 3 robots. Sadly for him, Present Mick couldn't continue as a blue hair kid interrupted him by raising his hand. Present Mick couldn't decline him. Present Mick, ask. Yes, examiner number 142, what is your question? Blue hair kid stood up. It says here that there is 4 robots, but you only mention 3. If this a misprint in UA material, then this school should be ashamed. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do, and you the dark blue kid with 3 girls around you. You had the same uninterested look and are fooling around with those 3 girls. If you are not serious about this, then leave. Bray got pissed as he raised his hand and swiped it, making to his right as the blue hair kid turned into ice. Everyone was shocked and some shivered in both cold and fear. Bray. It's people like you that I hate the most. They see themselves as high and mighty. Stupid Sonic ripoff think he can tell me what I can do. You'll tear. Gray, please unfreeze him. We don't want trouble with the staff. Present Mick. Apologies little listener, but please no quirk usage in the auditorium. Bray unfreezed the blue hair kid reluctantly as the blue hair was shivering in both cold and fear as he realized he was angering the wrong person and sat down. Present Mick. For your earlier question, examiner number 142, the 4th robot is a 0-pointer and won't gain you anything. That's why it's best if you avoid it. Now everyone will be assigned to a battle center, so check your cards that is under your chairs. Izuku along with his girlfriends picked from underneath their chairs cards which had their designated cities that they will be in and what bus they should take. Surprisingly, all 4 of them were assigned to the same city. Bray. So I guess we are all together. Juvia. Yeah. Isn't that great, Gray-sama? Bray, smile. Yeah, it is. Yukiko. Try not to use your Devil Slayer too much, you know its drawback. Bray. I understand, I might use it against a 0-pointer, but even then I don't think it will need that much power. You'll tear. I will probably have to use Arch of Time instead of Ice Make, since they might suspect of why our magic are the same. Bray. There is no need for that since we are all Fullbuster and it's written in our files. You'll tear. Oh yeah. Almost forgot about that since I had changed my name before to Yultir Milkovich. The 4 then stood up as they headed towards the changing room and changed into a more comfortable clothes and not their hero costume. Juvia. How do I look, Gray-sama? Bray. You look amazing as always, Juvia. Yukiko. Then what about me? Bray. You look amazing, a replica of your mother, beautiful and strong. Yukiko, blush. Thank you, you don't look bad yourself. You'll tear. What about me? I couldn't bring my other clothes since it could be considered a hero costume. Bray. You look amazing as well, you'll tear. Nice kimono by the way. You'll tear, blush. Thanks. I then looked to my surrounding to see some people staring at my girlfriends. Some are even talking about Yukiko and her resemblance towards the number 2 pro hero, and some had lust, but just a glare from my part mixed with killer intent made them get the point as they saw what I did in the auditorium to the blue hair kid and they didn't want to be victim. Present Mick could be seen climbing to a post as he attempted for the 2nd time to have everyone cheer with him, but nobody did. I am starting to feel bad for the guy. The door of the exam opened as me and my girlfriends were the first to rush inside the mock city, with people shouting at us to return, but we just ignored them as they are idiots and haven't read the pamphlet. One thing I learned over the years is to not trust that proctor will give you all the answer. Sometimes you have to find the answers yourself, and if anybody read the pamphlet like we did, he will state indirectly that there are rescue points and that there are no countdowns in real battle. Those fools won't even make it into UA with this type of mindset. Creating an ice make. Sword. I started cutting through the robots like a butter or freezing them with a swipe of my hand. So far I have accumulated around 35 points and it only have been a minute in the exam. Present Mick. What are you all doing? There are no countdown in real battle. They were met with either destroyed robots or frozen ones. Some tried breaking the ice, but they couldn't. Some managed to destroy the robot by pushing the ice to shatter in contact with the ground, but that wouldn't gain them point as the rules stated to either destroy or incapacitate them. But the staff. We could see the staff watching the exam. Some had bored expression, some were neutral, some were excited. Cementos. Quite a good batch this year. Principal Nezu. Yes, it is. Vlad. In Mock City B it couldn't be considered an exam, considering that only 4 are the one that are destroying the robots, not to mention the rest of the examiner are trying to destroy the robots inside the ice, which wouldn't gain them points. All the staff member looked at the screen showing Grey Group destroying the robots with ease and their mastery over their quirk and techniques. Snipe. Who are they? That would be my children. Snipe. The staff turned their head to see the guest which was walking through the darkness of the room until the light of the monitor lit the figure face, revealing none other than her Fullbuster, the number 2 pro hero. Midnight. Wait. The number 2 pro hero, Principal Mind explaining. Nezu, grin. Well, she is the new heroic teacher of class 1A. Present Mick. I thought All Might and Magnetic will be the heroic teacher of 1A. Izawa. All Might and Magnetic did something horrible which I don't know if I should be the one to tell you about it, so we can't trust him in this class. Maybe 1B, but 1A not a chance. Ectoplasm. If I am not stepping out of line, mind telling me what All Might and Magnetic did specifically to take precaution when putting him with our students. Izawa points at her. That's for her to decide whether she want to tell you or not. I don't mind at all. Well, you see, Gray Fullbuster isn't technically my son, he is my nephew. I am sure you remember the previous number 1 hero. Snipe, mutter. Absolute zero. Correct. My older brother was married to Magnetic previously. They had a fallout between them as Silver wanted to keep her away from the danger of his work, but she didn't want to listen and wanted to follow him, which almost resulted in Gray being put in danger. She then remarried to All Might and had a daughter, Izuku Yagi, but Izuku wasn't born with a quirk at the age of 4 like anyone else, so you could expect the outcome: neglected at home, bullied at his middle school. Told his dream of becoming a hero is nothing and should jump from a roof. That's when he met me. I didn't know at the time that he was my nephew. He asked me if I could become a hero, and I asked him his motives, and it was noble, so I told him to follow his dream. That's until I learned that he inherited his father quirk. Also, due to the neglect, he suffered PTSD, love deprived, as any hug or kiss could push him to the brink of tears, but he has recovered quite nicely. Besides, the nightmares became rare. Everyone by now had a look of shocks and were trying to process the bomb that was thrown. None of them expected 2 pro heroes the likes of All Might and Magnetic to be bad parents, as they always boasted about their daughter, but to learn that Magnetic had another son that she hid away and neglected for a quirk is heartbreaking. Some were impressed with Gray for holding that long, but still mental. Problem is quite horrible for a child to have, but for the other, they were quite angry and disgusted with All Might and Magnetic. Lad, disgusted. Principal, I want both All Might and Magnetic to not be left alone with my students. If they can't take care of their own stranger, then I won't expect them to take care of my students or not play favorites. Nezu. That have been already decided. Vlad, you will also be there to observe heroic classes. Vlad, satisfy. Good. Nezu. No, then shall we bring the 0-pointer? Nezu pressed the red button as he started laughing, scaring everyone except her, who was amused. Back with Izuku. So far the test has been going well for Gray, more so because he is capable of freezing a wide range of robots like what he did before in the beginning of the exam. As for Yukiko, she was doing well as her dynamic ice magic give her both long and close range attack, as she created eagles to scout the area or animals like gorilla to destroy the robots. Yultir used Arch of Time to destroy robots, and when the robots are regrouped, she would use Rosencrone or Ice Volcano. Juvia, on the other hand, her mastery over her water magic was very good that robots couldn't hurt her, since her body was purely made out of water. The 4 of them were the only ones with score above 150 points, as they have long surpassed All Might record and were extremely satisfied. As for the other participants, well, it was chaos. Some started to destroy robots, but some were idiotic enough to target the encased robots, so they remained stuck at 0 point. At some point the ground started to shake. Some participants fell on the ground in fear, as the 0-pointer have made its appearance. Its presence was intimidating for those who are weak-hearted, as it height towered over the buildings and started to destroy everything in its path. It was then that the scream of the participants echoed through the entire city, as they all ran away in fear, some pushing the other away to get to safety. This act not only disgusted the staff that were watching, but also Gray group, who had disappointed look. Gray and his girlfriends have took over the rescue as they put the 0-pointer as the less priority. Thanks to Yukiko Ice Eagles that were scouting the area, the rescue operation was quite easy, as they have saved multiple students, whether the ones who were stuck under the debris, or those who were outright fainted, or those who went over the limit of their quirk and couldn't save themselves any longer. Gray, seeing the 0-pointer closer to them, his hair started to go up, signifying his Devil Slayer mode, as he brought his hand up vertically. Gray, mutter. Ice make. Silver. To everyone's shock and horror, the mighty 0-pointer was defeated with just 1 attack, as the 0-pointer could be seen frozen, and despite its crazy weight which surpassed that of 1 ton, the ice haven't shattered as it stood tall and strong. Gray, along with his girlfriends, casually continued the rescue operation, ignoring the shock and terrified faces of everyone, before Present Mick voice was heard all over City B. Present Mick, shock. The practical test is over. Gray and his girlfriend, after rescuing everyone and placing them to the entrance, just casually walked away. This time nobody dared to stand near them or in front of them, as they left them space to walk in, like as if royalty are walking among them, which made Izuku and the other amused. Back with the staff. Everyone had a look of shock, including Nezu and Izawa, as they didn't think that the 0-pointer would be taken down with just 1 attack. Wasn't even phased, as she knew about this technique from his training at the mountain. Present Mick was shocked that he was speechless, and that is a great feat. Casually. Good. His control improved. Last time he almost destroyed Mount Hakab. Nezu spit his tea, and everyone head snapped towards her, who casually looked towards them, not fazed by what she just said. What? Is there something on my face? Nezu. Hold on. Did you say Mount Hakab? Yep. I was training him up there in the summit. Glad, shock. So the so-called natural disaster was him training? Yeah. He was training up there to get used to the cold up there, while also controlling his other part of his quirk. Present Mick. Damn. Ectoplasm, sigh in relief. Well, I am glad he is aiming to be a hero. God knows what the kid could become if he was our enemy. Cementos, cries. Oh no. That means he will destroy everything I create. Nezu, I expect a raise for this. Nezu. I would argue with you, but you are right, all of you are going to get a raise. The staff cheers as they are going to get a raise pretty soon, all thanks to the destructive power of Grey Fullbuster. Well, had an amused look. Back with Izuku. We could see him walking out of the school ground followed by his 3 girlfriends as they talked about their scored, how they handled it, and what they want to work on those 2 weeks before their results, which they are pretty sure they got in. Bray, laughing. Oh man. That was quite hilarious when the people were treating like some superiors after my ice makes silver. Yukiko. Yeah. Now that will show them to not mess with us or me in that matter. You'll tear. It was entertaining than I thought despite the exam being quite easy. Juvia. Juvia thinks she did extremely well. Juvia wants a kiss from Gray-sama. Bray then kissed Juvia, who had heart-shaped eye, and he kissed both Yultir and Yukiko before they left towards their home, as they are quite satisfied with the result they got both written and practical exam. Bray was seen walking to UA with Yultir, Yukiko and Juvia. They had a smile etched on their faces as they are going to their dream hero school. They knew that they were in UA as they have passed the written test, and they dominated the practical test, so it will be stupid if they got rejected, and they don't think their mother will take it nicely. Walking towards the gate, they could see some students talking with each other, which they assume would be their upperclassmen. Gray hoped that he could go to 1A without being noticed, but luck wasn't on his side, as most girls stared at him with lust in their eyes, and the boys were in a mix of proud, jealousy, lust towards his girlfriends, which pissed him off, but the girls glared at them, releasing bloodlust, making them turn around. Yultir, sigh. Hormonal boys. Bray, sigh. Hormonal girls. Both looked at each other before they bursted into a laughter, as both of them have agreed on something. They then walked towards a door that read 1, which they assumed to be a door for first years. Getting in, they walked the floor of the school, as they have to a lot of turn, which annoyed Gray a lot along with the girls, with how Nezu throw his money on long hauls to torture students. Bray. Why does Nezu like to torture student with long hauls? I wouldn't be surprised if he want to turn the school into a maze. Yukiko, sigh. I feel you, Gray. After many excruciating turns, they found themselves in front of a massive door which had 1A written on it. Gray sighed once more at the huge door, as he knew for a fact there is nobody with that size that can come in here. Yultir. Is he trying to intimidate the students because he is a chimera? Juvia. Juvia know that Gray-sama can beat anyone, even this door can't stand a chance against my beloved. Bray, sigh. Thanks, Juvia. Juvia was happy as she happily grabbed his arm, placing it in between her breast. Before they opened the door to the class, looking around the class, they could see that it is divided into groups of people, with of course the Bakugos being there arguing with the same kid that he froze in the auditorium for being stuck up. The conversation was quite interesting to say the least, as the Bakugos were threatening the blue hair kid by crushing him, which didn't go well with him. Bray walked along with his girlfriends to their seat. He noticed a purple hair midget starting at his girlfriend, and the midget found himself staring at death, as Gray didn't hold back at the bloodlust, making the great midget shake in fear before he passed out, getting seated with Juvia being behind him, Yukiko being in front, and to his left was Yultir. The blue hair kid noticed them but kept his distance as he knew not to mess with Gray after the stunt he pulled in the auditorium, and knew that Gray doesn't have any problem leaving him 6 feet underground. Gray could obviously sense Izawa outside and knew that his uncle doesn't like time being wasted. Bray, carefree. You know class have started and the teacher is waiting outside, so you should get to your seat if you don't want to anger him. Giro. Dude, chill, there are no teacher beside, this is first day. Bray. Suit yourself, but don't blame me when he expel any of you. Uraraka, worried. Isn't that extreme? He is right. Everyone turning their head, they were met with a caterpillar. Gray, seeing this, internally smirked at his uncle's entrance, but put it in the back of his head as he observed the class that were frozen in shock, as they didn't expect the teacher to be actually waiting. Izawa, getting annoyed, got out of his sleeping bag. Izawa. It took you 1 minute for you all to realize that I am here. That's won't do. Rational student know that time is precious, so if you done wasting my time, take this PE uniform and head outside. And also he is right about the expelling part, so move it. Everyone panicked as they rushed outside to the changing room in a hurry, with me and my girlfriend following behind and separated to change into our PE uniform. Changing room. In the changing room we could see Gray casually changing as he planning to zip his jacket up. He was stopped by the same blue hair kitty Ida. Gray, annoyed. What? Ida, adjusting glasses. Is that a tattoo? Gray. Yeah, got problem with it. Ida. Yeah. As a UA student a tattoo is disrespectful to that establishment, so you need to remove it. Gray glared. Why would I need to do that? Besides you don't know the meaning behind it, so I suggest you piss off. Gray then hit Ida in the shoulder with his own as a way to say fuck off, but it seems he didn't get the message, as he once more placed his hand on Gray's shoulder, but before he could do that he found himself restrained by a spiky red head. Kirishima. Yo, my name is Ejiro Kirishima, sorry about him, I think the tattoo looks cool. Gray. Thanks, it's a family thing. Gray then left, but before he leave he saw the same midget trying to peek at the girls' changing room, but that didn't end well as Gray created an ice hammer smashing it to the midget, sending him crashing outside the boy changing room. Gray then grabbed the midget by his leg as he dragged him to the field, where he was met with Aizawa, who was looking curious at the unconscious Mineta. Aizawa. Problem child, what did you do? Gray. Some pervert thought it was a good idea to peek at the girls' changing room, so I taught him a lesson by having an ice hammer smash into him. I would have preferred it to be in his family heirloom, but that would be cruel. Aizawa, nod. Okay, he will be dealt with at the end, so throw him a corner. Gray done that by freezing him into a wall, leaving his face free to breath. By that time Yukiko, Yultear and Juvia were outside, as Juvia jumped on Gray, giving him a kiss, which by the time Mineta was awake to see it with Yukiko and Yultear following, by having their moment making the midget cry blood as he was muttering. Mineta, muttering. Damn those hot boys always getting harem, what about me? Unfortunately for him Gray hurt and froze his mouth because he didn't want to hear him spouting nonsense. Walking to the field, they ignored the grunt of Mineta as they are planning to unfreeze him when the tests start, but he will not be in perfect condition as he received a hammer to his stomach from Gray. Aizawa. So I heard that the number 2 hero will be a staff here. Gray. Yeah. Mom told us that will be better for multiple reasons, and its main is having All Might and his wife away from us. Yukiko. In my case it will be because I was homeschooled, because being the daughter of the number 2 hero can have its downside, especially when you are a replica of her, so being close to me, she can ensure my safety. Yultear. And in my case I was missing for 11 to 12 years due to certain events, and I was found by Gray, and he made it possible for me to reunite with my mother and solve some misunderstanding, so my mom became more overprotective of me since she missed most of my childhood. Juvia. Juvia loves her. Yultear said as she hugged Gray tightly as she recalled the day she first met Gray. Gray of course wrapped his arm around her as he patted her back in a soft and gentle manner, which made her calm down. Aizawa, nod. That is pretty noble of her to do, and I am sorry about your childhood, Yultear. Yultear. No problem sir, it's all in the past. By the time everyone from the class has arrived to see Gray, Yultear, Juvia, Yukiko chatting with Aizawa and Mineta was seen frozen in a wall far away, with his mouth covered, his mouth muffling his scream, which the girls just give him a nasty glare as they knew that he was trying to peek on them, thanks to Yultear, Yukiko and Juvia's sharp instinct. Aizawa then glared at the class. Aizawa, glare. I made it clear in class that time is precious, and only those 4 were on time, what's your excuse? Nobody could say anything as they were busy getting acquainted with each other, rather than wearing their PE uniform, which could almost result in expulsion. Aizawa. Fine then, consider this the last warning you will ever get. Come late to my class then you will be sent to the principal. Everyone gulped in fear as they realized he was serious about expelling them, and were tense as they expected the worst. Aizawa. We are gonna be doing a quirk assessment test. Everyone, shout. Quirk assessment test. Uraraka, sad. But orientation, we are gonna miss it. Aizawa. If you really want to make the big leagues you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we are not tattered with traditions. That means I get to run my class as I see fit. You've been taking standard ice test most of your life, but you never got to use your quirk in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we are all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Gray Fullbuster, you managed to get the most point on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? Gray. 84 meters. Aizawa. Right, try doing it with your quirk, anything goes, just stay in the circle. Gray grabbed the ball as he brought both hands together. Gray. Ice make. Cannon. A huge cannon was seen created inside the circle as Gray placed the ball with just a motion of hand. The ball was launched to the air at lightning speed, breaking sound barrier along the way to the point that the ball couldn't be seen anymore. Gray turned his head looking at his fellow classmate who all sported an off face, clearly impressed with the ball throw. The ones who were unfazed were Yultear and Yukiko, although Juvia was cheering for the most part. Juvia, cheering. Go Gray-sama. Yultier. Nice throw. Yukiko, smiling. You could have done better. Izawa smirked as he brought the phone to show the score, which was 20 km, which was extremely amazing. That of course shocked everyone to the core. Izawa, smirking. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Amanari, disbelief. Whoa, 2 km, are you kidding me? Mina, exited. I wanna go, that looks like fun. Zero, excited. This is what I am talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. Gray, thought. He just pushed the Izawa button. Izumi, worried. Why did you say that? Zero. Is something wrong? Izawa hair covered his face before he brought it up with a huge shit-eating grin. Izawa, shit-eating grin. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. Do you think it will be games and playtime? Idiots, today, you will compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Everyone was terrified as they looked in worry at Izawa, who was unfazed and clearly enjoyed their desperate looks. Izawa. Like I said, I get to decide how this class run. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Uraraka, scared. You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Izawa. Oh. And you think natural disaster are quirkless treatment, a power-hungry villain, a catastrophic accident that wipe whole city? No. The world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you are gonna have to push yourself to the brink for the next 3 years. UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you, so go beyond plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. Iida then brought a water bottle and drank from it as he had his head somewhere else. Iida, thought. If I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but UA is the top hero program, I have no choice. Izawa. Now then, we just wasting time by talking, let the games begin. Time skip. The tests were quite easy for Gray as he was built well, thanks to her training him well most of his life, and the technique he learned are created to suit his style. 50-meter dash. 2.12 seconds, which he used a spring to launch himself to the front. Grip strength. Destroyed it. Repeated side steps. Second place as he created spring to both sides. Sit-ups. Was stopped. Push-ups. Was stopped. Long distance run. His stamina allowed him to continue much longer, not to mention he created ice objects to help him, although Yukiko done much more better, thanks to her type of ice make magic, which allowed her to create a dragon made out of ice and floated around most of the time. Izawa. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea. If you're standing already, I will just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score. Izawa pressed the button, revealing a holographic screen showing the result. The score was Gray Fullbuster being the first, Yukiko Fullbuster being second, Yultier Fullbuster being third, Juvia Loxer being fourth until last place, which is Minoru Mineta. Mineta, panicked. No. I can't be expelled. I haven't got popular with the ladies yet. Izawa. Minoru Mineta, pack your bags and leave. You have shown many times that you don't have a place in UA. Your perverted attitude is not needed in this school. Mineta was seen deflated as he walked to the changing room. Before he left the school, he couldn't do anything. The girls sigh in relief as the number 1 pervert is expelled and won't be harassed anymore. Izawa. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over before tomorrow morning. Everyone then started to leave towards the changing room as they picked their syllabus and headed out of school, with Gray being with Yukiko. Juvia and Yultier as he held a small smile as his first day at UA passed easily. He had sensed both All Might and his former mother standing far away to observe him, but were dragged away by his mother, who was not pleased. It seems that UA doesn't trust them anymore to leave them alone without being supervised. It made him chuckle at how the symbol of peace is being treated as a child. Class 1A. It has been a day ever since Gray has finally started his first day at UA, and things have been going quite well as he was heading to his classes along with Yukiko, Yultier and Juvia. They were quite happy and eager for today's last class, as they will have their mother as their heroic teacher instead of All Might and Psychic, which brought great joy to them. Opening the door of the class, they were greeted by a few students like Uraraka, Kirishima, which they responded with the same before getting seated. Gray's relationship with Iida was not going well, as yesterday he had been rather annoying when it came to his fairy tale guild mark, which is a family heirloom from his ancestor. Izumi along with Shoka and Kitsumi attempted to talk with Gray, but they were out of luck as Juvia, Yukiko and Yultier were not going to let them even get near him and released all of their bloodlust, scaring them away. Present Mick was seen walking inside the classroom with a wide smile. Present Mick. Hello everybody, it's Present Mick Sensei here, and I will be teaching you English classes now. Let's start with grammar. Present Mick classes was the definition of boring, as Gray had to resist the urge of removing his clothes as it was getting hot inside the class. The class ended with Gray walking towards the cafeteria to eat with his girlfriend. They met Lunch Rush, who made them a lot of food, mainly because he knew about Gray's childhood and wanted him to be well fed, which Gray greatly appreciated. Lunchroom. You'll tear. Isn't it great, Mother is going to be our heroic teacher. Gray. Well, it's better than having both All Might and Psychic be our heroic teacher. Juvia want to know how Principal Nezu allowed them both to teach at UA. Yukiko. He is the symbol of peace, so he get away with a lot of things. Juvia wonder what she will teach us. Gray. As long it's challenging us, then I am fine with anything. Class 1A. 12 p.m. Yukiko and Yule tear nod as the three of them knew their mother teaching method and sigh as they just wish it could be more challenging to them. Walking to the class, they got seated as the class was extremely eager for their last class, which was Hero Class 101. Some people wanted All Might to be the teacher, which greatly annoyed us, but we knew who is going to be our teacher, as we had a smile on our faces. Not 2 minutes later the door opened normally, as walked inside the class with everyone being in awe. Momo, awe. Ice Creaty, the number 2 pro heroine. Haminari. That is awesome. Quiet. I know this is exciting, but we don't want to waste time, so I will get to the point. We will be having a battle training, and it's this day that you people get to wear your own designed hero costume. Everyone cheered loudly as the cases started coming out of the walls. Let them cheer as they are still kids, but that doesn't mean she will be merciful. She then coughed, getting the attention of the class once more. Now I know you people are extremely excited and you have the right for that, but be mindful of the time as time is of the essence. So now stand up, take your cases, which of your seat number, and go meet me at ground beta. Then left not before giving me, Yukiko, Yule tear and Juvia a smile, which we smiled back. We stood up ready to leave, but we were stopped by hand to our shoulder. Turning around, we see Momo, Mina and Toru, who had star eyes. Mina, excitedly. Why did she smile at you? Do you know the number 2 hero? Gray. She is our mother. Toru. No way. Momo. How is she like? Yule tear. Sorry, maybe later. We then took off to change into our hero costume, leaving a disappointed Mina and Toru. Although Momo was understanding, the class was also shocked at the revelation and were in awe. Changing into our hero costume, I looked at myself and was satisfied as I walked outside to be met with the girls. All had their own hero costume, which was cool to say the least. Brown beta. Juvia. What do you think of the improved Juvia 2.0 Gray-sama? Gray. You look stunning. Juvia, you as well. Yule tear and Yukiko. Yule tear. Thanks. You don't look bad yourself. Yukiko. Thanks. I honestly thought you would wear your father armor. Gray. Although it would be amazing, I didn't want to outright copy him. Besides, I have the issue of removing clothes, and I don't think I will be able to wear that much clothes for much longer period without needing to strip. Yukiko. Yeah, forgot about that. Now let's go. We nod as we headed towards ground beta. We were the first out as smiled a lot when seeing us, not before giving us a hug and a kiss on the forehead, making us a little embarrassed, but we didn't hate that kind of affection from her. Gray, did they bother you? Gray. No, All Might and Psychic never attempted to get close to me. Either they can't find me or they took the threat to heart. Just tell me if they try anything funny on you. Gray, smile. Thanks, Mom. What about you 3 girls? Is there anything bothering you? Yule tear. No, Mother, you have been so far good. Yukiko. Although we had to deal with some stuck-up kid like the Ida one. Juvia is alright. Great. To be honest, Ida is really different from his family. His brother Ingenium is easygoing, but since people have expectation for him as the 2 son of the Ida family, he became who he is, so just get along with him, even if you don't like him. Gray. I don't mind it, but as long as he don't try anything on me or touching anything that isn't his, just because he think that it break the rules of UA, then I am fine. Thanks, Gray. By the time we finished our conversation, everyone was coming out wearing their own hero costume, excited to get to use it. Then walked away from us as she stood in the middle, with the students huddling together. The girls were obviously eyeing Gray as he had his body exposed. Now then that all of you are here, we will start with the training exercise, but there will be slight changes, given that Gray Fullbuster, Yukiko Fullbuster and Yule tear Fullbuster are much more experienced and well trained than most of you. They will be put alone. Ida, hand raised. What will they be doing, if I may ask? The training exercise is an indoor battle with a hero versus villain scenario put in mind. It will be of course 2v2, but for the 3 of them it will be 1v2, as I want to make it where the training could be challenging for them. Now if they are villains, they will have to secure the nuclear bomb for 15 minutes without being captured, or the bomb retrieved. He can also win by defeating the heroes. Same. But be said for the heroes, they win by retrieving the bomb or capturing the villain. Do you understand so far? Everyone? Yes ma'am. Good, now we will be drawing lots, and before you ask why, it's because heroes this day don't get to decide who to partner with. Give a look towards Iida. His hand fell as he was about to argue about why draw lot. Everyone then picked a number, with walking towards the box pulling 2 balls, which shows the teams. Match A. Gray Fullbuster vs Shoto Todoroki and Kitsuki Bakugo. Match B. Yukiko Fullbuster vs Izumi Yagi and Akaku Uraraka. Match C. Yultier Fullbuster vs Shoka Todoroki and Kitsumi Bakugo. Match D. Juvia Loxer and Momo Yaoi Rozu vs Tenya Iida and Denki Kaminari. Now the team has been decided. We will start with Gray Fullbuster being in the hero team versus Shoto Todoroki and Kitsuki Bakugo, who are the villain team. Now villain team, head inside and protect the nuclear bomb. You have 5 minutes max, no more than that. Kitsuki. TCH. Fine. Shoto. This will be easy win. Had a tick mark, but she calmed down. She might have promised to not play favorite, but she wants Gray to put those arrogant brats in their place. Gray had guessed what his mother was thinking and give her a nod of understanding as she smiled back before heading towards the monitor room. Gray stood outside, clearly unfazed that he is going against his tormentors, as thanks to her and the girls he was able to recover mentally but not fully. After 5 minutes he was given the signal of getting inside, but stood outside for a moment. That's when the entire building turned to ice. Gray shaked his head in disappointment as Shoto just limited Bakugo production of sweat, which will be their downfall. Monitor room. Momo, disappointed. Well, that was poorly thought from Todoroki part. Kitsumi, angry. Why that? In order for Bakugo to produce explosion he need to sweat, but by freezing the building he is limiting the production of sweat, resulting in weak explosion. Not only that, by freezing the building here run the risk of destroying important files, or even the nuclear bomb itself. That was poorly thought from his part, which results in -10 points. Izumi. What? But the bomb is a dummy. Yultier, annoyed. So what if it was a dummy? This is a training to help us understand what to do in certain situation. He doesn't need a real bomb to really think straight. Yukiko, annoyed. Besides, he is running on his hate towards Gray, making him think irrationally. That is also true. I will have a talk with the principal after this about their behavior, because I can't allow to have 2 students with that attitude. Back with Gray. Gray walked inside the building as he found the wall and floor frozen in ice. He obviously the running footsteps, and he knew they are here. Shoto was seen skidding through the ice floor as he had a smug look. Shoto. Deku, I found you. I will end this and show you how insignificant you are. Gray. You done. Shoto then sent an ice glacier towards Gray, who was unfazed as Gray bit the ice before he ate it, thanks to his ice demon slayer. Magic. He then wiped his mouth with his hand. Gray. Thanks for the meal, don't forget ice doesn't work on me. Gray then created an ice shield to protect himself from the surprise attack from Bakugo, but his explosion was weak than usual, and Gray knew why. He then brought his hand for an ice make. Ice cannon before launching an attack that hit Todoroki right in his stomach, sending him out of the building vomiting blood, leaving Bakugo the only one left. Bakugo. TCH. You know what, I will just have to use the big guns. You are not the only one who have his own ultimate move, let me show you mine, and how superior I am. Bakugo brought his gauntlet as he removed the pin, leading a large explosion to erupt, making the building shake from the amount of firepower. Monitor room. Kaminari. Wow, he is strong. Mina. That's so cool, he can eat ice. Okoyami. Todoroki never stood a chance, revelry in the dark. Bakugo then brought his gauntlet, scaring Kitsumi and Izumi and Shoka from what he was about to pull, but was not fazed as she knew Gray will come out on top. But for Kitsuki to release that much firepower in a locked area, show how much he isn't fit to become a hero in UA. Momo, worried. Ma'am, isn't that a bit much? What if Fullbuster got hurt? Don't underestimate my son and his abilities. Beside, Bakugo just gave me more reason to have the talk with the principal for him to release that much firepower indoor, which is his own base show that he isn't fit to let other or even become a high-ranking hero. Besides, if it was Izawa, I would have stopped the match and expelled him immediately. Izumi. But. Yultier. There is no but Yagi. He could have destroyed important files or even destroyed the entire base, killing him and the other that are with him, which could lead to mission failure, so stop defending his action. Back with Gray. Itsuki was laughing in joy as he thought he took the damn useless nerd out, but he was wrong as Gray came out running from the fire unharmed as he brought his hand in across to his chest before he made ice make. Ice bringer, which led to Kitsuki being encased in ice before it shattered, leaving Kitsuki unconscious. Gray. Sucks to be you. I was trained to endure intense heat, the likes that your puny firepower can't ever dream to achieve it. Gray then stood up, wiping his forehead from his sweat as he smiled at the camera. Happy. Hero team wins. Medical bots will be there shortly to pick the injured and bring them to recovery girl. Gray then walked away to the monitor room with a smirk on his face, as putting down two arrogant assholes was a success. Monitor room. Gray then walked inside the monitor room, only to be surrounded by his classmate who were praising him and complimenting his moves, but Gray only responded with a thanks before he stood next to Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia, who hugged him and congratulated him for the win, making the girls jealous. Good job Gray for excellent performance. You managed to limit the damage to the building, but try to be swift with your attacks, or in more simpler term finish the enemy before the backup arrives, which was Bakugo in this case, but regardless the MVP of this match is Gray Fullbuster. Gray. Thank you sensei. Now for the next match, Yukiko Fullbuster Hero Team vs Izumi Yagi and Akako Uraraka Villain Team. Yukiko walked towards the front of the building as Izumi and Uraraka walked inside the building, waiting for orders to start the match. With Yukiko. After getting confirmation, Yukiko entered the building. The first thing she did was create an ice clone, which she sent far away from Izumi location to handle Uraraka. She was walking with her senses being higher as she noticed an object flying towards her at fast speed as she created ice make shield that led to the object, which turned to be ball that weighed 50 kilograms to hit the ice shield, but it wasn't enough to put a dent in the ice. Yukiko. Came to do the same mistake as your idiot's friend. Izumi. No. I am here to issue a challenge. Yukiko. I am interested. Izumi. If I win I get to have Big Brother again, and if I lose you get to keep him. Now Yukiko was enraged as well as who was listening. She was treating Gray as some object. Yukiko, angry. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you see Gray as some object? Did you forget the pain and suffering you all put him through? For this you will pay. Yukiko then created ice make Snow Dragon. A big ice dragon appeared, hitting Izumi with full force, ending her to a wall. Izumi stood up from the ground shakily as the attack did do damage. Izumi, sad. I just want my big brother back. Yukiko, pissed. Well, you are late. Don't you know that action have consequences? Now focus on the fight if you do not want to lose. Izumi then rushed towards Yukiko, intending to punch her with one for all coursing through her arms. Yukiko smirked as she then brought her hand to her palm once more, creating ice make Eagle. A series of ice eagle rushed towards Izumi as she could only tank the attacks, but she was overwhelmed and pushed back, but Yukiko was not done as she brought her hand once more as she created ice blade Swan's wings. The attack hit its target, leading Izumi to fall unconscious. Ice make Eagle. Ice blade. Swan's wing. By the time she was done her mother voice rung through the earpiece. Hero team wins. Yukiko walked to the last floor to see her clone have taken care of Uraraka. Yukiko. Well, that's sad. She couldn't fight against my ice clone. She really need hand-to-hand combat or she will never survive. Yukiko then had her clone carry Uraraka and headed outside of the building, leaving Izumi inside to be taken by the medical bot to join her arrogant friends in recovery girl office. Monitor room. Was extremely proud of both Gray and Yukiko for their splendid fight. She was of course angry towards Izumi for pretty much betting on Gray, as if he was a property that she owned, but it brought her satisfaction to see her daughter put the entitled brat in her place. Haminari. What's up with people fighting 1v1 these days? Sayu. I don't know, but there seemed to be history between them that we are not allowed to know. That is correct, Asui. Sayu. Please call me Tsu, sensei. Okay then Tsu, now tell me who is the MVP of this match. Momo. Well, it was Yukiko. She kept her head in the game and never gave her opponent the chance to strike, not to mention the ice clone was very effective and saved a lot of time. Correct. Yukiko walked inside and was praised by her classmate, and similar to Gray she responded with thanks before she stood with Gray, Yultier and Juvia. Now for the third match is Yultier Fullbuster vs Shoka Todoroki and Kitsuki Bakugo. Head to the building. Yultier walked towards the entrance of the building, while Shoka and Kitsumi walked inside the building to prepare. With Altier. After getting the signal, Yultier walked inside the building. As similar to the first match of Gray, Kitsumi walked out enraged, but Yultier was unfazed by the glare as she readied an explosion, but Yultier was faster as she threw her orb at Kitsumi, creating luminous minutes. The orb became numerous one as it charged at Kitsumi, hitting her everywhere. That attack was enough to knock Kitsumi out as the assault that she received was too much for her. After finally being done, Shoka appeared suddenly, sending a glacier of ice, but Yultier, using her Arch of Time, made it where the ice was never there in the first place. Yultier. Is that what you call ice? Because that is extremely pathetic. Let me show you real ice. Yultier then took her mother ice make stance, creating ice make Rose and Crone, which created a giant roses and spiked branches made out of ice that surround Shoka and attack her with thorns. The attack was lowered to a low scale to not destroy the building, but it was enough to put Shoka out of commission, as the attack was too much for her having been done. She sighed, as the fight was far from fun to her, but she got to fight. Hero team wins. Medical bot will be there shortly. After that, Yultier was seen walking towards the monitor room to get evaluated. Monitor room. Yultier was of course praised, especially her Arch of Time was getting her more attention that she hates, so she walked away from them, not before thanking them to not be rude towards them. The MVP was obviously Yultier Fullbuster. It's sad that Todoroki and Bakugo never learned from their brother mistakes of rushing in a fight without a plan, although I have to give it to Todoroki, she didn't freeze the entire building like her brother did. Iida. Ma'am, I think that so far the Fullbusters haven't shown to exert much of their strength in the fight, it usually took an attack or two to finish the fight. Well, you are right, this was a test for them to determine how I am going to teach them in the future, or how I am going to take their education. This also for Izawa to watch the recording, and also determine what to do next with them. Now for the fourth match, it will be Juvia Loxer and Momo Yaoi Rozu versus Tenya Iida and Denki Kaminari. Juvia nodded happily, not before giving a kiss to Gray and headed outside followed by Momo. With Juvia and Momo were seen standing in front of the building as they awaited the instruction. Momo. Loxer, we need a plan to fight against the two of them. Juvia listening. Momo. Okay, we know that Kaminari is an electric quirk user, that's why I will create sheet insulin to protect us, but about Iida I don't know. Juvia thinks that Iida will stay to protect the bomb, that's why I think we should trip him, maybe I could use my water to freeze his legs, that way he won't be able to run, also physical hits can't hurt me. Momo was in awe, it's not every day you get to hear that you're immune to hits. Momo. May I assume that it had to do with your water quirk? Juvia nodded quickly before they were given instruction to go inside. Walking inside, they were met with Kaminari, who had smug look. Kaminari. Sorry ladies, but this match will be over in a second, but don't worry, I will take you on a date after. This of course disgusted Momo as she was creeped out, but Juvia had ominous aura around her, pretty much scaring the poor guy as she rushed towards him at blinding speed, creating water claw. The attack hit Kaminari, sending him tumbling on the ground, hitting the wall. He of course had his back towards her and was bending on the floor in pain. That's when she had a devilish idea. Juvia, ominously. You dare ask me on a date knowing I am with Gray-sama, you will pay. Momo walked backwards terrified. She then created water cane that led to a whip of water to be created, which she used to slap him in the ass. Kaminari was screaming the whole time, as his scream echoed. It even reached the monitor room, and everyone there shuddered except Gray, Yultier and Yukiko, although Gray was laughing a lot. Monitor room. Dark Shadow. Partner, don't get on the bad side of that crazy woman's side. Okoyami, shuddering. I agree, Dark Shadow, she is truly terrifying than the Black Abyss. Ioka, laugh. Ha. That's what he gets for trying to flirt with girls, you go girl. Hiroshima, manly tear. Manly. Mina. Dude, she is a girl not a man. Chuckle. She never changed, do she? Back with Juvia. To say the Kaminari butt was stinging was the understatement of the year. His eyes were rolled to the back as he was foaming from his mouth uncontrollably. Juvia. Pervert, ouch. Momo, terrified. Didn't you take it a little too far? Juvia. No. Juvia then started walking in the hallway like she is walking in the park, as she was singing a lullaby, like as if she didn't just torture someone to death. Momo, terrified, whisper. This woman is truly a sadist. Juvia walked towards the 5th floor, where they saw Iida monologuing as Juvia was annoyed, but she remembered that he was being mean towards her beloved Gray-sama, and he will pay dearly. She then once more created water cane which instantly wrapped around Iida's leg, who was busy monologuing, and she suspended him in the air with his head a few meters of the ground. Iida, shout. In the name of villainy, I demand you let me go. Momo, realizing what Juvia is planning, she decided to save the poor boy from the torture as she jumped towards the bomb, capturing it, giving them the win. Juvia was disappointed as she let go of Iida. Juvia. You got lucky, I was planning on torturing you for making my beloved Gray-sama angry. Iida, who obviously heard Kaminari scream, assumed it was her, and he bowed towards Momo with tears coming out of his eyes. Iida. Thank you, hero, for saving me from this woman wrath. Momo did laugh as the guy was still in the villain role, even after the match was over, walking the three together, although Iida was far away from Juvia. As they reached the ground floor, Iida saw Kaminari, who was foaming from his mouth. His butt was red from her water cane as he shuddered. Iida. You have fought well, my villain companion. Iida saluted in an exaggerated manner, making Momo giggle, while Juvia had her mind somewhere else. They looked towards her. Juvia, star eye. Gray-sama will reward Juvia with lots of pats and kisses. It was at this moment that the two realized that the girl is obsessed with Gray. They shuddered at what the girl will do to them in the future. At the Monia room. Juvia was praised by everyone, although they were wary of the girl's sadistic side, as she thanked them joyfully before she ran towards Gray, tackling him in a hug. As Gray knew what she wanted, he patted her back as she enjoyed it a lot, before giving her a kiss which made her happy and had heart-shaped eye. The MVP of this match was Juvia, as she had single-handedly took down her two enemies, although she should have control over her feelings, as she wasted time torturing Kaminari, although I think he deserved it. The second MVP was Iida. He managed to get in the role of the villain and clean the room to not give the enemy any chance to use the object in the room to hide, but he need to be wary of his surrounding, as he could have avoided Juvia attack, but nonetheless the match was great. Iida was extremely proud, as had one hand to his chest as he dramatically smiled in joy. Juvia was also happy, although she was sad that she didn't get to torture Iida. Now for the next match, please proceed to the building. The matches continued with people losing and winning, but nonetheless everyone learned something about themselves and their companion. At the exit of ground beta, everyone was standing together. There were who are unfazed and not even slightly tired, and that was obviously Gray, Juvia, Yultir and Yukiko, and some other, but the other were bruised slightly from their matches. Now then, your first hero class was a success. Most of you have done well. Even if you lost, you learned something new about yourself and your classmate, so use this as a motivation to become stronger in the future. Everyone. Yes, ma'am. Sue. It's good to know that you don't expel people like Izawa-sensei. I could expel when the situation calls for it, but I'd rather not destroy someone's dream of becoming a hero now. Then I will be taking my leave. Walked away from the class, who left to another direction to change, but had an annoyed expression as she walked behind a wall. Annoyed. What are you two doing here? All Might. Ice Creaty, nice to meet you. Psychic. We came to see our son and daughter performance. Tick mark. You mean my son Inko. Psychic. Can't you just forgive me and give him back to me so I can owe it up to him? Angry. Why can't you understand that you already destroyed your chance with him, so even to this day you are still treating him as your property? All Might. We are not treating him as property. Besides, shouldn't you reprimand him for hurting young Katsuki and young Shoto badly in the match? Raised eyebrow. Hurt badly. What about Bakugo using his gauntlet at point blank? If I hadn't trained Gray to withstand fire the likes of Endeavor, then he would have been badly harmed or even dead. Also, I am taking this to Principal Nezu. They have been given chance to redeem themselves those 10 months ago and get into UA, but so far I don't see anything. They are still the same self-centered entitled brats who use their parents' name to get away from punishment. All Might, serious. Don't you think you are showing favoritism? Chuckle. Me? Showing favoritism? Then what about you both? So far you have let them continue with that attitude and feeding their ego, and when you learned what they did to Gray, you still haven't reprimanded them or taught them the right thing. All Might, threaten. If they got expelled from UA, me and my wife will leave UA, which will be a scandal to the entire Japan, and UA will receive a lot of backlash. Inko nodded in agreement, as they thought that they managed to intimidate her, but she was unfazed as she looked at them with bored expression. Is that so? Then by all means go for it. They were shocked that their plan failed as they stood up and walked away, not before All Might stopped. All Might. This is your last warning. If they got expelled, I will quit my job here at UA. It's not like anyone here in UA likes you to this day. I don't know how you two with no teaching license got in UA. All Might and Psychic walked away a little angry and disappointed that their plan of intimidating her failed and that they couldn't get their son back from her clutches. Sigh. Those two will be a massive headache. I need to warn Nezu about them as well. If they plan to do this, then I will reveal everything they did. I am sure their reputation will go down the drain. Walked away, heading towards the principal office to report her first class as a heroic teacher. Hallway. It has been a few hours ever since Class 1A had their first hero class with the number 2 hero Ice Creaty, or better known as Fullbuster. Things have went well in Gray, Yultir, Yukiko and Juvia match, and she was proud of them, as that shows how much they worked hard for this, unlike Shoto, Shoka, Katsuki, Itsumi and Izumi, who had their parents helping them train from the age of 4, but they were bested by someone who had 5 years of training under his belt. Also had an encounter with All Might and Psychic, who had been watching the hero class and were not happy with her, planning to report her daughter and friends for not being hero material and threatened to leave the school, which would cause a scandal in the hero society in Japan as a whole. But wasn't fazed in the slightest, as she had one thing All Might didn't have, and that is proof to put his wife career to the sower, and not even the Hero Association could save them from this. Was walking to the principal office to be met with Izawa on the hallway. They kept some form of silence until Izawa decided to break the ice. Izawa, tiredly. How did they do for their first hero class? All of them did well except those 5. Izawa, sigh in annoyance. Seriously, what was Nezu thinking letting them even stay at UA? I think they were given too much chances they don't even deserve. That's why I will recommend Nezu to transfer them to Shiketsu. It's used to be a military school, but turned hero school, but they still retained the military discipline. Izawa pondered for a moment before he smirked. That is a great idea. I know some of the teacher there, and they are even worse than me. They even take pleasure in putting people like them in their place. Staff room. Arriving at the staff meeting room, they knocked on the door before coming inside to be with all the staff of UA, except All Might and Psychic, Ursai, as they are late. She wondered every day how those two irresponsible airhead managed to get a position as a staff in UA. Nezu. Hello and it's nice for you to join us. Thank you, sir. Sat down in her seat, which was close to Principal Nezu, as she received a cup of coffee from Nezu, who had a smile on his face, which accepted with a smile, before she took a sip from it, which made her relax. Nezu. Now tell us, how was your first experience as a teacher at UA? It was good aside from the fact I have to deal with 5 entitled brats. Nezu. Sigh. What did they do this time? Kitsuki and Shoto have shown arrogance before the match, as they claimed the fight against my son Gray easy. Shoto recklessly froze the entire building, which limited the sweat Kitsuki produced, which made his explosion weaker, and if this was a real situation, the bomb could have exploded, killing them along with everyone or destroyed important files. There is also the fact that they underestimated their opponent, making them rush towards him with lack of plan, while launching high-scale attack, with the intention of badly injuring my son. Kitsuki, on the other hand, after Gray single-handedly defeated Shoto, he used his gauntlet, which stored his sweat for 1 month at point blank, shaking the entire building. If I haven't trained Gray to withstand heat the likes of Endeavor, then I fear what could have happened to my son. There is also the fact that the explosion could have brought the building down, killing him and the hero, which is stupid. Nezu grit his teeth. Damn it. Now I have 2 students with attempt murder on my school. I don't think I will be able to let them stay much longer in this school with this kind of behavior. Izawa. That's why they should be expelled. Nezu. I would be sure to do that, but please continue, Ursan. Then there is Izumi. She sees this as just an exercise and is not treating it as a real test to learn from. She also had attempted a bet with my daughter Yukiko about if she won she get to have Gray back, and if she lost that we get to keep Gray. This outright pissed me and my daughter, as they still view my son as a property. Present Mick. That is not cool. Midnight. Honestly, what are they thinking? The audacity to claim someone as a property disgusts me. Nezu. She will also be taken care of now. Continue. Kitsumi, similar to her brother, ran with anger in her eyes, chasing my daughter Yultear, and attempted an attack on her, but she got quickly beaten. That shows that she runs on her emotion. As for Shoka, she was arguably a little better, but she also sent a huge glacier towards Yultear, with the intention of badly harming her. I am an ice user, so I know all types of ice. Snipe. I'd say we expel them all. Vlad. I don't know why they have been given chance to stay here at UA with that attitude. Nezu grit his teeth. The problem is Almighty could cause an international problem and turn the world upside down on us. Cementos. Well, that is worrisome. He and his wife were watching the battle training. They thought they were sneaky, but I noticed them. They attempted to convince me to give them Gray back, but when I told them no, they tried to ask me to reprimand him for harming Kitsuki and Shoto, which I fired back that they did the same. So he told me that I am showing favoritism, which I fired back that he was doing the same thing, and that I am having them expelled. That didn't sit well with him and attempted to scare me by threatening to leave UA, which will cause scandal in Japan, and I basically told him to fuck himself. Nezu. That is rather a problem. Izawa. I don't care about scandal as long as the media doesn't come here annoying us for an interview, then I am fine. Snipe. That is high likely for them to camp here and protest. Vlad. What are we going to do? I have an idea. If he is planning to turn the world against us, we can do the same thing. We have many proof to put him and his wife in jail and have their children blacklisted, and not even the Hero Commission could save them. Vlad. The problem is that All Might is the symbol of peace. He is the reason the crime rate is at all-time low. If we take him down, then we run the risk of the crime increasing. Nezu. I will have to agree with Vlad on this one. We have no choice. That either we do this and control a few things, or Gray will probably be the one to let it out, and believe me when I say this, he won't hold back at revealing top secret information like All Might's skinny form, his quirk property. Nothing will stop him from ruining their life, and he will do it in just a day. I might not have said this, but Izuku IQ can even compete with you, sir. Nezu shiver. Well, that is a problem, but fine, we will do this, but first we will give All Might and Psychic a warning about the information that we have on him. That will shut him up, but if he pursue it, then I have no choice but to reveal it. Also about those 5, I suggest they be transferred to Shiketsu instead. Snipe. Shiketsu. Why? Lad, realize, smirk. Oh. That is a great idea. Shiketsu was a former military school which was turned to hero school, but they still retained the old-fashioned military discipline. That might be their only chance of redeeming themselves. Nezu, laugh. That is a good idea. The principal of Shiketsu loves destroying people like the Bakugos and Todoroki's egos. Midnight. When is the process, Principal Nezu? Nezu. Pretty soon. We just have to make some calls to the principal, filling him on the details, sign papers, and bam, we are done. The staff have continued discussing with each other and were quite satisfied. Now they have countermeasures against All Might and psychic threat, and they intend to go through it if the muscle head decided to go through his plan. Yesterday Gray, Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia had their first hero class under their mother, and they have dominated in their matches. All Might has threatened to leave UA when said that she will have his daughter along with her friends expelled for their violence nature towards their classmate, but that would soon backfire as UA have planned to reveal All Might crimes to the public if he decided to go through with it. Now we see Gray along with Yukiko, Yultier and Juvia walking through the UA gate as he was met with a horde of paparazzi who wanted to get scope on how the symbol of peace All Might is like as the female reporter shoved her microphone on Gray's face. Female reporter, ask. Hey you. Can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might and Ice Creaty? Gray then looked towards the female reporter in annoyance which made her shrink in fear under his gaze. Gray. All Might is an amateur when it comes to teaching. I don't even know why UA accepted someone like him who doesn't even have a teaching license, not to mention he was shown to do favoritism. On the other hand, the number 2 pro heroine Ice Creaty has taught us well and made sure that our classes would be challenging and break our limits while also making sure to not tolerate any misbehavior or violence. Gray then walked away as the female reporter was shocked as having to hear a student call All Might an amateur was massive hit, not to mention that was a big time scope as All Might was accepted to teach the next generation without even a teaching license. Uraraka was seen walking behind them as the female reporter shoved the mic towards the zero-gravity girl. Female reporter. Are you one of All Might's students? Tell us what is the symbol of peace in person. Uraraka, flex her muscle. What's he like? Well, he is super muscly. Yeah. The female reporter was disappointed with Uraraka rushing inside the UA door, giving a sigh of relief as the female reporter tried asking or more like assaulting another student, but it was a wrong move as the one they had asked him the question was Tenya Ida. Female reporter. How is he faring as a teacher? What are you learning? Ida then started his speech. If I have to be honest, I haven't been taught under All Might as he was the heroic teacher to class 1B, although I've heard rumors that the UA staff doesn't trust All Might and Psychic to teach a class on their own. The female reporter was surprised once more as learning that the UA staff doesn't trust All Might and Psychic was unexpected as everyone out there would trust their whole life to him and his wife, but that was new. They tried for the last time with a smile on their faces with a look of hope as they desperately shoved the mic onto Izawa aka Eraserhead, who was visibly annoyed at them. Female reporter. Please sir, can you give All Might and Ice Creaty for us? Also you look like a mess, what's your deal? Izawa. All Might and Ice Creaty is not on campus today, now get out of here, you disturbed my students enough already. Some of the camera staff were getting away from Izawa because of his look that screamed, I haven't slept for ages, which is true, but this time was not because his usual antic, but because learning the truth yesterday weighted down on him and the death of most of his students and comrades made him feel like a failure. Female reporter. But my viewers want to know how they are adjusting to their life as a teacher. Izawa walked away clearly unfazed by the riot and the demands of those cockroaches as he smirked. The female reporter, getting infuriated for not getting to have interview with All Might and Ice Creaty, decided to step inside the gate. Female reporter. Alright. If you won't bring All Might and Ice Creaty out I will get him. Cameraman. No, hold on. The entrance of UA shut down with metal not allowing anybody to enter, although the female reporter almost got crushed by the door when she tried stepping inside. She of course like any normal person screamed in terror as she jumped back. Cameraman. Don't you know about the school defenses? This gate is the UA barrier. The female reporter looked at the cameraman in shock, clearly irritated that she almost got squashed a few moments ago because of the barrier. Female reporter. Defenses. It practically killed me. The cameraman pointed to the 3 red light about the gate. Cameraman. Yeah. Well, it's designed to stop anyone who doesn't have a student ID or special pass from entering the campus. Guess it works. Apparently there are security sensors like this all over the place. Female reporter huffs. Keeping the public out, this school thinks it's untouchable. The least they can do is grant me one interview. Cameraman. I know right, we've been here for 2 days, and I don't have a single comment on the record yet. The reporters were seen agreeing with each other, clearly annoyed that UA didn't even give them any interview with All Might, but they failed to notice the presence of yours truly Shigaraki Tamura, who stood wearing black shit and black pant as he looked at the UA gate from far away with a smirk on his face, an entertained look as he heard the comment that Gray made, and he was definitely going to report it to his master. Class 1A. Izawa. Decent work on yesterday on combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's result: Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto, Shoka and Izumi. Both Kitsuki and Kitsumi and Shoto looked at Izawa in annoyance, as they knew he will bash their head for their bad performance, while Shoka and Izumi were afraid. Izawa. You five have greatly disappointed me. It seems you haven't learned from your mistakes. I don't need to remind you that you five are on thin ice, and honestly Nezu have plans for you five, and it's not a good one at that. Now they were afraid, as they knew despite Nezu being rad, he can even do things worse. He could expel them and even blacklist them from all hero school, destroying their dream of every becoming heroes, and that did leave a bad taste in their mouth. 5 of them? Yes, sir. Izawa was unfazed with the answer, as the decision was already decided and they would be transferred to Shiketsu to be dealing with teacher that are 10x worse than even him, and that is telling something. On the other hand, Gray was smirking as he had an idea of what his uncle Nezu is planning, and he is going to enjoy it. Izawa. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. You all need to pick a class representative. Everyone tensed at first when Izawa mentioned decide your future, as everyone global thought was not another quirk test, but when just said pick a class representative, the class exploded into cheers. Everyone thought, oh good. Just normal school stuff. Kirishima, throw his hand up and shout. Pick me guys, I wanna be class representative. Haminari. I will take it. Jiro. Yeah. You are gonna need me. Aoyama. Someone with style. Mina, throw her hands up. Totally the right pick. The class was in chaos as everyone was shouting to get chosen for the position, although Gray, Yukiko, Yultier and Juvia remained silent, but we could see how annoyed they are towards their classmate shouting. They were interrupted of their thought as Iida made his entrance by shouting. Iida. Silence everyone please. The class representative's duties is to lead others. That's not just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore the most logical way to fill this position is democracy. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Iida then raised his hand higher as it started to shake because of how desperate he want to get chosen. Everyone thought. It's pretty obvious you want us to go through you. Haminari. Is this really the best idea? Sue. We've only known each other a few days. How do we know who we can trust? Kirishima. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. Iida. Most people will, but that means whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job. It's the best way, right sir? He looks towards Izawa as he see him sleeping with everyone sweat dropping at their teacher antics. Iida then coughs. Due to Izawa sensei sleeping, we will go through my plan. I'm skip to the result of vote. Election result. Brave Fullbuster. 9. Yultier Fullbuster. 7. Yukiko Fullbuster. 6. Bray sighed as he knew he was in for a lot of annoying responsibility, but he didn't hate it as he get to order people around. Iida. 0 votes. I feared this might happen, but I can't argue with the system I chose. Sato. Well, you do is best to vote for yourself, right? What were you trying to prove here? Both Gray and Yultier walked in front of the board as Izawa then stood up, not even unzipping the sleeping bag, and said in a bored tone, since he expected the outcome. Izawa. Alright, the class rep is Gray and his deputy is Yultier. Gray and Yultier bows their head and thank their classmate. Sue. This might not be so bad. Kirishima. Yeah, Gray and Yultier is logical after all, they are strong and smart. Cafeteria. Gray was seen sitting on a table along with Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia. Yukiko. Congratulations you two. Gray. Thanks, I am surprised that you are not upset. Yukiko. Nah. I am not good at this kind of thing, and beside that's a lot of workload for me, but you both can handle it, given that you both are smart. Yultier. Thank you Yukiko. Juvia. Juvia is happy that Gray-sama is class president. The conversation was halted from continuing as the school alarm rang around the whole school. Alarm. Warning, level 3 security breach, all students, please evacuate the building in orderly fashion. Hallway. Gray was clearly unfazed as he knew that he and his girlfriends are strong to handle themselves, not to mention their mother is in the school ground and she will probably take care of the threat, but they decided to look at the enemy. Yukiko then created Ice Eagle, which went towards the window to see the media with Izawa and present Mick stopping them. Gray was pissed to say the least. Just now his lunch was ruined because of some stupid media who can't take no for an answer, and the students are acting disgracefully for UA students. In a fit of rage he froze the entire student to the neck, and it wasn't just some weak ice that could be broken easily, it was a powerful one. The students moved their neck to see the attacker and saw Gray, who had his demon mark activated. Random student 1. What the hell are you idiots doing? There is a level 3 breach and you are just chilling. Do you want us to die? Gray glared at them, making them shrink in fear as they realized that they pissed the wrong person. Some attempted to break the ice, but it was futile. Gray. Seriously? You people are supposed to be my upperclassmen because I only see a bunch of cowards who, when a level 3 breach happened, made them beat each other up for the exit. Did any of you morons haven't been taught to check the window to see who is the attacker before you made yourself look like a bunch of clowns? Try looking at the window and tell me, what do you see? The student, although they were offended, looked through the window and dropped their head in shame as they saw it was the media who walked inside the school ground and are being handled by Izawa and present Mick. Gray. Now then, if any of you have bothered to do that from the very start, then you wouldn't have disgraced yourself and UA, who was responsible to produce top-tier heroes like Ice Creaty, All Might, Psychic, Best Genist, Endeavor. Now then, look around you and see what you have done in your stupid stampede. The student looked around them to see some students who had black eye, broken nose, and some who had few ribs broken, and some who were already passed out. Gray. Is that how you treat each other? The moment you are faced against danger you started beating each other up. Now you added more work on Recovery Girl because you people failed to follow the rules that was instructed. Remember what the alarm said, walk in orderly fashion. How do you people plan on becoming pro heroes with that kind of mindset? How do you expect to protect the civilians if when faced with a danger you would run away? Now, then I will unfreeze you all. You will grab the person injured next to you and bring them to Recovery Girl and do it in orderly fashion, understand? Everyone? Yes sir. Gray. Good. Gray then unfreeze everyone as they hurriedly grabbed the injured students and walked in order while looking in fear at Gray, who was watching them to make sure they don't do anything stupid again. After the area was cleared, Gray then sighed once more while being hugged by Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia, who had a smile on their face. Gray. Now I lost my appetite. Yukiko. Nice job, although I think you were a little hard on them. Yultier. No, he had every right to be angry and cruel with them. That's how a leader should be, cruel, caring when the situation calls for it. How do you expect them to take you seriously if you are too forgiving? Juvia. Juvia think you were cool, Gray-sama. Gray. Thanks guys. But Izawa. Izawa sigh as he clearly annoyed at how he will have to deal with those lousy reporters. Female reporter. Damn it. All you have to do is give us All Might and Ice Creaty, they are here somewhere. Male reporter. Just give us one good comment on record and we'll leave. Izawa. I know how you people work, give you one, and you demand another, now leave. Present Mick. They are trespassing, we can use our quirk to kick them out. Izawa. If you don't want your name dragged to the mud, I suggest you wait for the police. Luckily for Izawa and present Mick, an angry was seen walking out of the school main building as the reporters were excited to interview the number 2 hero. Then glared at them harshly, making them shrink in fear. Angrily. Now tell me what made you think that this was a good idea to walk inside a private property just for an interview? Female reporter, afraid. But. There is no but here, young lady, you have caused a panic attack among the students and many of them got hurt because you people didn't want to bother requesting an interview from Principal Nezu. We would have allowed it, but you people were too lazy to do that and now you broken several law that could put you all in jail. The reporters were terrified as they realized they broke several law and are dealing with an angry number 2, and some were on the verge of fainting. Izawa had a shit-eating grin, while present Mick was in awe and opened his jacket to reveal a shirt which hid her face and written in bold word, number 1 fan. UA might forgive you people, but the next time something like this happened you will be thrown in jail, and I am sure none of you want that. Now then I want you to turn around, walk outside and wait for the police to handle you people and interrogate you at who broke the UA gate, because this is serious offense. The reporter nodded quickly in fear as they walked outside while dragging their unconscious friend outside UA, and by the time the police were there and started questioning everyone involvement to the UA barrier destroyed, while walked away before patting both Izawa and present Mick's shoulder. Good job you two for handling the situation until I arrived. Principal office. The two nod before they walked behind her inside the school as they went to Principal Nezu's office to check the cameras and saw everything from Gray freezing the student to the neck to him berating them. Present Mick. You know what they say, like mother, like son. Well, I am very proud of him for handling the situation better than the second and third years. Izawa, shit-eating grin. I expect no less from my nephew. Recovery Girl, sigh in relief. Thank God he interfered or I would have had more students to heal, and also I expect a raise from this. Snipe, disappointed. I am honestly disappointed with how the second and third year handled the situation. I honestly believed that they will be the first to lead the first year to safety and instruct them because they had a year to two of experience. Izawa. That's why I told you people that expulsion is needed. Nezu. No, that isn't needed. We will have to increase their training and also have them do an essay about how to handle evacuation situation. Cementos. I like the sound of that. 13. I would like to take over that task principal. Nezu. Very well then. 13 Well, pass through first to third year and teach them about rescue and evacuation process. Izawa. TCH. Whatever, I have classes to attend. 12:50 p.m. in 1A classroom. Izawa. Today's training will be a little different. You will have 3 instructors, me, Ice Creati, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Zero. Sir, what kind of training is this? Izawa brought a paper that says rescue lazily. Izawa. Rescue, you will be dealing with natural disaster, shipwreck, stuff like that. Amanari. Disasters, huh? Sounds like we are in for a big workout. Mina. Totally. Hiroshima. Real hero stuff. This is what separates the men for the boys. I am shaking with excitement. Sue. Finally I get to show how good I am in water. Ribbit. Izawa. Guys, I am not finished yet. What you wearing in this exercise is up to you. I know you are excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't got used to any of them, and they might limit your abilities. This special training is an off-campus facility, so we will be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. Everyone stood up as they took their hero costume and went towards the changing room to change into them. Outside UA. We could see Gray, Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia wearing their hero costume, as both Gray and Yultier were standing in front of the bus door, along with their mother, who was praising Gray for handling the situation, making him blush from embarrassment. Gray, seeing that it's time to move, then stepped in front. Gray. Now then, everyone get inside the bus and sit wherever you want as long as it's in order. Ida, hand raised. Shouldn't it be in seat number? Gray. Do I look like the type of person who care about seat number? We aren't in classroom, so stop wasting time and get inside. Ida. But. Gray. Ida, who is the class president, you or me? Ida. You. Gray. Then do as I say. If you have problem with how I lead the class, then go report it to Principal Nezu. I hardly care. Ida nodded before he got inside the bus along with the other students, while Izawa had a shit-eating grin and was proud of Gray's performance, while was the same. Of course, when getting inside he saw the seat arrangement and started to sulk in a corner. Everyone got seated as the bus started to move to the USJ to start their training. Gray was seen sitting in the bus that was leading them to the USJ facility. He was currently sitting next to Yukiko, Yultier and Juvia, while was seen next to Izawa. Everyone was talking about their quirks and what they will possibly learn in the USJ. Sayu. Yagi, I always speak my mind, but your quirk is similar to All Might. Izumi heard this and couldn't help the cocky grin on her face, which was noticed by Izawa, Gray, Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia, who had disgusted look towards her, as they knew what she will say. Izumi, cocky tone. Well, it's because he is my father. Tsu, shocked. You're All Might daughter. Hiroshima, manly tear. That's so manly. I am jealous. My quirk isn't flashy as yours or Bakugo's and Todoroki's and Fullbuster's. Izumi was going to say something horrible to the guy, which Gray knew full well, and he didn't want to give her the pleasure of putting someone down like she did for him. Gray. Then work hard. Hiroshima. Sorry, I didn't hear you, bro. Gray. I said work hard. Your quirk can be both offensive and defensive. Many people would die for a quirk like that, so don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He is right, Hiroshima. Your concern should be on how to improve yourself, not how flashy you can be. Hiroshima, manly tear. Thank you, Gray bro and Fullbuster sensei. Izawa. Hey, we're here, stop messing around. Everyone. Yes, sir. Heading out of the bus, they were met with the Pro Hero 13, as Uraraka and Izumi were fangirling at having the Space Hero 13 in front of them. 13. Hello everyone, I have been waiting for you, and I can't wait to show you inside. Everyone, except Gray and his group. This is going to be so awesome. Walking inside the USJ, everyone was in awe at all the disaster ground that was created to train them in every situation. Hiroshima. Holy crap. It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ. Everyone thought. Just like Universal Studio Japan. 13. Excellent. Before we begin, let me just say one thing. Well, make it two, think possibly 3, 4, 5. Everyone. We get it. 13. Listen carefully, I am sure you are aware that I have a powerful quirk, it's called black hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. But my quirk can also very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have a power that can be dangerous in our superhuman society. All quirks are certified and sternly regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe it can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you are trying to virtuous-like rescue someone. Thanks to Izawa fitness test, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential, and because of Ice Creaty combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons to this class today. You are going to learn how to use your quirks to save people lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to happen after all. That's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. Ray, though. She probably is like that Douch All Might where she is all talk. Everyone applauded for 13 amazing pep talk as they cheered, but they were interrupted by a loud crash as they looked at the center of the USJ. Looked worriedly at Gray, Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia, as she could sense strong amount of dark magic from the dust. Izawa then placed his Google quickly. Kirishima. Did training start or what? Izawa. This is a villain attack, stay back. The dust then cleared as an evil chuckle escaped, revealing a tall, lean black-haired man which was tied in a ponytail holding a book. My, I have already found you. Her eyes scanned towards the book, and when she read the cover her face contorted into shock and horror. END, you are one of their followers. Izawa. You know that guy? Well, it seems that he has told you a lot about me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Margier, and I am one of the demon of the books of Zeref, and I came here to kill what little left of his family as a revenge. Everyone, shout. Demon. Angry. Like that will happen. Then rushed downstairs quickly as she created ice swords as she attempted to cut him down, but he then moved his hand, making a curse vine to appear, destroying the ice sword before launching her far away. Margier. Sadly for you, I am a demon from the books of Zeref, and the only way you can stand a chance, that if you are a devil slayer like your brother. Before he could react, an ice shard rushed towards him, stabbing him, managing to damage him, making him cough blood. Gray, smirk. Well, I guess I am your match because I am Devil Slayer. The mark then extended as it covered most of Gray body, making everybody amazed at Gray claim of being an ice devil slayer. Margier stood up with a smirk on his face as he patted his clothes. Margier. Well, I assume you are one of his offspring. Gray, smirk. Well, if you are talking about my old man Silver Fullbuster, the former #1 hero Absolute Zero, then I am his son. I don't how strong I am compared to him, but I am sure as hell won't make it easy on you. Everyone was shocked that Gray was the son of the former #1 hero. They wondered how many #1 they will have to meet in the future, but that will be for another time. Shout. Gray, run, he is stronger than this, you haven't trained enough with your Devil Slayer power. Gray. Well, I won't let you get killed, Mom, so me, Yultier, Yukiko will be helping you, and it's not negotiable. Bitter lip. Damn it, you are just like your old man. Gray, smirk. Well, I guess that is one thing I have in common with my old man. Are you ready, girls? Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia. Yes, Gray-sama. Izawa wrapped his capture weapon around us as he was restraining us. With his quirk activated, most of the students have been forcibly evacuated. Izawa. She said to leave it to her, she is a pro hero. Gray. I don't take orders from you, especially when my mother is in danger. Gray then froze the capture weapon, shocking Izawa as he was erasing Gray quirk, but it didn't work. Gray freed himself as the capture weapon shattered into pieces as Gray jumped along with the girls as they came supporting their mother mentor. Smile. You kids are reckless. If we come out in peace, then there will be punishment. Yukiko, smile. Yeah, we understand. Margier. How futile of you, no matter how many people you bring, that won't be enough to defeat me. Yultier. Funny. Coming from the guy who got injured from an ice shard, let's see if you can keep this claim for long. Margier. Yes indeed, come at me and prove to me how weak you are. I am gonna enjoy killing you all slowly. Like that will happen, Rose and Crone. The attack landed right on Margier as he came out a little injured, but he was still standing with the same smile on his face. Margier. I have to say, despite not being a devil slayer, you have some serious magic power. I can understand why you are the #2 pro hero in this human world. Gray was seen appearing behind Margier holding an ice sword made out of devil slayer magic as he attempted to slash, but Gray was wrapped by a vine as he was slammed on the ground. Yukiko. Ice make. Snow dragon. The snow dragon attacked Margier, who was unfazed as the vines appeared once more, shattering the ice attack. Yultier. Keep your eyes on me, luminous minutes. A multiple arch of time balls rushed towards Margier with high speed as it continued increasing in number, hitting him all, but it was revealed that his curse vines were protecting him. Duvia. Water nebula. The attack landed on him, but he was still fine. The 4 Fullbusters and Juvia launched all their attacks on Margir, who either received it and came out okay or dodged it and then attacked by launching them to wall. Margir. This is so fun toying with you humans. Bray, tired and battered. Don't get cocky bastard ice demon. 0 long sword. This time Margir wasn't quick to dodge the attack, as he was slashed to the chest before being encased in ice, as he kept huffing and puffing for air, clearly tired from the amount of magic he exhausted in the fight. Bray. Did it get him? Battered. No. I don't think this is over, he was just toying with us. Surely enough the ice shattered, revealing an enraged Margir, who had a deep cut on his chest. Margir. You damn brat. You will regret this, I won't be holding back anymore. Margir then transformed into his ethereous form as his magic power increased tenfold and the amount of bloodlust could be felt even outside to the students who were watching the fight, and those who was planning on rushing inside were paralyzed in fear. Margir. Ready to meet your end. He then rushed at Gray at incredible speed, but he was pushed away by who was grabbed by the face and dragged on the concrete as her children screamed her name in worry as her face became bruised up from the assault. Margir. You are annoying, I will make sure you have a front row seat to see your children's death. Tried to move, but Margir stomped on her as she fell on the ground once more, but Gray wouldn't let his mother be abused as he then created Ice Demon. 0 destruction bow, but Margir flew up as he dodged the attack that was aimed at him. Gray. Damn bastard, why don't you just die already? Margir. That won't be that simple, brat, you are 100 years early for you to fight me in this form, look at you, the demon slayer form of yours is consuming you can't even use it to its fullest potential. Sadly for Margir, he was interrupted by an ice garden that hit him, launching him to a wall that was as she made an ice make. Rose garden. Bloodied. You think you can take me down that easily, you fucking demon? Margir came out extremely pissed with all the interruption he have been receiving non-stop. He then decided to pull one of his powerful spell, Memento Mori. Margir, angry. You have been a bunch of nuisance, I will kill you all at once. But before the attack could go through, a powerful ice arrow launched towards Margir, hitting him in the stomach, piercing him. Margir vomited a lot of blood as he looked towards a shocked Gray and knew who was the source. Margir, shout. Curse you. Now Marty, I told you to drop that habit, didn't I? The ice fog disappeared, revealing the man that was one thought to be dead, Silver Fullbuster in all his glory, as his armor shined brightly, showing the name on his chest plate, Absolute Zero. Silver. Sweet home. Last time a powerful ice arrow pierced Margir, making him vomit lots of blood, the mysterious person revealed himself to be none other than Silver Fullbuster, a father, a hero and a demon slayer. Margir, shout. How did you know that I was after your family? I am sure I was careful in my plan. Silver, chuckle. I have my ways, Marty, so why not fight someone of your own size and leave my son and my sister out of this? Annoyed. Took you long enough. Gray, smirk. Hey old man, glad to see you standing, I thought you kicked the bucket early. Silver, laugh. Sorry little sis, and it's nice to see you, Izuku. Gray. Stop right there, my name is Gray Fullbuster. Silver knew something happened with Inko, and his suspicion was right, but right now he can't dwell on it, as he have to keep his son, his sister and his nieces safe from Margir, as he is powerful and regular demon slayer won't be enough to take him down. Silver. We will talk later, but I have a demon to slay. Margir ripped the ice arrow from his chest as blood spew out of it. Luckily he had minor regeneration, which was enough to keep him alive for long, but Silver is not your everyday demon slayer, he had years of training and fighting experience. Silver. Are you ready, Marty? Ice Devil resentment. Silver magic increased before he looked towards Margir, who stood up as he wiped the blood from his mouth, giving a smirk. Margir. If you think you can take me down, then you are dead wrong, but I know you are not to be underestimated, Yggdrasil. But before the thorns could even reach Silver, it was frozen in ice before being shattered into pieces, shocking everyone including Gray, who looked at his hand, realizing the potential he possesses. Margir, shocked. Impossible. Silver, smirk. Well, it is possible, alright. Silver then swing his hand to the right as he created Ice Devil Shiver, which sent a tunnel of ice towards Margir at incredible speed, hitting him, injuring him even more as Margir was on his last leg. Silver. Come on Marty, you are no fun, please make it entertaining for me, you can't die now, after all you had fun messing with my son, sister and my nieces, so I simply want some payback. Margir felt humiliated, but he knew he never stood a chance against Silver, and despite his pride as a demon from the books of Zareth, he knows when to pull away from a fight that could cost him his life, as he spread his wings and tried to fly away from the USJ. Silver smirked as he saw the coward running behind his back, but he was not going to let him leave without killing him, it was his job. Silver. Where are you going, Marty? We still aren't done. Ice Devil rage. Silver inhaled a lot of amount of ice as he then releases a large purple blizzard of cold air, ice and, seemingly, snow from their mouth, directing it towards Margir, who was in air. The blizzard inflicted great damage upon Margir, causing him to be unable to resist it, to be sent flying away with great force. Everyone looked at the aftermath of the powerful attack to see the ceiling destroyed, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake, heavily damaging the area it passes through. The dust settled, revealing nothing. The attack was powerful that it obliterated Margir out of existence. Silver gave his signature smile as he looked towards Grey, and smiled as Grey stood up and walked to his father, as they hugged each other. It might have been awkward to hug the man you never knew, but it was because of him that he got to achieve his dream. He believed in him, even if he was not physically with him all those years. Silver, tear up. It's so nice to see you again, son. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me for walking out on you. Grey. No need, Dad, I already knew the reason, and I don't blame you. At least the demon dude didn't attack us when I was a kid, or it would have been rather troublesome to say the least. Walked towards Silver as he was punched in the gut by her as he smiled weakly. Silver. I deserve that. Yeah, you fucking idiot, you have worried me so much, you owe me a lot. Silver. Understood. Yultir and Yukiko walked forwards as they bowed to their uncle and smiled. Yukiko. Hello uncle, it's me, Yukiko Fullbuster. Yultir, hesitant. Hello uncle, it's Yultir Fullbuster. Silver was shocked when he saw Yultir. He remembered her as he looked towards her for explanation. Grey found her, and apparently they faked her death because they were interested in her high level of power and wanted to turn her into them. She thought at first that I abandoned her, but Grey cleared her misunderstanding. It was because of him that I get to have my daughter again. Grey. As long as you smile, Mom, then this is my reward. Silver. Mom. Grey. All will be explained when we are in a private area. Silver nod as Juvia walked to the front. Juvia. Hello, my name is Juvia and I am Grey girlfriend. Silver smirked. So he got a girlfriend, huh? Attaboy, made me proud. Grey was embarrassed and hoped that his father won't learn that he was in a harem, but luck was not on his side. Poker face. He is also dating Yultir and Yukiko. He is such a player. I guess he inherited a lot from you. Silver, shocked. Damn. My son is a player. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt this lovely reunion. Everyone looked to see pretty much an audience as Class 1A was seen inside along with the whole staff. Looking down, he was met with Nezu as Silver smirked and Nezu grinned. Nezu. Who would have thought that the dad would come to see me? Welcome back, Silver. Silver. Nice to see you, Nezu. I hope you haven't went through your plan of world domination. Nezu. Postponed. Silver nod as the staff launched everywhere to check if there is an enemy hiding, but came empty-handed. Nezu. Where is the enemy? Silver, blankly. I killed him to the point he was disintegrate. All Might. What? That's a crime, you should be arrested. Silver froze All Might to the neck as All Might attempted to break out of the ice, but he couldn't even move a single muscle. All Might. What the hell is that thing made of? Snipe, shocked. He incapacitated All Might that easily. Nezu glared towards All Might. That is former number 1 hero. Absolute Zero. He was on a private mission of great danger which was given to him by the Hero Commission. Lad King, fanboy. I am a big fan of yours, sir. Silver. Thank you. The staff and students were shocked to see one of the teacher like Vlad fanboy. It was an incredible sight to see. Izawa, Bo. It is an honor to meet you, sir. I've heard a lot about you. It was a shame that you were out of the hero work for quite a long time, but I understand that you had a mission. Silver. Likewise, it's nice to meet you all here, but excuse me, I have a lot of catching to do with my son here. Everyone was shocked that Grey is the son of the former number 1. Absolute Zero. Nezu was not surprised as he nodded his head in agreement. Nezu. Very well, then we will be watching the recording to see how the fight went and report it to the police forces, but I expect a report. Silver nodded as he then started walking, followed by Grey, Yukiko, Yultir and Juvia as they walked out of the USJ as they were met with Inko on a stretcher with nosebleed and heart-shaped eye. Silver, confused. What happened to her? Recovery girl, sigh. She walked inside, saw you and this happened. Silver. Oh. Well, I am leaving. Silver was honestly creeped out as they walked to her home to talk and catch up. We could see Silver Fullbuster seated on the couch as he was out of his armor and wearing irregular clothes. He was holding a cup of tea as he took a sip of it, calming his nerve down as he was currently being glared at by her, who was demanding answers and won't budge. The kids aren't helping him as they knew not to get on their mother bad side. Sweetly. So big brother Silver, are you going to tell me why did you leave suddenly without a warning and not even telling me about Grey being your son so I can be there for him much early in his childhood instead of having him to take all the shit from that slut psychic and that douch All Might? Silver. Come on little sis, I just came back, can't you be happy at least? Silver tried to keep his little sister anger, as he knew how it feels to be on the end of her punishment. He knew that no matter how strong he is female, always find a way to subdue them. Gray. It's best you talk, Dad, you know as well as I do what mom punishment is like. As her eyes glowed as she was cracking her knuckles, managing to intimidate everyone in the room. Silver, gulp. Yeah, that would be a reasonable. Well, you see, the Hero Commission has dispatched me on this mission to infiltrate an organization that calls itself Tartaros and claim that they are demons from the books of Zareth. Luckily the commission didn't suspect anything as they thought it was the work of a quirk and told me since my magic work on them better, then I have to infiltrate then. Eliminate if they pose too much danger, and the one you fought at the USJ is their leader as they want to revive their master, they call him END. The reason why I never told you is that it was sudden and I had a ship that takes me to their location, so I didn't have the chance to say goodbye. Sigh. That's a good reason, but why didn't you tell me about Gray? Silver. Well, at the time you were coping with the supposed death of Yultir, so I didn't want to tell you this since I was afraid that you'd think I was rubbing it on you. Although it wasn't a good reason, I understand your intention, so you are forgiven, but you owe me and Gray a lot for all the time lost. Silver. I intend to do that. Now tell me, son, what happened between you and Inko? Gray. Sigh. Inko, after assuming that you are dead, remarried a year later to the current #1 hero. All Might, the one you encased in ice, says she had a child with him, which would be Izuku Yagi, their daughter. So far he was a good father until the age of 4 where quirks appear. I was quirkless, while she had Inko quirk, so you could expect what would happen. They neglected me as they pretty much forgot. But there is another person living with them. They prioritize Izumi over me as they praised her, resulting in her ego to increase tenfold, and when All Might revealed his identity of being the #1, her ego increased another tenfold, as she knew that she will get away with anything, as she is the #1 hero daughter. She of course bullied me along with her friends, and all for a stupid reason. They make me give up on being a hero just because they love me. I ended up meeting mom at the age of 10, when I first awakened my demon slayer magic, and I asked her if I can become a hero. She of course told me I can, and that she is willing to help me later. I found your letter along with everything you left for me, which was hidden from me. I then spent the next 5 years getting evidence to have my custody transferred to mom. Silver, angry. What, how could she do this? The temperature dropped as he was pissed right now, especially at All Might. If he knew back then he would have crushed him in his ice. Silver. Why did Nezu allow them in UA? Gray, wearing pants. That will cause a scandal. All Might and Psychic joining UA was known for quite some time before I revealed the neglect, so if they negated the contract, well, you could expect the media to bash UA, as All Might will use his popularity to bury UA to the ground, so he didn't want to risk it. But as it stands, I've recommended Nezu to transfer Gray bullies to Shiketsu, where we hope they would be reformed, but sadly, All Might have been spatting threats at us, and how he will leave, which will cause a scandal, but we already have a backup plan, which is expose him for the crimes he committed. Silver. I will have a talk with the Public Hero Commission, and they owe me a lot of favors, so if they refuse I will take the matter into my own hand. They have started a war with the wrong family, and they will pay dearly for it, as you could have been pushed to suicide. Gray. Well, they did suicide bait me, but I never listened to them since I had mom, Yukiko and Juvia and later Yultir, so I am doing much more better than I used to be 6 years ago. Silver, sigh in relief. Thank God. Don't worry, I am not going anywhere again. I will stay as a hero, but I won't be going for any mission again, since I am getting old for this shit. Gray. Well, even if you did have a mission we would tie you down in the basement so you wouldn't go anywhere. Do you actually think you will run away from us again? Fat chance. Silver, gulped. When did you get scary? Gray. Lessons from mom is effective. Yukiko. Uncle, what kind of people you met in your mission? Silver. Well, I met a lot of people, but they all shared one thing: they are all psychos with weird trait. Like there is a person who love exploding cities, there is a psycho-scientist who is obsessed with hot boys, there is one who likes to torture people, there is one who like to steal soul. The story is big and too troublesome to tell. Yultir. Well, you should tell us more often, Uncle Silver. Silver. I don't mind at all. Gray. Now that we are done interrogating Dad, let us go eat. Silver. Gray, what's up? You are naked. Gray looked down as he saw himself in his boxers as Juvia was seen spinning around in delight. Gray, shocked. Crap. Don't mind him. When I started training him in ice make magic I had him run in only his boxers, and because he removed his clothes a lot it became a habit. Silver, pale. I just hope you don't do this outside. Don't worry, he is able to restrain himself outside the house. Silver. Good. Let's go eat, son. Silver placed his arm around Gray's shoulder as Gray did the same as they walked towards the table laughing, leaving who was shaking her head in amusement. Walking in the kitchen, she was horrified of what she saw. Both father and son had the largest meat as they were trying to cut it, but the problem is they are using magic to do it, which isn't bad, but they are going to extreme length to cut a meat. Silver. Listen son, this is how you cut a meat like a pro. Gray. Go dad. Silver then created an axe as he slashed the meat in half, but what he didn't take into account is the counter who split in half. Gray. Damn. Silver. Well, we will tell your mother that this was an accident, but moving aside, we need something strong. Gray. I have what we need. Ice make. Sledgehammer. Silver. Ooh. What a good idea son. Before Gray launched his sledgehammer, he kissed the ground as he looked behind him to see her, who had ominous aura as Silver tried to sneak away, but she pulled him by the collar as she encased her arm in ice before hitting him hard. Ow. Ow. Pissed. You two, who told you to cook? Look at what you two did, you split the damn counter in half. Silver. We can freeze it after all. Ice make have no limit. Gray. Nice one dad. They got bonked once more in the head as she glared at them before she sighed and laughed. Laughed. You two are impossible, but then again this house was getting boring without some action. We will leave the counter to get fixed later, but let's not make this a habit of destroying things. Gray and Silver. Aye. They then walked out of the kitchen, leaving her to her devices as she smiled, seeing as the house will be more lively. She then looked through the window as she remembered how lucky she is. She became Grey Mother, then Yule was found, then her brother is back and he hasn't lost his spirit. We could see an enraged All Might sitting on his bed at home. Not many might know this, but All Might is a salty man who hold lots of grudges, but he hide it behind the smile that promise safety. Yesterday he was humiliated in the most worst way. Him, the symbol of peace, got defeated by a former #1 hero, someone who lost the title to him, but then again he was on a mission and he was inactive, but he doesn't want to admit that his one for all could be defeated by just a mere ice that he could just punch. There is also the fact that just his presence drove his wife to have a nosebleed. That was a massive hit in the pride, as pretty much having your wife get a nosebleed to another man was outrageous, but he forgave her as Inko is a beautiful woman and Izumi, his successor, would need her mother for her growth so she can take his position as the symbol of peace. There is also the last thing that ticked him off the most. Izumi Yagi, along with her friend, is being transferred to Shiketsu without his permission. He remembered the day before when the staff were reviewing the footage of the fight, which led to Nezu announcing his decision, with all the staff agreeing, not one-sided with him, except for Inko as she was his wife. Flashback. Aftermath of USJ. Meeting room. The staff of UA along with Tsukauchi reviewed the footage of the fight and were impressed with Gray, Yuletier, Yukiko and Juvia fought side by side with the #2 hero and considered giving them even more harsher training to ensure they are progressing as well. Tsukauchi, sigh. We don't have much information as Absolute Zero didn't leave a single dust of the enemy. All Might. That's why he should be arrested. It's a crime that he committed and I won't stand for it. Izawa. Shut up, All Might. You are not one to talk about crimes as you have done something even worse than this. All Might stayed quiet as he knew that the staff wouldn't forget his heinous action towards his stepson, while Inko cried as she knows she wronged her son. Nezu. Now then, I know you wanted information, but the Public Hero Safety Commission has made it his mission to eliminate them. Besides, I don't think the enemy would have complied with being arrested. We could only expect for him to report everything to us, that if he is allowed to do so. Tsukauchi. Principal Nezu, please excuse me, I will go check with Sansa to see if he finds something interesting. Nezu. Take your time, detective. The detective walked out of the room as the staff along with Nezu looked at both All Might and Psychic. Psychic, nervous. What's wrong? Nezu. All Might and Psychic, we have come to a decision that you should be informed about and it's not negotiable, so don't try to change the outcome because we won't. All Might. What happened? Izawa, blunt. To be blunt with you two morons, we are transferring your daughter along with her friends to Shiketsu instead, as we staff can't take their bullshit anymore. We gave them chance to change and start a new leaf, but I think the fact that they joined UA made them believe they will get away with everything just because their friend dad and mom are heroes. All Might and Psychic. What? All Might. You can't do that, you know more than anyone her potential along with her friend. Midnight. Potential or not, UA has zero tolerance for bullying, and you know that more than anyone. The reason why we left them and gave them a chance was because we wanted to see what they will do, but they broke it and we can't keep them in here, knowing that they are only causing troubles for both us staff and students in general. Maybe Shiketsu will be able to tame them as they have military rules. Psychic. Can't we just give them one more chance? Nezu. No, we are already out of chances. If we wanted we could have had them blacklisted, but instead we decided to be nice and transfer them to Shiketsu where they will be forced to behave. All Might. Then I have no choice but to leave the school. I am sure you know what will happen if I do that. Snipe. We all know, All Might, and we hardly care as we will tell the press the truth of you leaving and how you were playing favorite. All Might. We will see about that, and when that happens you will be begging of them to come back. All Might stood up as he was not smiling anymore, with Inko following behind him. As the staff didn't flinch, All Might walked out of the meeting room. Izawa. Well, good, he was getting annoying really. Lad. How he became a teacher without a teaching license is beyond me. Cementos. What are we going to do with it? You do realize that if he went through the threat that will cause a lot of problem for us. We got lucky that the students were unharmed in the USJ, but it still caused problem as some random villain got inside UA, which is said to be safe, not to mention word got out that Grey, you'll tear. Yukiko and Juvia fought with the number 2, although they praised them, but they also saw it as them being reckless and us being negligent of our duties as teacher. Nezu. We hardly care about what the media feel about the whole situation, and besides, we have evidence to put All Might career to the sower, so we are not afraid as we have recording to support our claim, especially the threat. Izawa. Well, he won't be getting away from this. Also, if those media decide to pull the same stunt a few days ago, I will use my quirk on them, and screw rules, you can't enter school property just to scope. Nezu. Also, we might have lost All Might, but we have something even better. Snipe. What is it, sir? Nezu. Absolute Zero will start his hero work tomorrow, not to mention he will become a staff at UA. He also have the qualification. Unlike All Might, they will of course train classes, but they will be more centered on Grey, Yultier, Yukiko, since they are ice user, and will know how to handle their training far more better than a staff. Present Mick. Koala brother and sister duo. This will be dynamic. Izawa, annoyed. Quiet down, you are annoying, but I am glad that he is not the same as All Might, a guy full of pride and shit. Nezu laughed at how Izawa described All Might as they sat down and talked about the sports festival. End of flashback. We return to All Might as he smirked evilly as he picked a phone and ringed a number. Hello, this is Hero2 podcast, how can I help you? All Might. Ahahaha. I am here. All Might, it really is you? All Might, laugh. Of course, I want to book an interview tomorrow morning if possible. Of course All Might, we will be honored to have you with us. How about 10 AM? All Might. That sound good with me. The call ended as the guy behind it was beaming in excitement as he told his boss, which got him a raise as the whole camera crew and reporter were overjoyed. All Might on the other hand had a smirk on his face. All Might. Kicking my daughter, the next symbol of peace, and her friends is by far one your biggest and foolish mistake of the year. Nezu expect to be hounded by the media, as I will be the one to bring down the famous UA to the ground. All Might then set an alarm for tomorrow as he had a smile on his face as he shut his eye quickly and slept quickly like a baby. We could see All Might waking up after yesterday's peaceful night as the clock rang, pressing it slowly. He removed the cover of his bed. Looking next to him, he saw Inko sleeping as well. Giving her a peck on the lips, he moved to taking a shower before placing his hero costume, who God knows when it was even washed. Buffing up, he stood outside the porch of his house taking a crouched position before he leaped in the air before landing in front of the studio, where he gave his catchphrase when he saw the whole crew outside excited. I am here, landing on the ground like a hero. Everyone was amazed. It was really true. All Might has booked an interview with them as the manager came rushing out, coming face to face with All Might as he had an excited face. Manager. All Might, we are so glad and honored that you have come here to join us in this fine day. Please come inside. All Might, smiling, led the way. Then the news leaked out about All Might booking an interview, and they were honestly excited as everyone had their television on the news channel. All Might was seen given a leather and comfy couch to sit on, while the news reporter was seen sitting in a chair, a little nervous that he will be interviewing the symbol of peace, but he can't fail as to not paint a bad image to their industry. The news has started showing the face of the news reporter, who held a smile. Reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, we Hero2 come with an exciting news. Our guest of this talk show is none other than the symbol of peace, All Might. The camera shift to reveal the symbol of peace with his trademark smile. All Might. Thank you. Reporter. So All Might, we had many questions for quite so long, and that is, how are you faring as a UA staff and teacher? All Might eye glint, showing that he is going to enjoy ruining the reputation of UA, but he was unaware that the whole thing was set up by a cunning plan from Nezu. All Might be the symbol of peace, but he is still an idiot compared to Nezu, who has an IQ of 250. All Might. Yes, you see, I have noticed that the staff at UA has been showing major favoritism for certain people there, as they have 2 days ago transferred my daughter and her friends, who had a lot of potential, to Shiketsu, as they deemed them unworthy of staying at UA. There is also the fact that in one of the hero training classes, the number 2 hero has allowed one of the students to cause major harm to my daughter and her friends. Everyone hearing the podcast was outraged at UA, some were making plan of withdrawing their children from there. Was getting major hate from the hero community as they saw her playing favoritism. Reporter, frown. That is cruel. How dare UA treat the daughter of the symbol of peace so badly? I think that UA should be shut down. You think so? They looked at the screen as it showed static revealing a smiling Principal Nezu who had a glint in his eyes as he was ready to bury All Might's reputation to the ground. Reporter, angry. Principal Nezu, what is the meaning of this? Hacking into our system is clear violation of the law. Nezu. I could care less. I came here to tell the truth of the reason why All Might's daughter is being transferred to Shiketsu along with her friends, and we have proof to support it. You were reckless, All Might. You knew we had a lot of evidence and heinous crimes that you committed, but you still went through it, and you will pay for it dearly. Now everyone was curious when they heard the heinous crimes and wondered what All Might did as they looked towards All Might to see him sweating in fear that made their interest peak. Nezu. Do you know that All Might had a stepson? Everyone was surprised. This was new. They knew he had a daughter, but a stepson they weren't told. Nezu. I am sure you are curious as to who the stepson and why he was not mentioned. Well, you see, the great symbol of peace neglected him for being quirkless, leaving him to survive on his own just because he didn't meet his expectation. All Might's daughter along with her friends bullied and harassed him constantly and even went as far as to suicide bait him. He grew to have some trauma which was healed by his aunt, the number 2 hero who later became his mother, as his former biological mother Psychic took part in the neglect. You might wonder why we even accepted his daughter and her friends and not blacklist them, and that is because All Might have been threatening us quite a lot. If you are not convinced, here is a recording. Nezu played a recording of where Nezu announced their decision to All Might, and the threat he gave it went as far as to show how he was being the one to play favorite the whole time. Nezu. What a fucking hypocrite you are, All Might. You called us out for playing favorite, which is incorrect, but here you are playing favorite and not even condemn them for their behavior or even seek medical help from professional like we asked you to do. I also want to clear that the number 2 had no hand in anything that happened. You see, All Might's daughter has been treating her half-brother as an object where they can throw him, then get him back whenever they wanted. Even despite his refusal to return to them, they thought they can fix 11 years of bullying and neglect, not to mention it was All Might's daughter's friend that have used high dangerous attack in an enclosed area that we clearly told them that it was forbidden just to hurt the number 2 son for pity revenge, and because they refused to accept their loss and learn from it like the other students. Everyone by now was shocked. People were outraged that All Might would stoop so low. They looked towards All Might to see him gone. Apparently he jumped away from the studio, which confirmed them that what Nezu said was true. Everyone was demanding justice for Gray. Reporter. We greatly apologize, Principal Nezu, for coming to such conclusion, but can we know the young man that was neglected? Nezu. I would have loved giving you name, but he refused to come out himself since he doesn't want to be pitied, and aside from that he doesn't want to be known as All Might's former stepson. Reporter. We won't pressure him. Here it is, folks. All Might is not who we thought he is. The Hero Association should take a lot of measures to punish All Might and Psychic for their crime, as the public won't stay quiet. The podcast ended as Nezu gave a smirk as he pulled the legendary Uno reverse on All Might. The people were in a shock at the news, but the most affected out of the people was the quirkless society and a certain blonde scientist with glasses along with her father, who had a disappointed look. The news has become viral to the point that everyone has seen it, and people started to go out in the street demanding justice. We could see in a nice house, All Might, who was in his skinny form hiding under the cover with Inko, who looked terrified as the light was shut down, with only the TV opened, revealing what was going on outside. Izumi was seen hyperventilating as she cursed her father idiocy as he screwed her friends and himself. With Gray we could see him laughing along with Silver. Was pissed that she was called out for being a bad teacher and bad hero, but when she was proven innocent by Principal Nezu, she joined in the laugh as well. Silver, laugh. What a legend, he always knew how to make things entertaining. Gray, laugh. Nezu pulled the Uno reverse on All Might. Both Silver and Gray roared in laughter once more as they ate with and the others who also joined in the laugh as they watched All Might life hard work crumble in front of him rapidly. Gray could be seen walking towards the school accompanied by his girlfriend. They were of course given a ride there by their father Uncle Silver. Silver, along with headed to their own different direction, with them going to the staff room and Gray going to the class. He stood in front of the door and opened it to reveal the whole class gossiping big time. Mina. Did you hear All Might was driven to an early retirement? Hiroshima. I heard, if the rumors are true then he is unmanly. Gray, thought. Well, you look at that, even people like All Might, despite how many he saved, can't escape from punishment. That's what he gets for using his title to flaunt it in our faces. Gray took a seat. As he looked around him he could see the 5 missing seat and assumed either they got blacklisted from every hero school or they were simply transferred to Shiketsu instead, which I highly doubt they would accept such troublemakers, but he doesn't care, at least he was given peace and quiet. Aizawa set foot in the classroom and in an instant everyone found themselves sitting quietly, making Aizawa pleased. Aizawa. That's good, we are improving, but I am here to announce something of high importance. I am here to tell you that your fight isn't over yet. Everything went dead silent, nobody spoke as everyone looked in fear at Izawa, who held neutral expression. Gray along with Yukiko, Juvia and Yultear were not fazed, they were told already about the sports festival. Izawa, seeing that he got the reaction he wanted, his shit-eating grin appeared on his face. Izawa. The sports festival is coming up. Everyone. A normal school event. Jiro. Sir, is it wise to hold the sports festival after being literally attacked by villains? Izawa. I hardly care, besides nobody here was injured, thanks to the new number 1 hero Absolute Zero, Ice Creaty, along with 4 problem children who know themselves. Bray got a tick mark, he already hate that nickname, but he calmed down as Izawa continued speaking. Izawa. Also, the sports festival will take place in 2 weeks, and the securities will be much tighter than it was before, so you have nothing to worry about. Besides, we need to show to the world that we aren't afraid of just a villain attack, that we could return to our daily life and adapt quickly. Now that is over, I am sure you are curious about the Bakugos, Todorokis and Yagi. Mina. To be honest, sir, nobody even liked them to begin with. They were too much prideful and full of themselves. It was honestly awkward, since they would use their parents' hero name to get away with everything or to mock us. Izawa was not happy one bit and was glad that the decision was made already by Nezu. Izawa. Anyways, I want to inform you that they are expelled from UA, or more like transferred to Shiketsu, who were willing to take them in and discipline them. Sadly, we need as many heroes as we can get, so despite their attitude we have to put up with them, and the best school that can tame them are Shiketsu. Luckily Endeavor and his wife along with the Bakugo's parents were so supporting of the idea. And were willing to cooperate with the school. They even apologized to anyone in the class that fell victim to their inflated ego. Haminari. I guess Endeavor is not bad at all. Izawa. Now that is over, class dismissed, make sure to train well, also you have access to the gym facilities built in the school. Everyone. Yes sir. Izawa left the classroom, leaving everyone to prepare their bags to depart as Gray opened the door to be faced with a horde of general students and 1B students. Gray. Could you people move, you are blocking the exit. Iida, hand chop. What business do you have with our class? Shinso. I just wanted to see the amazing Class 1A that was said to have fought against a dangerous villain, but all I see are arrogant assholes. Don't get cocky, since you fought villains we could have done better than all of you. In fact, this is a declaration of war. Many of us wanted to join the hero course, but we didn't have the right quirk. Gray anger flared up. A guy from general study just came here to declare war. The room started getting cold as a mark spread onto his body. The students that were standing were in fear as they started shaking in their boot and were shivering from the cold. Gray. So let me get this straight, you came here, blocked our exit just because of a villain attack, and you call us arrogant assholes. Do you see us flaunt in your faces that we fought villains and survive? No, you don't see us do that. Also, a piece of information, none of us fought the villain. It was mainly the number 2 hero Ice Creaty and the new number 1 hero Absolute Zero, me and those 3. Points at Yukiko, Yultear, Juvia did help, but we just only bought time for help to come. Besides, you talk a lot about how you could have done better than us, but right now you are shaking in your boots just from a bloodlust and cold. Will the villain there have a bloodlust much worse than that? Beside, if you were the hotshot you made yourself to be, why are you not in the hero course? Just by looking at you I know that you are the type who has been complaining about how life is unfair. Do you think you are the only who suffered? Many of us here suffered some form of discrimination, so get lost. You don't interest me in the slightest, nor your stupid declaration of war. You are weak, you didn't even train your body. Iida. Gray, please be gentler with them, you are making our class a target. Gray. If all of them are like that douch in front of me who is all talk but no bark, then I have no reason to worry about anything. Come declare war when you have trained properly instead of sulking about how life is unfair. Tell me, is quirkless discrimination fair to you? Shinso. No, but what does that have to do with anything? Gray. You have a quirk, don't you? Shinso. Yes, of course. Gray. Those quirkless people are treated like the lowest of the low. Did you know that my quirk came at the age of 10 to 11, meaning I was quirkless and had first-hand experience. Every day I wished for a quirk, every day I wished to be acknowledged by everyone, every day I wished not to bullied, neglected or suicide baited every time, but now my patience was rewarded and I have a quirk which I trained to earn it. That's the difference between you and me. I worked hard and diligently, while you did absolutely nothing and are here to envy us for having been blessed with a quirk. All I see are ungrateful assholes who doesn't see how they are even lucky to be treated as a humans and not some pile of trash on the side of the road. Everyone was in deep silence, including Gray classmate. They never knew he had such a terrible childhood, and even Shinso regretted even calling them arrogant assholes. He had been called to have a villainous quirk, but it wasn't as the same degree as Gray. He could only step aside to leave Gray to walk away along with his girlfriend who were comforting him. Momo. Wow, I never knew quirkless people were treated that way. Hiro looked at her earphone jack. She was bullied at some point because of it, but it never went physical or to the same degree. She now realized how pathetic she was. She thought that her life was difficult, but now she realized that there are more people out there with difficult childhood. Kirishima hardened his skin as he admires how strong his arm look. He remembered at some point he could only harden a small part of his skin, which wasn't enough to even make a dent in a tree. He remembered how much he trained and went through hardship to reach where he are right now. He looked at the empty door as he realized that Gray wasn't some guy full of himself like the Bakugos. Todoroki's or Yagi. No, he trained himself to reach that level and was never complaining. It was at this moment a fire lit in everyone's eyes as everyone realized that their childhood is pathetic compared to Gray childhood and that they will prove to the world that they made it here through their handwork and dedication. Behind the scenes was Izawa and Silver, who smirked but were sad at the same time. Look at him going at it again and lit the determination of everyone. Izawa. His future is promising, that's for sure. Silver. I can't believe he went through a lot in his childhood. I feel like I disappointed him. No, you did not. He understand that you had your problems as well. Besides, you did more for him than his former family have ever done for him. Now let's go back. We have watched enough. Silver nodded as he followed her along with Izawa, who looked behind him to watch his retreating students before he smirked. Izawa thought. Maybe this year won't be boring as I thought. It has been 2 weeks ever since the incident between the general core students. Gray have made sure to train his absolute hardest so he doesn't make himself a fool in front of everyone. Now we could see Gray in the changing room wearing his PE uniform, stretching himself and making sure everything was going quite well. Yuvia was obviously clinging to Gray, leaving an amused Yukiko and Yule tear, but they didn't mind. Kirishima. Guys, we will have to agree that we should try and aim for the top. Everyone, except Gray and his girlfriend. YAHH. Kirishima. Gray bro, aren't you excited as well? Gray. Me, Yultear, Yukiko and Juvia are not like you people. There is no such thing as try. We will climb the top, that's for sure. Momo. Aren't you a little bit too overconfident? You shouldn't underestimate them. Gray. Who said I am underestimating them? The difference between try and I will is really big. To try means that you will do your best, but if pushed to a corner then you just did try. But when you say you will, then that means that even when cornered, you will do what you must to reach the top. That is the difference between us. It's all about mentality, and my mentality is that I would want to walk out here with a medal. Everyone were quiet. They looked at Gray, and they could now see the difference between them. Most of them had settled on trying, but they never tried to step out of their comfort zone. They look at Gray with admiration. He might be cold and rude sometimes, but deep down, he is quite a nice person, especially when they heard that he was quirkless for most of his life, so his attitude was justified to them. It was then that everyone was interrupted by the voice of Present Mick. Present Mick. Give it up to the class that survived a villain attack, Class 1A. They walked out as they saw the stand filled to the brim with all pro heroes and civilians alike, and they were being clapped loudly. Ida. I hope we are still able to give our best performances even though the eyes are watching us. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero we all have to learn to get used to. Kirishima. Present Mick sure to talk us a lot, kind of makes me feel nervous. Present Mick. The next class didn't have much screen time, but they are filled with talent. Welcome Hero Course Class 1B. The other courses were introduced, but they are irrelevant. Midnight was seen walking towards the stand wearing her rather revealing attire, making all the boys drool. Kirishima. Someone should talk to Mrs. Midnight about her choice of clothes. Haminari. Mrs. Midnight costume should come with a warning. Tokoyami. How did she become a teacher at UA with that costume? Gray. Doesn't this woman have any sense of shame? Yultear, poker face. Ha. Like you're one to talk. We are lucky that mother had made sure to train you to stop stripping everywhere. The girls in the class madly blushed at that as they imagined Gray naked and they had to cover their nose from the nosebleed. Momo, blushing. You can't be serious. Yukiko, poker face. Dead serious, he strip a lot, and also we found his clothes at random places. There is this one time when we found his clothes on top of a chandelier and he didn't even know how it got up there. Everyone was speechless and looked at Gray, who never looked at them. He doesn't want to admit that he really have a case of stripping issue. Midnight. Silence everyone, and for the student pledges Gray Fullbuster. Gray walked lazily towards the podium, making everyone in the vicinity annoyed. While the girls were shouting how cool he is, was amused, and Silver was laughing as he watched his son already building a fanbase full of girls. Gray. Well, let's get this over with. To be honest, I am not good with speeches, so I will make this as short as possible, and that is to give it your in all of this, because you are representing your class and UA as a whole, so don't half-ass it if you really want to move to Class 1A, or go to the hero course in Generaland. Everyone was waiting in suspense as they waited for him to finish the speech, as Gray gained a poker face. Gray, poker face. I want to say good luck because most of you will really need it. Gray walked away and everyone was conflicted whether to feel insulted or to feel happy for the first part of the speech, and some started clapping admiring his spirit, while a certain girl with bunny features had a wild grin. Mirko. I like this kid already. Gray gave his mic to Midnight, who took it gladly, not before giving him a wink which he disregarded it, and went to his girlfriend with Juvia cheering in full force, and apparently had a banner which says, Gray-sama is the best. Izawa, who was watching, was grinning from ear to ear. He enjoyed how he lifted everyone's spirit in the first half, but then told them good luck, which means that he tell them that no matter what they will lose. Midnight. Without a further ado, it's time for us to get started. This is where you began feeling the pain. The first game of the festival is obstacle course, where you will have to run around the stadium. Now all of courses should take their designated position. Everyone then headed towards the entrance of the obstacle course, and they were squeezing each other to try and get out first. Gray and the girls were already at the entrance as they knew they had to take the advantage so they can head out first, while they beat each other over the exit, which worked. Midnight, shout. Begin. Gray. Ice make. Floor. The ground started to be encased in ice as Gray started gliding on it, while everyone was falling in their butts and scream in pain, as Gray was not fazed nor cared about them in the slightest. He then looked on top of him to see Yukiko, trying to gain speed at him by using one of her spells, but Gray was trained better. As both of them increased their speed, reaching the rest of the group as they were on a standstill, with each one trying to get the upper hand on the other, but they were met with 7 0-pointers. Gray spread his mark around his body, his hair going upward, making the fangirls scream even more. Present Mick. Whoa. It seems Gray Fullbuster is going into his super and awesome mode. Ice Devil. Rage. The attack was devastating as everyone who witnessed the attack were terrified, as the attack obliterated everything that stood in its path. Everyone cheered wildly, as most of the 7 0-pointers were obliterated, and the rest were took care by Yukiko, Juvia and Yultier. Silver. He is doing pretty good job in his usage of Ice Demon Slayer. What did you train him? Silver. Nothing much. Powed as she knew she won't be able to receive answer from Silver, who just gave a smirk as he watched his son and nieces head to the second part of the exam. As Gray froze the rope and glided through it professionally, he got excited that he didn't notice that the top of his PE uniform was removed unconsciously, and every female got a nosebleed, and the guys were questioning if they are even straight to begin with. Present Mick. Well, you look at that, it seems that Gray Fullbuster has lost his jacket. Gray looked down and saw that he was really missing the top of his jacket and freaked out. Gray. When did that happen? Izawa. A warning for everyone, Gray has a case of stripping habit, so he would often lose a short, you name it. Luckily in school he is a little bit restrained, but when he get excited he unconsciously remove anything that is in his way. Also, just as you guessed by his quirk, he loves cold. The audience didn't care much, especially the female population and the media, who were taking pictures like crazy of his godly physique. Iwabami. I want him in my agency, he will become quite a good model. In another part of the stage we could see 3 people, and in the middle is a blonde kid who had a smile and looked like a Tintin ripoff. Mirio. Haha. It seems I am not the only one who tend to get naked. Najire, blushing. You both are like, I think both of you are going to become good friends. Amajiki. Doesn't he feel embarrassed having camera taking pictures of him, and people stare at him like a piece of meat? Just thinking about it makes me want to go home. Amajiki had his head to the wall as he tried avoiding the public eyes, while Mirio was laughing, and Najire was pouting but also smiling. Silver. He will never hear the end of it, he will probably be a victim just like me. Silver shuddered in fear as he was being patted by his younger sister, who had amused look since she remembered how he would often spend most of his time running from the crazy girls that were chasing him. Gray had finally reached the final phase of the exam, which was the minefield. Gray gave a smirk as he froze everything in front of him and glided through it like a pro. He doesn't want to waste his magic on complex ice structure, knowing that it is unnecessary. Gray was seen competing with both Yultier and Yukiko, but he was built physically better, so he was able to gain advantage and pass them as he reached the number 1 spot in the first game. As he stooped running, he wasn't even tired, not even the girls were tired as they were smiling. Gray had finally stood tall, showing his defined muscle, and it was too much for most of them as they passed out. Gray had an annoyed look as he had his hand in his pocket, which didn't seem as the right decision, as the cameras started taking pictures by million, almost blinding him. Present Mick. The first place winner is Gray Fullbuster from Class 1A, followed by the second place Altier Fullbuster, and coming in third is Yukiko Fullbuster, and coming in fourth place is Juvia Loxer. Everyone started coming inside as they were panting. Some of the girls had decided to stare at Gray godly physique, which recharged them completely and made them feel like they could run one more time. Remember that time when Sanji was swapped with Nami body and they were running? He was feeling exhausted, but when he groped Nami, he was able to run extremely fast. That is extremely hilarious. Present Mick. Holy crap. It seems that the girls has gained some kind of boost by just looking at Grey Fullbuster godly physique. What has the world come to people? Female pro heroine. Hey, I can't really blame them. Female pro heroine. Yeah, the kid is super hot, he could be a model. You'll tear, chuckle. How does it feel to be the center of attention? Grey. Bray. Nightmare. Juvia was hugging Grey arm to her breast as she was pouting. Juvia will save Grey Sama from her romantic rivals. Yukiko. You know we are sharing him, besides there could be even more than one girl involved by the end of the third year. The students have been given 30 minutes break between as to rest and regain their stamina, as they did have to run around the stadium, which was filled with all kinds of traps UA was able to get their hands on. Bray could be seen now in the cafeteria eating with Yultier, Yukiko and Juvia. They always liked to eat with each other and didn't want anyone with them, as they liked to talk about their own thing. Juvia. So what do you think the second game would be? Yukiko. I did watch last year's sports festival and it was cavalry battle. Bray. Nah, I don't think Nezu would make the same game each year. Yultier. But why did he repeat the obstacle course? Bray. Obstacle course I believe only serve for warming up the students. Yukiko. Well, that is logical. Haminari was seen walking towards Grey Group as he had hit his intention quite well but not good enough. Haminari. Hey guys, did you hear what Izawa-sensei ordered? It's really crazy. Yukiko. What is it? Haminari. That the girls in class 1A should wear cheerleader outfit to service the audience. Bray had saw through him. Well, everyone in the table figured out his intention. The guy thing was poking through his pants, not to mention he have been eyeing his girlfriend and that didn't sit well with him. Bray, quiet menacing tone. What a load of bullshit. You think we are idiots? I know your intention, and that's why, bringing his hand together, I will teach you a lesson of trying to ridicule my girlfriends in front of the public for your fantasy. Ice make. Hammer. The giant hammer appeared in the air as everyone watched in amazement, while Kaminari was pale as the hammer smashed into him, creating a crater underneath him and shook the building slightly. Beta. Fullbuster, why did you assault one of your classmate? Bray. Bring Izawa-sensei. If he think that he pulls such a stunt in my watch, then he's dead wrong. Izawa. I am already here, problem child. So what happened? Bray. Kaminari came here telling us that you ordered that the female classmate to wear cheerleader outfit to service the audience. Izawa vein appeared in his head as he stared at the unconscious and bleeding Kaminari as he wrapped his capture gear around him as he looked towards class 1A and other classes. Izawa. I want to make it clear that I never gave Kaminari orders about the girls wearing cheerleader outfit. We already have cheerleaders from America. He will be dealt with and disqualified from the game. You have 10 minutes before the second game starts, so rest well. Izawa left as Yaoi Rozu fell in her knees along with the girls in relief as they almost fell victim to a pervert. They gave a thankful look towards Gray, who reported him, and each went and thanked him, which he waved them off and told them that he did what any aspiring hero should do. The break has continued uninterrupted as they stood up once ectoplasm came and told them to head towards the stadium so Midnight could announce the second game. Just then Present Mick voice rung once more through the stadium. Present Mick. Hello everybody, I hope you ow. Apparently Izawa got enough of Present Mick screaming and blowing everyone eardrums as he gave Present Mick a nasty elbow as he took the mic. Izawa. Sorry about that. As was said, the break is over and those that advanced in the obstacle race will participate in the game that Midnight should be announcing. As for those who didn't win will be in the stand reserved for their class. The classes started walking in as the crowd cheered once more as having to wait 30 minutes for the next game to start was painful to some of those who are extremely excited and fans of the sports festival. Midnight walked towards the podium. Her glasses was placed in her head. Midnight. I hope you all haven't been waiting long, but we will be talking about the second game, but this time it will be different. The TV changed to reveal a city built by UA, as the TV changed once more to show 4 flags scattered everywhere. Midnight. There is 4 flags that are currently scattered around the city by forming a team of 4, and it should be someone you could work well together. Your goal is to capture one at least, and protect it till the end to guarantee your victory. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Momo, mutter. So it's basically saving a hostage and keeping him safe. Midnight. That is correct, Yaoi Rozu. Everyone was surprised as some started murmuring about why the game changed, but they couldn't say that they aren't excited to have some change for once. Team A. Grey Fullbuster, Yukiko Fullbuster, Yultier Fullbuster and Juvia Luxor. Team B. Momo Yaoi Rozu, Tenyu Iida, Fumikage Tokoyami and Akako Uraraka. Team C. Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Hanta Shiro, Mei Hatsum. Team D. Yuga Aoyama, Hitachi Shinso, Masahiro Aojiro, Niranjeki Shota. The team by the end of the 10 minutes were already picked. Everyone knew not to go against Team A, which consists with the top 4 in the race, and even the pros were excited to see them teaming up together as some had their eyes on them. Random student. Is that team even allowed? They are all made up of the top 4. Midnight. I allow it. I did say to form a team you go well with, so if I take that from them, then I am not being fair, but now I want you all to stand on entrance number 5, 6 to start the game of Find the Flag. Everyone stood in front of the gate. This time it was much bigger, so they were able to stand and group together. Some people like Kirishima and Tetsutetsu were burning with excitement. Present Mick. So the game will be starting in the count of 3. Everyone were tense. The pros and civilians' eyes were glued to the entrance, ready to watch them take off. Present Mick. 2. Everyone was in a running position as their eyes were wandering to the others' competitors to ensure that they go out first without problem. Present Mick. 1. Quirks have been activated and some started to show facial expression from seriousness, smirking, grinning and smiling, and some didn't show any facial expression at all, like the resident mute girl Yui Kadai. Present Mick. Go. Everyone rushed inside as Gray froze the entire ground, making a lot slip on the ground hard with Juvia being on Gray's shoulder as they were skidding on the ice floor easily as Gray, Yultir and Yukiko are ice mage, so it was easy for them. Yukiko. I will scout the area. Yukiko created multiple ice eagle which took off in the air as they started scouting everything in the city even inside the buildings itself. The students that slipped on gray ice were pissed as they stood up despite the ground being slippery. Present Mick. Well, you look at that, it seems that Gray Fullbuster has managed to slow down the other competitors. Truly a smart move. Yukiko. I found one of the flag, it's here, points at a small building being hidden by the tall buildings as Gray smirk. Gray. Well, that is smart of them, nobody will expect the flag to be hidden here. Gray decided to hide their traces as he brought his hand together creating a giant wall hiding them, so nobody will get idea as to where they went and decide to gang up on them. Gray. Ice make. Rampart. The crowd seeing the giant ice wall cheered loudly with Present Mick cheering as well like a child making his awe groan, but he was impressed with Gray. Nezu. He's quite smart hiding himself and the team from the other students so they don't get idea where one of the flags are hiding. He sure is. Silver. You taught him well, little sister. Pride. Humph. I am the number 2 hero after all. Back with Gray, he had gotten inside the building as they found the flag that they should keep guarding. Yultir. We found the flag quickly. It has only been 5 minutes so far, meaning 15 minutes more, and this game will be over. Juvia. Think we should put traps. Gray. Good idea, Juvia. Gray and Yukiko started creating things with their ice make magic, with Gray creating cannons next to him and then went on to create a fishnet that he placed on top of the door and windows, so when it is opened it falls and capture the person. Yukiko on the other hand created tigers out of ice, which is guarding the doors as well, and was made to attack when they could avoid the fishnet overall. The entire place was secured. Gray. 10 minutes is left before this game ends. Gray then created comfortable chairs for all of them as they took a seat, staring everywhere. The windows have been already frozen, allowing nobody to see through it as well. The crowd that were watching the students saw what Gray team was doing, and they cheered loudly at the level of badass that is displayed in front of them. Hero 1. I would have said that they are cocky, but after everything they displayed so far I don't doubt them. Hero 2. Not to mention they did rig the entire base with cannons, fishnet and those lion statues which I assume attack. Back with Gray, we could see him seating talking with Yultir, Yukiko and Juvia, but they were interrupted as the door was opened quickly as they looked at the intruder, which was caught with the fishnet to see Hirurin and Jiroda Shishida, who used his beast quirk to break through the fishnet, but he put a little effort, but they were attacked by the ice tigers, and the 2 cannonballs shot Iraktu. Their stomach making them vomit blood before they fell unconscious. Gray then proceeded to freeze them and set them in a corner as they have captured them and got them out of the match. The audience were cheering loudly at the display of power that has shown that they started feeling bad for the 2 kids. Random guy. Nice try. Random women. Nice try. Everyone. Nice try. Silver. I forgot that the public can be quite. Nodded grimly. Brutal. Nezu on the other hand was laughing as the staff looked at him incredulously as he just looked at them, not fazed, before he laughed again. Present Mick. 2 minutes is left for the second game. Those that didn't get a flag were in panic mode as they looked everywhere hoping to find a flag or steal it, but everyone had only one thought, that they wouldn't run into the Fullbusters or they are as good as dead because they have no chance in hell of getting their flag. This continued for the duration of 2 minutes as Midnight slammed her whip on the ground as a buzzer went off signaling the end of the second game. Present Mick. The second game is over. Those unfortunate enough to not get flag fell on the ground in disappointment as they have lost their chance to show off their strength. The 4 teams that managed to get qualified were the Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D. The students that were badly injured in the ruckus were immediately taken to Recovery Girl, but those who were able to stand headed towards the stadium as they stood battered. Some didn't have any injury like Great Team, Shinso. Midnight. Now the second game is over with those teams being the one to proceed to the final game. For those who didn't win, don't worry, we had made aside games you can all participate in. Those that didn't win were in relief that they get to show their skills to the pro heroes and even increase their chances to get chosen for their intern. Midnight. Now we will be going for a short break of 30 minutes to construct the arena, where we will be holding a 1v1 battle. The students can go for lunch break or rest to gain their energy back or get healed by our youthful hero. Recovery Girl. Everyone cheered as the students walked inside, with most of them going to Recovery Girl to get healed, but Gray and the girls decided to go see their parents, who, when opening the door of the staff room, they were greeted by Silver and hugging them all for a splendid performance. Silver. I got to say, son, that was downright badass what you just did in the building. Gray, smirk. I am your son after all. Now let's go eat together. Yukiko. That would be great, mom. The big family headed towards a VIP cafeteria and ordered their food as they ate while talking about things they did and what they planned to do, and laughed the whole time as they waited for the announcement of the beginning of the 1v1 fight. We could see the teams that have managed to pass the second part of the sports festival. Some were quite nervous, and some were excited, and some were proud to have gotten so far in the sports festival. Despite the ups and downs that they faced, Midnight was seen holding the microphone ready to announce how the first round of the 1v1 battle will go. Kirishima. Ah yeah, finally getting a chance to show what we're made of. I watch this finals every year, and now I'm actually in them. Mina. So wait, is it always a tournament? Zero. The finals always a one-on-one competition, but they switch it up every time. Last year it was a sword foam fighting match. Midnight was seen lifting a lot, where the students get to pick their opponent in that matter, as she started speaking to the students. Midnight. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against, then enjoy the pleasure of the recreation game before we start. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team. Ajiro, raise hand. Excuse me, sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Everyone was shocked that Ajiro was ready to forfeit his place in the one-on-one matches, as they looked at him trying to figure out why he would throw it away like that. Ida. This is a rare chance for you to get scouted. Ajiro. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the capture the flag battle until the very end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. Gray glanced towards a young man with messy, indigo-colored hair that flares out in large tufts around his head, and notably straight teeth. His eyes are purple with white pupils and are thin and somewhat triangular in shape, pointing downward, with no visible eyelashes. They're usually half closed, and he has very dark eye bags underneath them. Gray thought. So that was his teammate, and he say he barely remember anything. Could it be some mind possession? No, he would have been in the hero course if that was the case. I will figure him out later. Gray. Are you sure you want to give up like this, Ajiro? I know that it's your pride that is in stake here, but make sure your pride doesn't hurt your future. Ajiro. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone puppet. No way, I don't want to advance. If I don't even know how I got here, it wouldn't be fair. Toru. You're making way too much of this. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here. Mina. Yeah, what she said. I didn't do much in the battle either. Yukiko. It's best if you don't pressure him. There would be no gain from it if his heart isn't in it. Yultier. Also, like Gray said before, everyone is fighting here, and not only that, everyone's pride is on the table. If he were to advance, he will feel ashamed and unworthy of reaching to the third part of the exam. It's best if you respect his decision. Shota, step up. Niranjeki. Shota from class 1B. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, this isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the value of the festival to advance without earning my spot. Kirishima, manly tears. Listen to this, guys, they're so manly. Commentator box. Present Mick. Well, now, here's another weird turn of event. Izawa. We will have to see what Midnight have to say about all this. She's the one in charge. Izawa then glanced at the area where the other staff member are located, as they watched intensely on what is going to be Midnight decision for such a turn of event. Stage. Midnight. This sort of talk is incredible naive, my boys. That turns me on. Shota and Ajiro are withdrawn. Everyone thought. Did she say turns her on? Aoyama. Don't worry, I'll win it for you. Midnight. Now let me see, we'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place catch the flag team, so we have enough contestant. Itsuka. Honestly, we barely did anything in the catch the flag, isn't that right, girls? You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time. Team Tetsutetsu. Tetsutetsu, shocked. Kendo. Itsuka. I'm not doing this as a favor, it's just fair. Tetsu. Seriously you guys, thank you. Midnight. Tetsu and Shiozaki has advanced to the finals. First round. Bray Fullbuster vs Hitachi Shinso. Yukiko Fullbuster vs Hantashiro. Ultear Fullbuster vs Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsum. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Shido. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoi Rozu. Ejiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Yuvia Loxer vs Akako Uraraka. Bray looked at his opponent, which turned out to be the same person he gained interest in, and despite the little declaration of war last week, he didn't hold any ill intention against the guy he just hoped he had trained. Instead of complaining about how miserable his life, a hand was placed on his shoulder as he looked at Ejiro, who proceeded to ask him for a small meeting at one of the lockers. Locker room. Bray was seen sitting in front of Ejiro, who was a little nervous as he was speaking with Gray, who is usually cold to people, but the revelation of last time made him less worried that things might go wrong. Bray. So I assume you wanted to warn me about the Shinso guy quirk. I already have a guess to be some kind of mind possession or brainwash from how you worded out not remembering anything. Ejiro, nod. Correct, I don't have really much proof, but all I could tell you is that he asked us a question, and that's the last thing I remember before I woken up when I made physical contact with another team. Bray. So it's some type of voice command type of quirk. Ejiro, nod. Correct, so I wanted to tell you, given that you are facing against him, I know you don't like how I'm giving you information on him, since you want to win on your own without help, but I just want you to win this for the both of us. Bray, smirk. Of course I will win, beside I want him to understand that the hero profession is no joke. Either the sports festival will be spreading quirk information on the students, so every person will try to counter his quirk. If he is a one-tail pony, then he won't survive in the hero industry for long. Ejiro, smile. I see, I just want to tell you thank you for inspiring me and everyone else to fight, so we can earn our place. It's a shame I could earn my place with my own effort in the second match. Bray, smile. Don't be hard on yourself, just learn from it so next year you won't be in the same position. Ejiro nod before both Gray and Ejiro separated, not before giving each other a fist bump, as Gray was ready, getting confirmation of the quirk. He already knew ways to counter his quirk. Arena. Present Mick. Hey sports fans, are you ready? Cheers was the only thing that rung around the stadium, as both heroes and civilian alike were excited, more so to see how the Fullbusters would do in the matches. Present Mick. You've been through hell to get here, but now it's time for the one-on-one tournament. Fire around the arena lit as Present Mick was ready to announce the first match, which made everyone excited given who is the fighter. Present Mick. The first match, the handsome and sexiest man who make women go crazy with his rocking body, it's Gray Fullbuster from the hero course. Bray walked out of the hallways, getting the reaction he expected with cheers and fangirls, screaming his name, making his father cringe at how Present Mick introduced his son, and how the people are reacting, which reminded him of his youth. As for she was laughing hysterically at how Gray is going to be a victim of fangirls. Sorry, but this guy hasn't really done anything to stand out yet. It's Hitachi Shinso, from General Studies. Shinso walked out of the hallways, which is opposing that of Gray, as he rubbed the back of his head, not caring that he wasn't receiving the praise of the people, as last week was a wake-up call when he had made the declaration of war, and he would finish this fight as quick as possible, knowing the danger Gray poses. Present Mick. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them or getting them to say, I give up. Bring the pain, we've got our good old recovery girl on standby. And fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Well, of course going for the kill is a no-no, you'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fist fly only when in pursuit of villains. Bray stared at Shinso. He had already figured out how he could cancel his quirk effect. It was quite obvious, as even Shinso himself unintentionally gave it away. The match had started with Shinso speaking. Shinso. This battle's going to test your strength of will and I intend to win, so are you ready, Gray Fullbuster? Bray. Yes, I am ready. What about you, Shinso, are you really ready? Shinso. Got you. Bray. Got what exactly? Bray smirked as he saw the pale look of Shinso, who stepped back, surprised that his quirk didn't do anything, as he got slightly angry. Shinso. How you were supposed to be under my control. Bray. I already figured that your quirk work on weak-willed people, but if your opponent will is stronger than yours, then your quirk is nothing. Gray then rushed at Shinso, engaging on a hand-to-hand combat, and it was obvious that Gray was dominating, no question about it, as Gray gave a kick to Shinso's stomach, sending him barreling on the floor to close to the finish line for comfort. Gray. You really have a good quirk, Shinso, and you don't know the potential that quirk you called villainous has to offer. You could do interrogation. Patch a villain without a fight, but you're the type we call a one-trick pony. If anything, you should be better at hand-to-hand combat compared to me, considering that your quirk isn't battle-oriented, but you have none that shows that you are extremely reliant on your quirk to end the fight quickly. But here I am, your quirk unable to do anything to me. If that is the level you're at, then what makes you sure that you are ready to join the hero corps? So far I haven't used my quirk. Shinso was surprised with what Gray had said to him. Most people had told him that his quirk was villainous and distanced themselves from him, but here he is, a former quirkless, beating him without using his quirk. He felt ashamed of himself that he let his arrogance get the better of him, raising his hand, seeing no point in continuing a futile battle, and gave up. Shinso. I give up, I have no chance at all in beating Fullbuster. Present Mick. The winner is Gray Fullbuster and will proceed to the quarter-final round. The crowd cheered loudly at the awesome fight, although some were a little disappointed that they couldn't see the quirk in action, but were satisfied. As for the heroes, some were impressed that there is some people who don't neglect training their hand-to-hand combat skills. Shinso stood up as Gray shook his hand before he left, having a lot of things to think about before he could see himself worthy of becoming a hero. His attention was taken when he saw some of his classmates congratulating and praising him. Even heroes praised him. That's when Shinso declared that he is not going to lose the next time. Second fight. Yukiko Fullbuster vs Hanta. The match ended quickly despite zero effort, as Yukiko had used her ice make magic to create an ice make sword that resulted in her cutting any tape that came towards her and rushed towards Zero before she placed her palm on Zero's stomach before she used ice make Panther, which resulted in an ice panther to pass through Zero and come out from the opposite side. He was shocked before his eyes rolled to the back and passed out of the floor, with the ice panther shattering, leaving a passed out Zero, who was picked up by medical bot. The crowd cheered more than before at the display of power and the usage of sword in the fight, which earned her a lot of point from the heroes who had wrote her name immediately on a notepad, hoping to recruit her into their agency. Although the most brutal thing that happened is how a kid had started chanting, "Nice try," with everyone following the kid example as some cringed and give sympathy look for Zero, who was passed out. Second fight. Yultier Fullbuster vs Ibara Shiozaki. The fight was also something, as Ibara had tried to use her vines to capture Yultier, but that was easy said than done, as Yultier had grabbed the vines using her ice make magic. Shiozaki hair froze. Of course, Shiozaki knew that was helpless battle and surrendered immediately, which made Yultier advance to the quarter-final round. The crowd cheered as well for Yultier as she looked at her proud mother and proud uncle with a smile as she walked away, hoping for a challenge in the quarter-final round. Last fight. Yuvia Loxer vs Akako Uraraka. 4 other matches has went by as Tenya Iida was used by Mei Hatsum as a guinea pig to present her babies, as she put it, to the inventors and companies, before she gave up when she had done, making Tenya Iida scream in agony as he was used. Yuga Aoyama lost terribly, as had shot a few naval laser which didn't hit Mina, who was gliding on her acid, before she delivered an uppercut to the French boy who lost his pant when the acid landed on his pants. Fumikage Tokoyami won his match easily. It didn't even last a minute, as he had Sen Dark Shadow, who punched the shield created by Yayoi Rozu, which managed to push her out of bounds, which made the recommended girl depressed. Ejiro Kirishima and Tetsutetsu had tied together as they had punched each other at the same time, knocking each other out. It was then later decided they will do an arm wrestling to decide who will advance to the quarter-final round, and Kirishima won as he used the opportunity that Tetsutetsu was unable to keep his steel form, which resulted in a crack in Tetsutetsu's steel forearm. They then became friends as Kirishima offered a hand to Tetsutetsu. The final match of the first round had started between Yuvia Loxer vs Akako Uraraka. The fight was completely one-sided, as Uraraka had rushed towards Yuvia, intending to touch her to activate her quirk, Zero Gravity, but sadly for Uraraka, Yuvia could transform her body into a mass of water, which can render any physical assault ineffective, so Uraraka had ran through Juvia's body and fell on the ground face first, before she desperately attempted to win the match, as Juvia used Water Lock to trap Uraraka inside a large sphere of water. Seeing as there were no oxygen, Uraraka passed out before Juvia dispelled the water lock, declaring her as the winner of the final match, and advanced to the quarter-final round. Now it was time for the quarter-final round, and the opponents were decided as the following: now who will win and advance to the semi-final round. Quarter-final round. Gray Fullbuster vs Yukiko Fullbuster. Tenya Iida vs Yultier Fullbuster. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Mina Shido. Ejiro Kirishima vs Yuvia Loxer. Gray could be seen walking in the stadium hallways. He was obviously in deep thought, as he had been thinking about the 2 first games of the sports festival. They were quite easy to say the least, and he was relived that so far he had done well, including the first round of the 1v1 match, that if you could call it a fight to begin with, as he didn't need his magic to win it, but overall he has been Giving good impression to the heroes. Well, if you call stripping in front of the world is a good thing, if anything he couldn't help but shiver in fear at what will happen once the sports festival ends. He will be swarmed by fangirls from all over the country, maybe even the globe. Gray knew who his opponent is, and he is a believer in gender equality, so he has no qualm in beating a girl to a pulp. You could say what you want about him, but just because they are female doesn't give them some kind of immunity. Gray truly believed that some of the female population abuse that fact to get what they want, because to the world female are weak, and at one point they're made housewives, despite the fact that the female gender has proven that they're no pushover. With that thought in mind, Gray knew what he need to do in his second fight in the quarterfinal. He will give Yukiko a fight to remember. She might be his girlfriend, but even she would be disgusted with him if he even dared hold back on her, because Yukiko is a warrior, so if he treated her like a glass in front of the whole world, then he would be ashamed of himself for the rest of his life. Do you think you can fight her? Gray turned his head to see his father Izuku Fullbuster, the current #1 hero in Japan, leaning on the wall. His form was completely relaxed and had a smile on his face, yet his eyes showed seriousness which Gray had picked on quickly and knew his father doesn't want to make him any more nervous. Gray. Yes, I can. I believe in gender equality, so personal feelings are aside. Silver, laugh. I'm glad I am not the only one who believe in that. Well, I wanted to make sure that there were no hesitation or doubt before you entered the fight. Gray. Yukiko is a warrior. Before anything I would be insulting her if I held back in our fight, especially in front of the whole world. You do know you could receive some backlash after this fight. Gray and Silver turned their head to see her. She was walking slowly with a smile on her face, yet she showed extreme worry for Gray's well-being because she knew how the public acts. Gray. I don't care about the backlash. Being a hero means that there will be some people who doesn't agree with your methods, so I'm ready because I know I have my family in my corner. Smile. Yes, we are always going to be by your side, Gray, so give my daughter a good fight. Silver. Show the world what you and Yukiko can do. Gray nodded his head with a smile on his face, realizing that he is never alone this time around. He have a family and a school behind his back supporting him till the very end. The family chat was ended with Present Mick voice ringing around the stadium, signaling the start of the quarter-final. Present Mick. Now let the quarter finale begin. Gray heard the loud announcement of Present Mick as he looked back at his parents with Silver giving him a quick thumbs up while mouthing good luck. As for her, she gave him a quick hug while rubbing his back to soothe Gray's slight nervousness before Gray picked himself up properly and walked towards the entrance, his head held high. No one pav. Location. Arena. Present Mick. Now for our first match is the Ice Prince, who managed to capture the hearts of many girls and had displayed raw power. Gray Fullbuster. Cheers were heard around the stadium, and by now there were banners with Gray face as they squealed in delight as they saw Gray walk to the arena stoically, but inside he was slightly disturbed with how far the female population could go to have a go at him. Present Mick. In the ride, a prince can't be there without having his lovely Ice Princess by his side, a girl who had dominated her match elegantly, Yukiko Fullbuster. Yukiko walked into the arena with a smile on her face as the male population cheered for her, some even confessing, which annoyed Gray greatly, but he kept a calm demeanor, not wanting to show how he want to kill the said person. Yukiko, who was now standing face to face with her boyfriend, she was smiling but also serious. Gray knew she was serious and won't hold back as well. Midnight, who was standing at the side as the two couples stared at each other, their expression turned serious and their body becoming slightly tense, showing that both fighters are battle ready both physically and mentally, which puts some edge around the stadium. Midnight. Are both fighters ready? Midnight was looking between the two fighters, and even she had a serious expression. Both fighters didn't even batter an eye, but she knew they were focused on each other, trying to find an opening which could decide the battle. Gray. I was born ready. Yukiko. So do I. Midnight. Now then, let's not delay this any further, but let the first match in the quarter-final begin. Yukiko quickly extend her hand forward towards Gray while saying Ice Make. Eagle, which resulted in multiple Ice Eagles to rush towards Gray. Gray reacting quickly, then put his hand together before saying Ice Make. Shield, resulting in a large shield to appear, but to Gray's surprise the Ice Eagles created by Yukiko had bypassed the shield that was created before they landed, slamming into Gray, who could only cross his arm together in hopes to minimize the damage. The audience were in awe as they watched as Gray proceeded to quickly put both hands on the ground while saying Ice Make. Geyser, which resulted in the ground in front of them to become ice and creates a single tower of ice spikes that locked Yukiko. It then shattered, revealing a slightly injured Yukiko, but not much to hinder her. Gray didn't relent there. He didn't want to give Yukiko the opportunity to recover from his attack, in which he used to jump in the air, putting his hand together for an Ice Make. Hammer, which resulted in a giant ice hammer to crash into Yukiko before it shattered, revealing the form of Yukiko, who was battered but smiling nonetheless. No one pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Kaminari, worried. Don't you think that he's going too far? Jiro then used her earphones to ear rape Kaminari as she looked in disgust towards the perverted male, along with the other female classmates. Jiro. Be quiet, you damn pervert. Kaminari. Ow, you're still angry for that harmless prank. Jiro ear raped him once more as she glared at him along with the other girls of the class in a way to tell him talk again, and we will cut what makes you a man, which was enough to shut Kaminari down. You'll tear. Boys like you will never understand that you're insulting me and my sister. Juvia. How dare they boo my beloved Grey-sama. No one pav. Location. Audience. The portion of the audience didn't seem to take this nicely, seeing as Grey is hurting Yukiko to that extent. The majority of them were the fanbase of Yukiko, who were simping on her and some of those feminist. Random guy. I can't watch this. Male hero extra. Hey, are you a hero? Why are you doing this to a girl? Why don't you finish her off already? Female hero extra. Yeah, you heard the guy. It was then that the portion of the audience started booing Grey, who didn't even flinch for 1 second, while Yukiko was pissed that the audience would go this far just because Grey treated her as a warrior. It pissed her off that people think she's that fragile. As for some of the most experienced heroes, which include Mirko, Endeavor, Ryukyu, Big 3 and other heroes, were looking in disgust towards their fellow heroes who would boo a child for showing respect to his opponent. Shut the fuck up. The entire crowd was silenced very quickly as the booming voice of Silver was heard, as he had grabbed the mic. Clear anger and frustration could be seen on his face, and the people were afraid seeing the number one displeased. Silver. This isn't a fucking kindergarten. You're currently watching two promising UA students who are giving it their all in this fight for their own dreams, yet all you people did was degrade Grey for showing his respect towards Yukiko by giving it his all in this fight, just like Yukiko is giving it her all in this fight. This is a matter of pride, and none of you have the right to interfere. Also, for the heroes who had participated in such a disgraceful act, should consider finding another job. Hero work is for people who are willing to put their life on the line to fight villains. If you think that villains out there will play fair in their fight, then you're sadly mistaken. Because villains don't care if you are a female, male, child. Elderly people, they will hurt and even kill you. I, as the number 2 hero, find it very insulting that people think that the female population are weak, and for the other female heroes who had agreed to this should be ashamed of themselves. The audience were quiet. Some had started feeling quite ashamed of themselves. They thought that Grey was taking it too far in a friendly festival like the sports festival, but realizing that they were basically spitting on Yukiko pride as a warrior made them even more ashamed. Izawa. Where is the man who started this uproar? The pro hero, who turned out to be a male around his 20s, eye locked with Izawa. It didn't hide his glare towards the man, making him slightly uncomfortable. Izawa. Are you a pro? Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. The audience was shocked once more at the bluntness of Izawa towards the pro hero, as not even both number 1 and number 2 hero was that blunt or cruel. Izawa. I'd suggest looking into another career. Just like both number 1 hero and number 2 hero, said Grey. Fullbuster is being fierce towards his opponent as an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserved to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top. No one pav. Location. Arena. Yukiko. Sorry. Grey. I expected that outcome and I don't care about what they feel. Yukiko then smiled as she put her one hand in front of her to create an ice make. Snow dragon, which resulted in a large ice dragon to appear behind Yukiko before it danced around only to grab Grey from its mouth and crash him in the ground. Yukiko didn't stop there as she rushed behind Grey, putting one hand up to create ice make. Snow tiger, which resulted in a large ice tiger to rush at Grey in an attempt to bite him, but Grey was much quicker and with his great reflex, jumped upward in an acrobatic way. Grey then put his hand together to create ice make. Prison, which resulted in a large cage made out of ice to appear, encasing the snow tiger inside it. Grey didn't stop there as he used Yukiko's surprised expression to put ice make. Cannon to create a cannon purely made of ice before he pushed the trigger, which resulted in a ball of ice to rush towards Yukiko, overwhelming her as she was knocked out of the arena. The audience were quiet before they started clapping, and then cheers started engulfing the stadium as people started showing their appreciation to the two students for their amazing performance, as Grey ignored them, instead walked towards Yukiko, who had a smile on her face as Grey lifted her up bridal style and walked inside to the infirmary so she can get treated. Present Mick. Amazing, the winner of this first match in the quarter-final is the Ice Prince. Grey Fullbuster. Cheers and squeal from Grey fanbase could be heard from miles away, which made Grey shudder slightly, but he was happy to say the least. No one pav. Location. Recovery Girl office. Smooch. We could see Recovery Girl lips extend to kiss both Yukiko and Grey in their cheeks, which resulted in the two of them to be engulfed in green light. Grey. Is she okay? Recovery girl. She will be okay Sunny, she just needs some rest after all, she exhausted her energy in that fight. Ray. I'm relieved. Recovery girl. Just know you did the best thing for her, so ignore the audience, they tend to act nuts whenever things don't go their way. Ray. I already knew the consequences when I entered the arena and I was prepared for it, I don't really care about people's opinion on me. Recovery girl. Good to hear, now you should see your classmate and don't do anything serious until your next match, since you did get injured. Ray. Nod. I will, thank you. Recovery girl. You're welcome Sunny, now here take some gummies. Recovery girl then placed in Gray hand multiple gummies which he chalked it inside his mouth before swallowing it, feeling a little much better than before as he walked out of the office. No one Pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Gray started walking towards his class stand where he walked inside to be met with his classmates, face shoved into his personal space which included Mina and Kirishima, in which he grabbed their faces and throw them to the side. Mina. Ow, you sure don't know how to treat a girl. Ray. I believe in gender equality, so just because you're a girl doesn't give you immunity, besides you're shoving your face in my personal space. Kirishima, manly tears. Fullbuster bro, that was so manly. Toru tried to approach Gray, but Juvia I turned red as she grabbed Toru's head, shoving it to the side, before Juvia jumped into Gray's arms, who accepted it, before smashing her lips with Gray lips in a quick kiss. Juvia, hard eyes. Gray-sama, you were amazing. Toru, annoyed. Ow, what was that for Juvia? Juvia, glare. Shut up love rival. Toru, puff your cheeks. Well Gray is handsome, I am only into Ajiro. Ajiro, blush. What? Toru, realizing what she said, started blushing before suddenly Mina stood up, rushing at great speed at her best friend with a predator gaze. Mina. Ooh, is my love senses deceiving me, or is my best girl Toru in love with our resident tail boy? Toru. Oh, shut up. Toru then ran out of the stand in embarrassment, while the other boys were congratulating the blushing Mesajiro, who then fainted. Yultier then walked towards Gray, hugging him as well before pecking him on the lips, making some of the girls jealous. Yultier. Good match Gray, thank you for giving my little sister a good fight. Gray. Happy to help. Yultier. Now cheer me on. Gray. I will babe. Yultier then walked outside along with Iida to prepare for their fight between each other. Obviously Iida was not really confident in winning, but his pride is also in the line. Gray then took a seat in one of the many chairs in the stand with Juvia, choosing to sit in his lap to cuddle in his chest, which Gray didn't mind, as he had wrapped his arm around her waist to pull her closer to him. No one Pav. Location. Arena. Present Mick. The previous fight was downright epic, and for those who are worried about our students' healthy, they are doing fine with few injuries. The audience were quite relieved that there were no serious injuries, and they realized that they have over-exaggerated, but now they had another match to see, and it was quite promising to say the least. Present Mick. Now for the second match in the quarter-final, we have on the left we have the Princess of Time Yultier Milkovich, and on the right we have Mr. Stick with Rules Iida Tenya ouch. Present Mick had received an elbow to the stomach from Izawa for his biased commentary towards one of his students, as both fighters were now standing face to face. Iida. I wish you the best of lucks my friend. Yultier. I could say the same thing Iida, so may the best win. Iida. Agreed. Midnight. Now let the second match begin. Iida then rushed towards Yultier with great speed, which took Yultier off guard, as Iida, being the gentleman he is, started pushing her towards the end of the arena, which pissed off Yultier, seeing as he doesn't take her seriously and is trying to end the match. So she then brought one of her orbs to create infinite sphere, which resulted in the orbs to hit Iida in the stomach, which pushed him away from Yultier and halted his progress, but it didn't stop there, as the orbs that hit his stomach then vastly multiplied, striking Iida multiple times from every angle, which was enough time for Yultier to kick him out of the arena. Present Mick. Winner is Izuku Fullbuster. The audience cheered loudly at the display of power, as some were quite on edge when Iida was close to throwing her out of bonds and winning the match. Yultier then glanced towards Iida, who was already out of bonds. Clear disdain was shown on her face, showing how displeased she is, which Iida knew why. Yultier. The reason why you lost Iida is because you didn't take me seriously. You tried to end the match quickly through non-violent way, and while it's really noble that you wouldn't want to harm a lady, but it's also a weakness and an insult to my pride. Yultier then walked away, leaving bots to come and pick Iida away from the arena and to Recovery Girl office. Now there is only 2 matches left to conclude the quarter-final. Location. Arena. Gray could be seen resting on the private balcony of Class 1A. He had been leaning his head comfortably at the chair, while Juvia was seen straddling him, despite the rest of the female of both Class 1A and Class 1B ire. Yukiko and Yultier were amused to say the least, as they both had taken a seat in both sides of Gray. The quarter-final was coming to an end, as there were 2 matches left before the semi-finals are declared. That's why we could see present Mick ready to present the 2 fighters of the 3rd match in the quarter-final. Present Mick. Now let's start the 3rd round of the quarter-final. We have on our left the Acid Queen of Class 1A. Mina Ashido. Mina, being who she is, glided her way into the arena using her acid on her foot before she jumped in the air, spinning around with a smile on her face before she landed on the arena with both her hand raised up secreting acid, and just like expected the crowd cheered at the amazing entrance, and heroes seemed to give the pink hair girl points for her amazing agility, which were rare to find these days. Around. Present Mick. So cool. Now on to our right we have our Dark Prince of Class 1A. Jumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami walked in with the crowd cheering for the boy, as Dark Shadow appeared giving thumbs up and cheering as well. Tokoyami. Revelry in the dark. Both Tokoyami and Mina could be seen staring at each other, with Tokoyami being the one who is more mentally battle ready, while Mina seemed to be goofing off and more relaxed. No one Pav. Location. Class 1A stand. In the 1A stand we could see the students watching with great interest at how the match will turn out. Many people seemed to be rooting for Mina due to her superior agility and acrobat that she had demonstrated, and other rooted for Tokoyami to win the match. Jiro. It's hard to know who will win this. Momo. Yeah, Ashido is quite agile, but Tokoyami is still one of our strongest classmate. Ray. Tokoyami will win this. Toru. Why that? Ray. Don't get me wrong, Ashido is quite skilled with her usage of quirk, and her agility would definitely give her an edge in battle, but Tokoyami will just simply overpower her before she could even come close to Tokoyami to do any significant damage. Beside, look closely at both Tokoyami and Ashido, and tell me what you see. Class 1A looked at both of the fighters. Some were unaware of what Gray was trying to convey, and some had started reaching a conclusion, but the answer came from Yukiko herself. Yukiko. Ashido-san seemed to be taking this fight as a mere game. Her stance is way too relaxed for someone who is going to fight, and she seemed to be glancing constantly at the crowd, while Tokoyami is watching Ashido every movement, and I bet he is already formulating plan on how to get over Ashido agility. Momo, nod. In a sense Tokoyami-san is battle ready compared to Ashido-san. Class 1A seemed to understand where Gray was coming from as they looked back the 2 fighters. No one Pav. Location. Arena. Midnight then looked at both fighters as she sighed, seeing Mina being distracted by the crowd, while Tokoyami was quite ready for the match. Midnight. Are both fighters ready? Mina was broken out of her stupor as he glanced at Tokoyami, and she was intimidated to say the least, which was understandable, given that Tokoyami was quite strong, even competing in the top 10 in the class. Tokoyami. I was born ready. Mina. I'm ready as well. Midnight, seeing as the 2 fighters are now ready, she then raised her whip before slamming it in the ground, signifying the start of the 3rd match. Midnight. Start. Without wasting any time, Tokoyami jumped back, gaining some distance from Mina herself, and as quickly as he landed on the ground, he summoned Dark Shadow to attack Mina. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Got it. Dark Shadow rushed towards Mina, who started panicking as she started throwing ball of acid towards the incoming Dark Shadow, who skillfully and easily avoided the acid, which put even more pressure on the pink-skinned girl. Mina then tried to create 2 balls of acid from both her hands, but Dark Shadow didn't let her as he hit her hand, which disrupted Mina's attack and pushed her close to the finish line before she fell on her butt at the end of the line, signifying that she lost the match. Midnight then pointed her whip towards Mina, Ashido and Tokoyami with a smile on her face as she concluded the 3rd match of the quarter-final. Midnight. Ashido is out of bounds. Tokoyami wins. The crowd cheered loudly as Tokoyami stood tall and proud, although with a hint of disappointment, as the match ended quickly in just a single attack by Dark Shadow. No one Pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Kaminari. He won in an instant too. Sai. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is amazing. The rest of Class 1A was a little at awe at how the fight had ended so quickly, and those who were cheering for Mina were quite disappointed to say the least. Bray. Ashido isn't built to take hits from Dark Shadow. She was outmatched, but she could have won if she had kept a level head in the entire fight. Sai. How so, Fullbuster-san? Bray. Ashido could have used her acid to glide her way towards Tokoyami and attacked him instead of trying to overpower Dark Shadow, because let's face it, she's not strong enough to fight Dark Shadow. Iida. I have to agree with you, friend. Iida then started shaking, which freaked most of Class 1A before he took out his phone from his pocket, assuring everybody that it was just a phone call before he left inside to take the call. Bray. Anyways, Juvia, your fight is coming. Juvia. Cheer for me, Gray-sama. Bray. Sure thing, just do your best. Juvia nodded happily as she stood up ready to head to her battle against Kirishima, who seemed to be equally excited to fight as well. No one Pav. Location. Arena. Present Mick. Now for the final match in the quarter-final, we have on our right the Water Queen of Class 1A. Juvia Luxor. Juvia walked in with a smile on her face as she was glancing at Gray, who seemed to be cheering for her. Obviously the crowd cheered for her as well. Present Mick. We have on our left our manly rock boy of Class 1A. Ijiro Kirishima. Kirishima walked in sulking for being rock boy, which the crowd seemed to laugh at. Present Mick introduction of Kirishima. Kirishima, mutter. No fair, why does she get a manly introduction? No one pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Ikako. I think Juvia-chan is going to win this match. Sayu. I agree with Ikako-chan on this one. Haminari. Nah, she's good and all, but Kirishima will run through her easily. Bajiro. I may not be the smartest, but Luxor-sen is going to win this. Kirishima is strong, but his attacks won't work because Luxor-sen can either keep a fight from a long distance, and let's not forget she can turn her body into water. Sato. Nod. I agree, Kirishima and I are the type who take the fight to the person, but that doesn't apply to Luxor-san, since she can easily swat him away. Haminari was about to whine, but just a glare from Gray, Yukiko, Yultier, and the females of Class 1A, he sat quietly grumbling. Gray. Kirishima is not one for tactics. He is the type who charge into a fight and try to bulldoze through everything, which is good and bad at the same time. Zero. What are you trying to say by that? Yultier. What he is trying to say is that Kirishima will definitely try to bulldoze his way through Juvia water, which will end in many scenarios. 1. He will exhaust himself and won't be able to maintain his hardening form. 2. He will be trapped into a water similar to how your Raka-san fight ended. 3. He will be swatted away by a water and pushed out of bounds. Yukiko. In a sense it's a hopeless fight because Kirishima can't hurt her physically since she can just turn her body into water. No one pav. Location. Arena. Similar to how all matches has went, Midnight could be seen observing the two fighters who were obviously battle ready, and Midnight was quiet, impressed that Juvia is not trying to take a glance at Gray, which she understood as the girl wanting to impress her boyfriend. Kirishima was obviously ready, but she could see in his eyes that he was slightly hesitant, which she sighed. She doesn't blame Kirishima, but rather blame the system and the girls that had made themselves look weak. Midnight. Are both fighters ready? Juvia didn't take her eyes from Kirishima as she was serious in defeating the resident Class 1A manly boy. Kirishima. I was born ready. Juvia. I will end this quickly. Kirishima smirked. Confident are we? Juvia smirk. This is for my beloved Gray-sama. Kirishima seemed to cry some manly tears at seeing his classmate devotion towards Gray, along with Midnight, who seemed to get aroused from the comment that Juvia did. Midnight thought. Youth is such a beautiful thing. Betting her beating, Midnight then raised her whip before slamming it in the ground, signifying the start of the third match. Midnight. Start. Just like expected, Kirishima rushed towards Juvia, body hardening, as he took Juvia off guard before he tried to land a gut punch towards her, but to his surprise and everyone's surprise, his fist went through her, leaving water in place of Juvia missing body part, which showed that she had activated water body, which essentially made her body turn into water. Juvia, seeing Kirishima taken off guard, she used this chance that he was close to her to release her attack. Juvia. Water claw. Juvia then covered her hand into water before she slashed it towards Kirishima, who was taken off guard. The attack had created a torrent of water that engulfs Kirishima that had sent him almost to the finish line, but he managed to roll away on the ground, quickly avoiding being defeated. Juvia didn't stop there as she started to transform her hands into something that made Kaminari wince in pain as he touched his ass and back before he prayed for his friend, as right now Juvia was forming a water whip out of her hands, which seemed to make Kirishima pale. Juvia. Water cane, modified. The whip wrapped around Kirishima legs before she swigged her arm before releasing the hold on Kirishima, which essentially sent him flying to a wall, running through it, making a human-shaped form. Midnight then pointed her whip towards Kirishima, who was out of bounds, and then to Juvia with a smirk on her face as she concluded the last match of the quarter-final. Midnight. Ijiro Kirishima is out of bounds. Juvia Luxor wins. The crowd cheered loudly as Juvia jumped around in joy before she rushed towards Class 1A balcony, hoping to get praised by her beloved boyfriend, while Kirishima seemed to be walking out of the wall a little hurt, but not much to affect to have him sleep in recovery girl office. He seemed a little dejected to say the least, but motivated to get stronger even more than before. No one pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Haminari, shudder. I forgot that she can be quite scary. The female of Class 1A seemed to be quite proud of their fellow female friend for winning a match against a fighter who was considered to be part of the top 10 in class, as Juvia walked in rocketing towards Gray, who had his arm open expecting her as she wrapped her arms and legs on Gray. Juvia. Can Juvia get a reward from Gray-sama? Gray, chuckle. Of course. Yuvia then leaned on Gray before she started kissing Gray as she wrapped arms around Gray neck while Gray wrapped his arm around her waist as she started licking his lower lip, trying to gain access which he let her easily as she roamed her tongue around Gray mouth before she started wrestling with Gray tongue trying to gain dominance, but she was outmatched before she separated looking with a smug expression on the jealousy look from the other female classmate. Yuvia then stick her tongue out, which managed to rile some of the jealous female of Class 1A and surprisingly Class 1B, before she got comfortable in Gray embrace as they sat down, waiting to hear what will happen next, with both Yukiko and Yultear taking a seat next to Gray amused with Yuvia childish behavior. Present Mick. Now that concludes the quarter-final. We have 30 minutes break before we get into the semi-final. The board then changed, showing the matches that will take place in the semi-final, which surprised everyone, but also excited them, as the semi-final are between one of the best fighters in the first year, although some were disappointed with how some couldn't advance, due to bad luck like Izuku Fullbuster. Semi-final. Match 1. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Gray Fullbuster. Match 2. Juvia Loxer vs Yultear Fullbuster. Location. Private locker room. The quarter-final was finally over, and thankfully the remaining fighters, which consisted of Gray Fullbuster, Yultear Fullbuster, Juvia Loxer and Fumikage Tokoyami, were given a 30-minute break to prepare themselves mentally for the semi-finals. That's why we could see Gray sitting in one of the private lockers that were reserved for him, and sitting around him was his family. Everyone could see from Yukiko's facial expression that she was obviously disappointed because she was unable to proceed to the semi-finals. She knew that her magic has its limit and that it was bad luck that she was paired against Gray, who happened to have many aces in his sleeve, so she never stood a chance to begin with, but her defeat was not the main problem of her disappointment. Yukiko, my dear, you might not have proceeded to the semi-finals as you wished, but you did very good for your first year here. Yukiko, sigh. Mother, defeat is just merely a reminder that I have still a lot to learn, but I'm disappointed about the fact that people think so low of me. Stayed quiet. She knew that Yukiko had her pride damaged after the crowd pretty much started booing Gray for not holding back in his fight against Yukiko and treating her as a warrior like any other participant. It left a bitter taste in Yukiko's mouth. Silver, chuckle. Yukiko, that's how life works. Me and my sister had faced this kind of treatment when we were still teens. Of course at the beginning we were quite angry, and let's just say your mother had sent multiple people to the hospital for just merely looking down on her. Everyone in the room sweat drop while Laura blushed in embarrassment at having her past come to light as she scratched the back of her head as remembering how many people she beat for just making a comment about her being a female. Gray. Just ignore them, Yukiko, they are merely a pests. If you think every time about people's opinion, you will never be able to grow stronger. You're not under any obligation to please them. If they don't like you, then they can merely fuck off. Silver seemed to nod proudly at his son's comment, while Lur smiled at seeing Gray trying to be supportive in his own way, of course. Yultear. Agreed, at the end of the day there are people who support you and those who are against you. The point in all of this is that you've done well, and that's what matters here, so let's work hard so next year you could reach the semi-finals, maybe even the finals, if you train hard, of course. Yukiko seemed to smile at seeing how her family are supporting her and not judging her at all, as she nodded her head feeling a weight had been lifted off her shoulder as she looked at Gray, Yultear and Juvia. Yukiko. Thank you, and also sorry for wasting your time on me. Juvia, don't have problem with helping a fellow friend. Yultear. We're sisters, Yukiko, your well-being is much important than those silly matches. Gray, smile. Agreed. Silver then look at the clock to see that only 10 minutes are left before the semi-final start as stand up on his feet along with her. Silver. The semi-final should start in 10 minutes, make sure to prepare yourself and just know we're rooting for the three of you. Give it your all and just know we're proud of all of you. Now we'll be taking our leave. The children seemed to nod as Silver and Yukiko left the locker room, leaving Gray, Yultear and Juvia to prepare themselves for their matches. No one Pav. Location. Arena. We could see Present Mick getting ready to announce the start of the semi-finals. Next to him was Izawa, who seemed to have gotten out of his sleeping bag and was equally ready to see the semi-finals where the best of the best would clash against each other in order to prove who is the strongest first year. Present Mick then exhaled some air as he then grabbed the mic. His expression showed excitement more than anything as the semi-final is about to start, and this is where fights get heated up. Present Mick. Are you ready? Crowd, cheer. YHHH. Present Mick. It has been a long day and we are reaching the end of the sports festival, and right now we're seeing 4 powerful students who are competing over the finals, and they all are from Class 1A. The crowd cheered once more as Class 1A has proven that they are the best hero class in UA. Obviously Class 1B were displeased with that fact, but a lot of them had accepted it, but some had hard time swallowing it. Present Mick. Now to start the first match in the semi-finals, we have on our right side the one person who had been dominating his matches and still have more up his sleeve, the Ice Prince. Gray Fullbuster. The crowd cheered loudly, but more so the female population at seeing the man that had captured their hearts walk in with a small smile on his face as he stood up in the arena waiting for his opponent. Present Mick. Now on our left side we have a student who had proven to be equally powerful with his trusted shadowy friend, the Prince of Shadow. Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami walked in calmly, although everyone could see the displeasure in Dark Shadow face at being referred as shadowy friend, which he found ridiculous, but he kept quiet, mainly because his host was given a cool title. Tokoyami then stood in front of Gray. Both had neutral look on their faces, but any experienced heroes could see the respect that both students have for one another. Tokoyami. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Gray. Nod. May the best win. Tokoyami. Agreed. Midnight seemed to squeal in delight at seeing the sportsmanship between the two fighters, but she knew she have a job to do, and she could see that the two fighters are ready to duke it out. Midnight. Are both fighters ready? Both Gray and Tokoyami didn't answer orally, instead they nod their head, their eyes not leaving each other for a second, as just letting your guard down, if just for a second, could decide to fight. Midnight. Begin. Gray, having had observed Tokoyami fights, knew the man patterns of fighting, and true enough, like he expected, Tokoyami released Dark Shadow towards him, hoping to end the fight quickly as possible, as to not give Gray a chance to fight back. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Sir. Dark Shadow then rushed towards Gray at high speed, knowing that Gray was not to be underestimated, as Gray then put his hand together and quickly formed a shield made purely out of ice at the last second, knowing how fast the dark entity could maneuver out of the way. Gray. Ice make. Shield. Just like expected, Dark Shadow didn't have time to maneuver out of the way before he hit his head on the ice, but his strength was no joke either, as the ice had a large crack on it. Taking this opportunity, Gray decided to get rid of Dark Shadow before he returned to his host body. Gray. Ice make. Ice wall. Despite the name of the attack, the result was unexpected to the crowd, as instead of creating an ice wall, it started to freeze the opponent rather than impaling them. It was obvious that the attack was derived from one of Gray attack ice make. Geyser. Dark Shadow, taken off guard, his body started to freeze over trying to free himself, but it was futile as the ice progress was quite fast, not allowing Dark Shadow to retaliate quickly. Taking this chance that Tokoyami was taken aback that Dark Shadow was temporarily defeated, made him drop his guard quickly, which Gray capitalized on. Gray. Ice make. Knuckle. Several fists, made out of ice, had came from the ground, striking Tokoyami in the stomach, which launched him outside the arena. The ice that served to trap Dark Shadow broke, leaving a cold Dark Shadow who returned to his host quickly. Midnight, seeing the match had ended, had slammed her whip on the ground, signaling the end of the match. Midnight. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Winner is Gray Fullbuster. The crowd cheered loudly at the display of power and skills that the two students had demonstrated, and while Tokoyami may have not done any significant damage on Gray, but that is because Gray had a versatile quirk which helped him counter a lot of Dark Shadow attacks, the two students had regardless scored point in the pro hero's mind. No one Pav. Location. Class 1A stand. Uraraka. Wow, he defeated Tokoyami. Zero. That scary Tokoyami couldn't even land a scratch on him. Kaminari. How come people like him are so op? Iokajiro face palmed at Kaminari reaction as she started to think that Kaminari is really an idiot. Jiro. You moron, were you even listening to what Fullbuster had said in the classroom before? Kaminari give her a dumb look, not understanding what she's trying to say, which made everyone look at him with shock and slight annoyance, as they wondered how an idiot like him managed to get into the hero course, much less 1A. Yukiko. Gray's skills didn't come from him relaxing on the couch and doing nothing. Gray had trained the hardest out of any of us. Uraraka, worried. But why would he go that far? Ajiro. Can't you see it's a matter of pride? Gray has ambition and dreams like any of us, and he is working hard to achieve it. Hiroshima, manly tears. It's like the old say, no pain no gain. Graybro is so manly. Yultier, nod. Agreed. You see, if Gray hadn't trained like he did, Dark Shadow could have ran through his ice shield with ease. Yukiko. Besides, in order to use high-level attack, you need to be able to withstand cold temperature, and Gray had done that. I won't go into details about his training, but you should get the gist. Class 1A seemed to understand as they look at Gray with respect in their eyes, seeing someone who isn't just talk, someone who worked hard for his strength. No one Pav. Location. Arena. Present Mick. The first match was something else as Gray Fullbuster was untouchable, but now we start the final match in the semi-final. We have on our right side the Queen of Time. Altier Fullbuster. The crowd cheered loudly, but more so the male population at seeing the woman that had captured their hearts walk in with a neutral look on her face as she stood up in the arena waiting for her opponent. Present Mick. Now on our left side we have the water queen of class 1A. Juvia Loxer. Juvia walked in with excitement bubbling on her face, but she knew she didn't stand a chance against Yultier, but she is going to give it her all for both of them. Yultier. Good luck Juvia, give it your all in this fight. Juvia. Juvia agrees to that, and Juvia wants you not to hold back at all. Yultier seemed to nod, agreeing that Juvia also has her pride and want to prove to everyone that she's not weak. Midnight. Are both fighters ready? Both Juvia and Yultier didn't answer orally, instead they nod their head, their eyes not leaving each other for a second, as just letting your guard down, if just for a second, could decide to fight. Midnight. Begin. Juvia. Sierra. Juvia understood more than anyone how much up Yultier abilities is, so knowing that speed is what matters in this fight, she then used one of her spells on conjunction with water body to prevent from any physical attack to harm her before she rushed towards Yultier at fast speed. Yultier seemed to smile at the effort that Juvia displayed in trying to put up a good fight, even though she knew more than anyone that she can't win, but it was futile. Yultier, smile. I admire your dedication, but that's not enough. Bring her hand up. Juvia attack appeared to be cancelled in the eyes of the others, but those who are experiences and those who knows Yultier to certain degree knew that she rewind the attack back, which is why it appeared to have the attack cancelled. Juvia then tried to attack Yultier by a punch, but Yultier was an experienced hand-to-hand fighters as she grabbed Juvia hand before she quickly wrapped both her legs around Juvia neck before she used her legs muscles to swing Juvia in circle before throwing her away, which was close to the finish line. No one Pav. Location. Pro Heroes. We could see a woman with chin-length blonde hair, which she wears swept back with a headband, a long fringe over the right side of her face, covering her eye. She has thin, yellow, inward-tilting eyes with slit pupils and notably sharp teeth, these aspects purposefully reptilian as a reference to her quirk. Her hero costume consists of a dark red traditional kipao with a pale green scale trim around her shoulders, which seems to only be slit on the left side, with yellow claw patterns on the bottom and smaller ones around her neck. She wears knee-high boots and a strap around her exposed thigh. She wears long, almost sleeve-like white gloves that nearly reach her shoulders, with higher tabs on the outer sides, and they expose her hands from the wrist. She wears a matching green headband with 4 large pale purple claws attached, covering the right side of her face, and a set of small black dragon wings protrude from the back of her head, with a number of gold-spiked cartilage piercings decorating her left ear. That would be the number 9 pro heroine known as Dragoon Hero. Ryukyu, as she watched with mild interest at the fight before she looked next to her to a grinning woman with athletic build with muscular arms and legs, who stand slightly below average height. Rumi has dark skin, red eyes which are tilted slightly inwards, long eyelashes, and straight white hair reaching down past her waist. On her head, she has a pair of long white rabbit ears pointing upwards with a slight crook. Along with these, she also has a white round tail, which gives her overall design a definite resemblance to an albino rabbit. Her hero costume consists of a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim around her shoulders and waist, a wide yellow crescent moon design over her chest, and 2 thick metal plates on her midriff. She wears purple thigh-high boots to complement her leotard, with more plating around the heel and toe areas, making her feet look like those of a rabbit. She also has a pair of thick white gloves on her hands with long cuffs, sporting small triangular protrusions around their edges. That would be the number 5 pro heroine, also known as the Rabbit Hero. Mirko. Mirko, grin. Someone is not skipping leg day, I already like her. Ryukyu, roll her eyes. Of course you would. Mirko. I might give her an offer for internship. Ryukyu looked surprised at that as she looked at her best friend, as she knew that Mirko was not one to like to have sidekicks, considering them as hindrance and slow and preferred working alone. That's why she never had an agency and was always on the move from city to another city. Ryukyu. That's a surprise, you were never a person to like working with others. Mirko. Ryuko, I hate working with others because most of them can't either keep up with my intense training or they're too slow, and in this hero world every second matters. That's why you need to be fast to react whenever there is call for help and be the first one in the battlefield. Ryukyu nodded in understanding as she then looked to her friend once more, whose eye shifted towards Gray, who was sitting in the class 1A stand. Mirko. As for that handsome Gray Fullbuster, he's also very good. I could see that he's quite skilled and fast to react, that he managed to subdue his classmate with bird face without even getting a scratch. Ryukyu. I have to agree, his quirk is quite versatile and have many uses for it, but what makes him special than any other students is that he worked for his strength. The fact that he is not bothered by the cold means that he trained for it. Mirko. I agree, he's not like all those other male with big ego, not to mention the fact that he didn't hold back on his fight against Izuku Fullbuster, despite their relationship prove my point that he respects her as a warrior, and that's what I like. No one Pav. Location. Arena. While Juvia was preventing herself from getting out of bounds, she then prepared one of her spells, hoping to get Yultir off guard. Juvia. Water Ray. Juvia then proceeded to concentrate a beam of water from her hand, before releasing it towards Yultir at a fast speed, hoping to catch the woman off guard, but that didn't work, as the attack was reversed when Yultir rewind the attack. Yultir. As much as I want to prolong this fight even longer, this ends here, flash forward. Yultir then started to produce numerous copies of their orbs in the air that all represent future possibilities of their orb's path, compresses all their futures, and redirects them all at Juvia, who had a pale face, realizing what is going to happen, and sadly, she didn't have time nor the will to fight back, knowing that she had lost fair and square. The attack did its job by knocking Juvia out as she was exhausted, and receiving such a powerful attack did its job. Midnight then slammed her whip on the ground, signaling the end of the match. Midnight. Winner by knockout Yultir Fullbuster. The crowd cheered loudly at the display of power and skills, and now the semi-final has come to an end. Present Mick seemed to grip his fist in excitement as he closed his eyes before shouting. Present Mick. This finally concludes the semi-finals of the sports festival, and we're now moving on to the finals as both power couple are going to duke it out for the first place medal. The crowd cheered once more and loudly than before as both fighters were left to prepare themselves for their final showdown to determine who is going to get the first place medal. That's it, guys. That was the full stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.